My name is John. It is Monday, November 1st, All Souls Day, for the God-fearing among you. I've been threatening it for weeks, so here we are, finally playing Castlevania Symphony of the Night. So we're going to go through the whole game. We're not going to speed run it, but we're going to run the game efficiently. So I am a person that deeply loves this game. A lot of people do. I made a 20-part video series breaking the game down, annotating everything, going section of the castle by section of the castle by section of the castle, and you can find all of that on YouTube. I haven't touched this game since then, so it's been a couple years. It's been, 5-ish years, maybe longer, since doing that. It's been a long time. So, what better way to celebrate Halloween and extend it a little bit longer than to come back to Castlevania Symphony of the Night, though. It is easily one of the best games of all time. It is a gold-plated all-timer, as they say. So, we're not going to rehash too much of what I went through in the video series, but I am going to bring up some stuff occasionally, more often. Some things that you probably have heard on that series, some things that I learned, I think, after making that series. So if I remember those things at the time, we're going to get to those things as well. We do have, if you look at the windows here, we're going to have some special guests. It's not just a picture of me on the page just to have a picture of me, although why wouldn't we? But as the day goes on, we're gonna have a couple of guests come in here for maybe a half hour at a time, talk about their love for the game, how they came to it, and catch up. These are some old friends of mine, so it's going to be great to see them. So without further ado, let's get into the game. All right, so I fibbed a little bit earlier when I said that I haven't touched this since making the Annotated Symphony of the Night, because I had to download RetroArch and make sure it worked. I was going to try to stream this on original hardware. I've got a PS1. Actually, I probably would have done it on a PS3. But this is a better setup. Doing it at the PC is a better setup. So, look within you, decide how you feel about emulation. It's perfectly fine if you're not the kind of person that's willing to download ROMs off the internet. I get that. But I made the entirety of the Annotated Symphony of the Night on the copy of the game that my parents bought me for Christmas when I was 17. So I think I've earned the right to emulate this if I have to. So, and we're using RetroArch. RetroArch Beetle PSX HW is the core. I know of RetroArch. I've touched it a few times, but I don't really emulate a lot of stuff on this PC. But I'm very impressed. It runs great. The resolution is better doing this than on a PS3 as well. So another reason I didn't want to do it on a PS3, not only would I be just like sitting there with a laptop in front of me with a bad microphone and crappy lighting, crappier than even this, is that the PS3, when it runs PS1 software, even though it upscales certain things, other ends of the resolution dip. We're not going to be running into that very much. So all of the footage that I picked up for the Annotated Symphony of the Night was from the PS3 at pixel perfect, but it's dim. If you look at it, if you watch that video compared to what you're seeing here, it comes out a little muddy. It comes out a little dim, even though the PS3 upscales PS1 games very, very well. We're not going to be using any upscaling for this. Just didn't think it was worthwhile to sort of muck with it, and we're gonna preserve the game as best we can, I suppose, for this stream. So yeah, I played through the Dracula fight at the beginning of the game and went through the hall. So I actually did play a little bit of it yesterday, but we're gonna start a new game. We're not. Since I don't have a clear save file on this, we can't do the famous luck code run, even though I kind of wish we did. Now, in retrospect, I wish I would have blasted through the game yesterday just so I could do a luck code run, because More interesting things could happen that way. I mean, the drops are more fun, but you know, we're gonna do what we got to do. We're keeping it pure, as they say. So, intro to the game. Igarashi's come out in interviews and said that a separate end of the of Konami did this intro and all the other CG stuff for them, and the Symphony of the Night team was unimpressed, we'll say, by what they were given. And even at the time, I remember playing this, you know, when I was a kid. Like, I was impressed that there was some, you know, a CG cutscene in this game at all. But even then, I was like, man, this doesn't look all that great. I mean, this is like in the time of jumping Flash, the first Wipeout. So, I mean, we're not talking crazy high resolution polygons here, but it still looks a little rough in comparison. Loading screens, you can sort of mess around with those. Famously weird translation of the word bloodlines, but here we are as Richter Belmont. We are actually going to go upstairs because we need to tear through Dracula, and we need a certain amount of hearts to do that. We need an even amount of hearts to do that. You know, it's not 100% necessary, but you know, with this fight is made to be as easy as possible, and the way that Richter's item crashes work, especially with the holy water item crash, it just mows through him. So it takes a little bit of timing to do it, but that's what we're going to attempt here. Here it comes. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. Alright, so this game gets a lot of shit for its translation. Which I contend isn't really that bad. I think the translation, the localization, I think is good. I just think that this game is saddled with some god-awful voice acting. Oh, he's gonna hit me. Oh. And really, nothing illustrates that better than the one of the other boss fights we're gonna run into a little bit later. But those two guys, I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but that is not great voice acting. Everyone knows that. But unfortunately, the actor that played Richter passed away rather recently, so you don't want to talk ill of the dead. R.I.P. to that guy. But, alright, one of the reasons that we... excuse me. One of the reasons that we used the item crash and killed Dracula as quickly as possible, there's actually several reasons. One is that your performance in the fight dictates Alucard's starting stats. So since we didn't get hit, certain stats are going to be a little bit higher. Since we exhausted all of our hearts, we're going to start with a heart refresh, even though we're probably never going to use it. Since we use I think if you use a special move with Richter, like the run or the uppercut move or something like that, it does kind of lower. It doesn't give you the optimal stats, but really it's not a big deal. The opening parts of this castle are really sort of a cakewalk. And there's a way to overpower yourself very early in the game too, which we're actually going to do. It's not end game weaponry, but it makes the first few sections of the castle really a joke. So that's what we're going to get. We're going to get down to do that too. And I'm sure anybody watching this knows that we're talking about what happens in the outer wall. So yeah, there you go. Opening crawl is over. Into the meat. Now, I'm not going to do this because that would be boring viewing for you, but you can backslide out of the castle here and run back into this forest environment. It locks the game up, so you basically have to start from scratch. But if we slid backwards right there before the portcullis came down. We could have slid back into the other side of the castle. Oh, the bots are here. That's how we know we've made it. Also, this part of the castle here, this was for the underground garden, which was put into the Saturn version of the game. But unfinished chunks of it do exist. We can glitch our way down there, actually, with the heart refresh that we have in our inventory. Oh, we also started with a neutron bomb. The heart refresh item, let's actually just see it just for the sake of seeing it. Obliterates the fabric of the game. So speedrunners and other glitch hunters, I suppose, they item dupe them, and then they get the duplicator item so they can use them like ad infinitum. And the screen freeze basically lets Alucard kind of like sync through the physics of the game. So like he can glitch through walls, he can glitch through floors, which is one of the ways to get down here. Alright, so the vast majority of the game, even though we're looking at Alucard's fairly majestic walk here, we will not be seeing it. We're going to be doing this. This is a product of the speedrunning community. When they figured out that the animation for the shield cancels the animation for the backslide. Some classic Castlevania. This is the famous opening sequence of basically, not every, but most Castlevania games. So this isn't the fastest way to move through the castle, and I mean it's certainly the easiest way for you to cramp your hands, but it is the way that we will be taking. Here's another famous Castlevania hidden item. It's the double shot, or the multi shot in the first Castlevania when you fight the bat. There it goes. For my money, those two guys are probably the best performers in the game. Also, very famously, Alucard can hit a warg right here. Whoa. If we had the luck code and we're doing other wacky things, and would basically fly him across this room, making death not even appear, so we could keep all of our items from the beginning of the game. Not necessary to destroy this game. This is actually a very, very easy game, which we're going to see in a little bit. But this is one of my very favorite pieces of visual storytelling in this game. And it's that Dracula, Vlad Tepes, also known as Vlad the Impaler, had a habit of impaling his enemies and leaving them in his courtyards and in front of his castle. So this is kind of a reference to that. I always thought that was very, very cool. Alright, so I don't remember, to be honest, the optimal path through the game. So there's going to be a little bit of wandering around on my part, which is why it's going to be great if we get, once some guests start rolling in here. I think it's only going to be 2 guests today, actually. I was trying to get a few more people, but it's hard getting folks on a Monday in the middle of the day. Alright, so, short sword. Red rust. We're not going to equip the red rust. We are actually going to use this safe room, though. The red rust is a weapon that sometimes doesn't work. So even though it's sort of neat to have, I suppose, it's not necessary. Also, that skeleton, those 2 skeletons that drop the short sword and the red rust are scripted to drop those and then disappear once you get them. So we will never see them again. By the time we come back into this section of the game, it's going to be zombies. Yes, Zombie Knights. Cube of Zoe, now we can get stuff out of candles. Cube of Zoe named after Jeremy Blaustein, his daughter. Jeremy Blaustein is one of the translators of the game. Jeremy Blaustein is a very good, very famous translator, actually. Did the first Metal Gear Solid. Did Snatcher, he and Kojima. Whoa. Kind of pals, I guess, or at least they were. He's never translated any of the ones after that, but Blaustein knows what's up. Oh my god, I'm gonna see a lot of that today. All right, so we're back to moving fast. We'll be keeping a shield on basically in perpetuity. And yes, that you can con this, or if you time the skeleton right, his bones dropping, this blood skeleton, on that button down there, we can go up to this room over here to the right, but it is 100% not necessary. Alright. Whoa. Oh man. That's bad news. Gotta get a better weapon soon. We will be running back to this section of the castle at some point too, because there's a couple of there's a few places that are impossible to reach at this point until we get the bat, or the form of bat. But that's way down the road. I won't use it very much. Whoa. But especially in the early game, some of the most powerful attacks that we have are magic spells, which are not... they're not explicitly told to you. You can sort of stumble into using them as soon as you want. Like this one. That is the Tetris Spirit, which is one of the more powerful ones to use this early on. As you can see, it drained more than half of my magic meter. But it is an early boss killer, so we're going to be using it on the two bosses coming up in a second. Whoop, I almost took an axe to the face there. I mean, in reality, I don't really need to kill any of these guys, but a few extra level ups can't hurt, right? If we can get them. Now, in this game... Whoop. Wrong room. In this game, you can actually build Alucard how you see fit. So when he levels up, the stat boosts are randomized. It's not a fixed value. Whoa. It's not a fixed value, so if you're the kind of person that likes to save scum everything that they do, you can basically save scum Alucard's stats when you know he's going to level up and build him out however you want. Again, not necessary to break this game. Three hits, man. Not necessary to break this game. We'll be doing plenty of that ourselves. But here's something interesting about this elevator, is that normally if you hold up, Alucard will not... he'll animate in a different way. Let me show you. That's what he does. He sort of like puts his back up against the wall. But on the elevator here, he puts his cape on. I don't know why. I mean, we got to go down this elevator, so now we're wasting some time, but now we're illustrating this. Happens on elevators. It does happen in other spots of the game, but I have always found that very curious. But let's get the sunglasses. And we're going to run into that room that we mentioned earlier. It's another elevator puzzle that, again, wasn't entirely necessary. But here's something really good that the game does early. Why is there a cannon here? Who knows? Who can tell me why a random cannon is here? Here's something good that the game does kind of early, is give you a variety of weapons. So we have a one-handed normal sword. We got a two-handed longer sword. And now we have the Basilard, or Baziard, whatever, however it's pronounced. A slow, fast weapon, which also has a special attack. And the game forced us to use our fists early too. So, yeah, it's really cool how this game, not only do they give you a taste of powerful weaponry and take them away, after that happens, it really kind of gives you a variety so you can see what sort of play style that you want. I kind of need some hearts. Whoa! And honestly, I prefer this weapon over the short sword. I didn't used to, but it's... Oh, yeah, and if you hold the button down, it like brandishes it. That's kind of neat. Yeah, I prefer this to the short sword this early on as well. I like the faster attacks. Alright. Cloth tunic. Those guys liberally drop the cloth tunic. It's probably the highest drop rate in the game. I'm not going to use the jewel. I think it's worthless, actually. There aren't a lot of places in the game where it's worthwhile to use it. Like, look at this giant open room. It wouldn't really have done us very much good here. The Vibhuti here is the... kind of the cousin to the holy water. Rats. But I didn't get poisoned. Not as good, but still okay. Alright, we just need to make sure that we map the room. Off we go. These are loading rooms. Here we go. We're probably never going to get rid of this. It's just too good. The holy water in this game is just way too good. PlayStation 1, famously not well equipped to play 2D games. If you've played any Capcom fighting games, you know exactly what I'm talking about. One of the ways that the developers got around that was to basically make rooms that loaded the next area. Which was a clever trick. Even at the time, a lot of the media was like, hey, that's not a bad idea. Why don't more games do this? And it does kind of wreck the flow a little bit of the game. I can understand that, but... Alright, we're one-hitting these guys. We're on the right track here. I think those are going to take 2 hits. Let's just test it and see. Yep. Whoop. Taking a lot of hits here. This is what happens when I stream stuff. I just never play it as well as all of my Third Strike games will tell you. There's an easily mapped room. Probably could have just used magic on this guy to speed things along, but we are illustrating the majesty of the holy water. These guys are interesting. These boomerang guys. Because once we get close to them, they cower in fear. I think that's great. This weapon actually won't reach them as they cower over, so I had to use the holy water there. Ghosts, a classic Castlevania enemy. Well, I missed him. Ooh. Something wrong with the emulation there. Basically just left a big black box. Which is sad because enemies in this game all die in unique ways. Alright, so back up the way we came. Yep, look at that. Big old black box. That's weird. Let's hope the rest of the emulation holds up. I would hate for this thing to crash when I've been talking about doing this for weeks. Alright, we don't need to mess with these guys. We get the money bag, the big money bag, and we split. Ah, rats. Oh, I missed it. Now I'm getting my ass kicked in. Those guys drop boomerangs and flaming boomerangs. This game is filled with... Whoa. Oh my god. There we go. This game is filled with consumable weapons to throw. And the way the equip system works, in my mind, makes them not worth it at all. It's more of a pain to get them out of your inventory, equip them, throw them once, and then re-equip something else. There is an item that shows up in New Game, what would be New Game Plus, if we're thinking of it in those terms, called the Duplicator that we can buy from the librarian, which basically lets us use any consumable infinitely. Which makes it a little bit more worth it, but we are clearly not going to do that for this run. Alright, off we go. On to the outer wall. Whoop. We basically just did all that stuff to map. For mapping purposes, because I don't really... I mean, I will go back to that area later to completely map it, but it's not... It's going to be a quick trip, we'll say. Her performance isn't bad either. It's not great. That's not bad. That will always open or close during this conversation. That's supposed to be a visual clue. So you should hopefully see that and then think, oh, how can I get up there? Again, the game does give you a lot of really good, clever hints as to where to go and what to do. But not all of them are as well telegraphed. Alright, on we go. Like these floors clearly open somehow, so at some point we have to find the mechanism to do that. Whoa, Ouija table. Which is above us, but for the moment, we don't need to mess with that stuff. This is an interesting enemy because we can actually climb on top of it. Oh, well. Normally we can climb on top of it. And we can stand there. I mean, she would, as she was doing, would just pelt us with fireballs, but interesting in that you can fight it in different ways. We in there, Jerry Kane. What's up, man? We're about to put some real muscle on. Whoop. Get him. Whoa. Is what with what? No, that is not me with hair. That's a good question. That is Zoom. Yeah, I guess my hair was a little bit darker in that picture. That's when some of our guests, when they arrive, they will be doing this over Zoom. So here we are, taking time to ourselves, because this is one of the more fun secrets of the game, is that you can get into this room much earlier to get the mirror cuirass, whatever it's called, and the jewel knuckles, which are much stronger weapons for this point in the game. I mean, the armor's not that powerful, but we would not be able to get here in this point because we don't have the mist. Today we will be joined by Video Game Outsiders co-hosts and host of many, many, many horror podcasts. And a good old friend of mine, Matt Bradford. He was in the game's press for a hot minute too. Voice actor, stage actor, writer, editor, Matt Bradford. Cool guy. Alright, we don't need this. See fish flopping here in a second. But he should be on, I think, around 11. And then around noon, friend of the show, Nadia Oxford, will be here for a little while. Talking about her love for the game, too. She's famously a big fan of this game as well. Interesting what they cut from the Xbox Live version. The Saturn version of this game gets a lot of shit, mostly because of the resolution differences between the Saturn and the PlayStation means that the game just doesn't run as well. However, the Saturn version does do... Excuse me here for a second, everybody. The Saturn version does fix some weapon problems with this game. Oh, we've got another special guest hopping in. Sorry, everybody. We got another guest hopping in a second. Some logistical things. All right, so I think a bad byproduct of having people in to shoot the breeze. One guy in the audience. Sorry, buddy. Jerry Kane, you might be the only person here for the moment. Probably I'm not even looking at viewer count right now. But because we've got somebody coming into the chat or to... we got to mute the game. I know, it's terrible. I know. But let's keep going while our first guest hops in here. He should be here in any minute. They should be here in any minute. Retronauts' own, if we can get it to work, Diamond Fight should be here in just a sec. As we fight it out with the doppelganger, the first doppelganger. Whoop. Yeah, the jewel knuckles make that fight an absolute waste. JK, one of these days maybe I will. Gladius, an weapon. If we didn't have the jewel knuckles already, it would have been a nice little upgrade, but not necessary. Gorilla Skeleton, sort of a reference to Donkey Kong. I always thought that was cool. These guys shooting with flintlock weapons. And here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, cats and kittens. It's Diamond Fight. What's up? Can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Hi, how are you?
Oh my goodness, I'm actually on Twitch. Okay.
You can turn your camera off if you don't prefer having it on. That's perfectly fine.
It's alright. It's alright. You can see me here in the hard up space.
How are you?
Good. It's a little late here in Japan. It's already well into November 1st. We're almost at November 2nd. So I'm sorry, the spooky season's left us.
Yeah, well,
It's in my heart.
where it will always exist. Well, I appreciate you coming on and hanging out with us and losing a little bit of sleep over it.
That's okay. Let me make sure I can get two screens here. One screen to see the game and one screen to actually talk. Long story, but yeah, I can only do so many screens at once.
That is okay. So
See you in the outer wall there.
here we are in the outer wall, right? So we're okay. I'm told that you're low. I mean,
Low.
is that better?
I can get closer to the mic.
No. It's. I think it's just the. Can't hear a thing he's saying. Let me see if I can crank this up a little bit more.
Okay.
Is that better?
If you can hear me, they should be able to hear me, shouldn't they?
I would think so. Jerry Kane, can all right, we're good.
Okay.
We're in the right spot. All right, so you're a fan of this game. How did you come to Symphony of the Night?
Well, this is don't wanna break anyone's heart here, but we're coming up on the 25th anniversary of this game.
Yes, we are.
That's a 2 and a 5. So in 1997, I was working in a software etc. in the Galleria Mall in White Plains, New York. I assume it's still open.
and the mall, not the software,
Oh,
etc.
I'm sure the software, etc. is still open. Yes.
It's probably morphed into a GameSpot and then merged with I don't know, a hoagie place or something by
Right.
now. But yeah, I was actually working in a software etc. at that time, and at that point, not only could you buy games at a deep discount, but also it was totally okay to just bring games home and just play them and like bring them back and resell them. I don't know how that worked.
That was a
It's still
GameStop thing for a long time too.
yeah. At the time, I didn't question it because like, hey, do you want me to play the game? Yes, I will. But I'm pretty sure this is one that I just bought straight up because I already liked Castlevania a lot, and this one looked pretty cool. And when I got it home and I started like playing with it, I just wow. I mean, it's like a really solid instant just grab you right from the start. Like, okay, oh, you were gonna fight Dracula right now, and oh, you won, and like, oh, but wait, it's not over. And you get in there, and all of a sudden you're in the castle. It's like, wait a second, it's not like a level. I can go over here and I can go over here, and well, I can't make that jump yet, but it seems like I might be able to go there later. I don't know. And I don't know how long it took me before I started connecting to other games like Metroid, but maybe when I looked at the map, I was like, oh yeah. But yeah, basically whenever it launched in the US, I think it was late '97, I bought it and played it a lot, but it also stung with me because I know, again, the '90s, how they were. I had a coworker who was very much the kind of person, and there were a lot of these people. He was not rare, who was like, "That game looks so bad. What do you mean? It's not even 3D. It looks like poo. It looks like poo. It looks like poo." And I'm like, "Are you? Look at how much details and every single monster explodes into these little things, and just Alucard walking. He's got like 30 frames to like just to
I know
move.
it's nuts. Yeah.
I mean, they put so much love into yeah, okay, the books are a little clunky, but it's fine. They're good, and they explode into like arcane symbols. Like, this is so crazy.
Yeah, I like to think that I was not one of these people that had that same attitude, but looking back, I definitely remember like people saying that to me and then reading those things in magazines and stuff. But like I'm kind of a nostalgic person that has a real problem letting go of things. Like when my brothers wanted to upgrade it, like sell our NES to get something else, I was like, but I still like that thing. I still want to play it. And when we got rid of it, my like heart sank for a little bit. So like me giving up, like the thought of giving up sprite-based 2D games was kind of a hard pill for me to swallow. And so I was always I was very happy to see that this was coming out in the way that it is, that it's a sprite-based 2D game. And then all of the magazines that I was reading at the time too, all the media surrounding this game, Game Fan, even EGM to a lesser extent, because they hated on the 2D thing too. But Game Fan and PSM magazine were like, this is going to be the best game of the year. Final Fantasy VII swell and all, but this is going to be the best game you play this year. So yeah, I was spoiled of the big twist kind of early on because some of the magazines had spoiled it for me too. But yeah, I rented this when it first came out because I bought a PlayStation very earlier than all of my other friends, and my parents bought it for me for Christmas, which was only like a month and a half or 2 months later or something like that too. But I don't have enough. Damn. Yeah, and have been playing it and loving it ever since. So it's always fun to have like-minded people that want to sit around and talk about it. So I'm glad you're here.
So it's funny you mentioned buying a PlayStation. So I bought a PlayStation pretty early, but then I ended up selling it back because I had so many game consoles. I was like, I'm not even playing this thing anymore, and like all my friends had one. It's like, I don't need this thing, so I just got rid of it. But I bought another one in 1997 for Final Fantasy VII. Yeah. But I played this on it, so this was right there. But definitely, like when Final Fantasy VII launched in the US, I got a new PlayStation for it because like I can't just play this at my friend's house. Like I have to play this at home.
Yeah. My best friend growing up, he was the same way. Like I bought a PlayStation not long after it launched in the US. Speaking of malls, my oldest brother worked in a Camelot Music, if you remember those.
That sounds familiar.
And they were just getting into selling video game software, so I got it with his employee discount, so I saved like $30 on it or something. There's a lot of mowed lawns that year. But yeah, I got it. My best friend from growing up, he was like, I don't need to buy one of these things. If you've got one, I can just come over to your place. And then when Final Fantasy VII was coming out, he's like, okay, I got to go out and buy one of these things now. So I mean, that was definitely the system mover, right? Even though this is a better game. Cough, cough, cough.
I mean, it's the one I love the more. It's certainly the one I've played more.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you add up all my Symphony Night time, it exceeds the 90 something hours that I spent playing Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
Which is, like Final Fantasy VII is like the longest single. I played that one game for a very long time, and then it's like, okay, I'm done with this game. I don't need to play it again.
Yeah.
It's come out since on other systems. I've heard there's a fine remake, but it's like I've played Final Fantasy VII. I don't need any more Final Fantasy VII. But Symphony of the Night, I mean, let's see if I can count. Okay, so I bought it at launch. I bought a greatest hits copy later on. I don't know if it was just for fun or because I couldn't find it, or I sold it. I don't know, but I bought it again for PlayStation 1. I bought a Japanese copy once I got to either in Japan or maybe I bought it at a book off in America. I'm not sure, but I definitely have I have a Japanese copy and a greatest hits copy from America. I bought it on PSN. I bought it on Xbox 360. I bought the what was it? The Requiem combo for PS4.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's 6 copies right there, and. Oh, that's right. And I also have Dracula X Chronicles for PSP, which includes that game on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's 7. I've bought this game 7 times.
You are
every
a
time
hero.
every time I buy it, I play it, to completion.
Mm-hmm.
So add that up. That's got to be at least 90 something hours, which exceeds Final Fantasy VII.
Well, I mean, there are the people out there that do the chocobo breeding, so that would be like 90 hours, right?
I did that. That's one reason why I said I was done with Final Fantasy VII. I did everything. I did all the chocobo stuff. I got the Knights of the Round. I mimed I mimed the Knights of the Round so I could have another one.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Like
You
the
were
final
into
battle
it.
was just like the final battle was just summon, and it's over. But I never beat Ruby Weapon.
That's probably the one thing I haven't done in those games is the fight the weapons, because you're
Beat Emerald, but never Ruby.
okay. Yeah, I was in that same boat. Like by the time I finished Final Fantasy VII the first time, I was actually pretty bored with it. I'm like, okay, I don't need this in my life anymore. And then I was kind of a Final Fantasy VII hater for a long time. I was one of those obnoxious people that, like, anytime I would hear a kid say, "Oh, Final Fantasy VII is the best game ever made," I'd be like, "Well, have you played Symphony of the Night?" So I was that guy. And a couple of years ago, oh shit, I went the wrong way. A couple of years ago, this is like 10 years ago now, I was working at a job where in the summer times I had a lot of time to myself. And so I used to travel for my job, and they gave me a work laptop that was pretty powerful, so I just emulated PlayStation games on it all summer long, and I went through Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 back to back. And
Wow.
that was the first time since high school that I played it. And I'm like, you know what? This game holds up pretty well. It's really not that bad. So I ate a little crow there, but I think of all of them, Threevenge, what's up? Of all of the Final Fantasy PlayStation 1 games, I think maybe 8 is still my favorite one. If you put a gun to my head. But they all hold up very well, I think.
I can say that when I played Final Fantasy IV this summer on my PSP, that was the first Final Fantasy game I finished since 7.
Oh, really?
Yes. I never played... I played the first one on NES. I played Mystic Quest.
Mystic Quest.
Yes, everyone out there from a Mystic Quest. MQ's in the chat for Mystic Quest. And then I played 7. So I never played any of the middle ones there. I heard about them. They sounded good, but I never got to them. And I played 7, and I was so done with it. Like, no, I don't need any more Final. Like, this was it. This was my Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I watched the movie. It was fine, but yeah, I took a break. I was like, it's so much. I'm RPG'd out.
It is a lot.
So
yeah, those games are all just a lot.
But I was really happy with my experience playing 4 this summer,
Good.
and I just I beat it, and I was like, this is really good. I like the system. I like these characters. I've got my eye on that dungeon encounters, because I think that's also another. Oh, I forgot his name. The designer guy.
Is that Ito?
Oh, I'm blanking.
I can't remember.
Anyway,
I know who you're talking about, and that does look really good. I'd like to play it at some point.
I like the Vita-ness of it. You know, like a lot of people have said this, but I said it too. So I'm just as right as they are. It looks like something that came out on Vita and got like an HD remake or something, but instead it just came straight to the PS5 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, but it looks kind of bare bones, like no frills. But it's like, okay, you explore the dungeon and you have the timed combat, and go nuts.
That's something I appreciate about it, is the minimalism. I'm very interested in playing that, but it's definitely on the back burner at this point. Lots of other stuff to get through, but yeah, I'm glad those things exist. That they, especially from a company like Square, a large enough company that they don't need to be doing those things. They don't need to kind of crank that stuff out, and that whole game just seems like a make good for one of the higher up old timey designers. They're like, all right, you've been here long enough. You just go ahead and make something and put it out. We're not going to put a lot of money into it. But
we got the Maria chat here. I do love this little exchange here. He's gonna say the line, "This castle is a creature of chaos." Always loved that one.
I unfortunately had to cut the audio for the game once the Zoom came. Once we started talking on Zoom, because we would definitely not be able to hear you over the game. At least from the way I had been fighting with it yesterday. So. Sorry about that, everybody.
It's all right. I said it out loud. It's exactly what Robert Belgrade sounds.
And it was just as haunting as his own voice.
So yeah, actually, speaking of upcoming RPGs, I would say Dungeon Counters is out, and it's just I want it right now or not.
Yeah.
But I'm also very intrigued by that new Shin Megami Tensei 5. That looks wonderful.
Yes, I'm a fan of those games, but I don't think I've ever finished a mainline SMT game, but I buy them all whenever I can. And yes, it looks great. I'm excited for it to be on Switch too, so I can play it in bed. Basically.
Iron Ball.
What's that?
The iron. You're in the hall with the Iron Ball.
Yep.
Now, are you the kind of person who grinds the Iron Ball? Because it's a lot of XP if you kill it.
I am not, but it's you can also, I think, get Dracula's tunic from the Iron Ball.
Wow. I've never gotten the rare drop, but I've definitely. I'm the kind of player who usually goes back there with the knuckles and just pounds it a couple
goes to
times.
town on it.
Yeah, just get the XP, because if you hit it from above, it doesn't break and fall down. So you can just
right.
You beat it, kill it, XP, exit, come back.
When I first bought this game, I did everything. Like oh my god, why isn't this magic spell coming out? Once I figured out that there were rare drops, forget it. I farmed every enemy in the game, just so I could see what they would drop. Like, I didn't buy a strategy guide or anything. I was just like, I've got the time. I'm a child. I can do this myself. So I farmed every enemy in the game, and screwed this up. And that's the first time I'd ever done that. So like, this is the first game I think I had ever played where at least where I noticed that enemies had rare drops. So I was totally entranced by this. So I'm like, oh my god, everyone's got something that I can just get from them. Why am I not doing that all the time? So I actually, a girl that I was dating in high school broke up with me over the phone while I was farming, I think, the Iron Ball. So yeah. So I've done it, everybody. I'm that guy. And I've already missed some stuff.
She made her choice.
She made her choice. That's true. We're all happier for it.
You had room in your life for the Iron Ball and her, but she drew a line.
But she said no. Yes. What a terrible turn of events. But
yeah, I don't actually. Yeah, speaking of rare drops, I never got the Christogrim Valamway thing until the PS4 port. That was the first time I actually got one.
So I discovered that through the item farming, right? But I didn't know about the shield rod stuff. I didn't know anything about the shield rod until I went to college. So years later, other people were like, "Hey, the shield rod breaks the game," and I would basically just Christogrim my way through this game nonstop until then. So every time I played it, I would waste so much time just grinding for that one weapon. And now we will not be doing that today, everybody.
I knew that the shield rod had different properties with different shields. Like I got that. I experimented that far, but I never did the full extent where I discovered, oh wait, if I use this shield, wow. But I think I probably did the cow thing. I definitely did the heart thing. And I think since most of them were just kind of like, okay, I think I just sort of let the experiment go. And I'm like, well, I don't need to test every shield in the game. It's like, well, I should have, because one of them is really, really good.
Yeah, right. Well, actually, I only kind of recently discovered this too, is that the shield rod with the iron shield is the boss killer of this game. It's nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, I didn't need to go in there, but yeah, it basically does this crazy area of effect attack that will mow down everything. It's clearly not as good as the Alucard shield. Yeah, that thing.
Like the double swords.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
I'm so glad Twitch is getting over this. See, the video is paying off.
I'm sure the Twitch chat's going to prove us wrong on some of these things, but I think that was like the early speedrunning way of getting through this was the iron shield with the shield rod until people discovered other methods of things. At least in the early part of the castle. So, what are your thoughts on the retranslation and the new voice acting? New at this point is like 10 years old, but
well, yeah, I actually wrote a whole thing once the game came out, and I discovered that the new and improved version on HD was in fact a port of the PSP port, which means it had the new translation and different acting. I was so disappointed. I wrote about it on Retronauts because I was like, "This is like what did we gain from this? We gained nothing. Like it's more accurate, okay, and I guess the actors are a little more." What's the nice word to say? They're a little more accomplished, I guess. But it's like it's not the original actors. You can say they were hammy or whatever, but like they went for it.
Yeah,
I appreciate actors who go for it. That the guy who I don't know the guy who played Dracula. I know the guy who played Richter because it's the same guy who played Chris Redfield, which is I didn't figure that out till years later.
Like, I didn't know that.
That's Chris Redfield. It is.
Huh.
It's the original Chris Redfield. So think about it. You're a guy, I think, living in Japan in the 90s, and you get to say the lines, victims were apparently eaten, and die, monster, you don't belong in this world. Like one man said both those lines, and no longer with us, by the way. Actually, he died young.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Chris McCullough, I believe his name is. So, I think the whole translation thing, it's sort of this game is a shining example of the translation versus localization argument. Okay. Because you can play it in Japanese, you can look at the scene in Japanese, you can see the real dialogue, or if you play the PS4, Requiem version, it's a more accurate translation, but it's also very just sort of like, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's
like
fine.
If you never saw the other one, you wouldn't be mad at it, and it is accurate. But the other one was kind of like, when I played this game, I was like, what are they saying? Like, what what are they talking? At the end, at the end, Dracula like quotes the Bible. Like it's all this, it's stuff you do not expect this stuff, and that's more interesting. It's more interesting writing.
Well, I've always contended that this game's localization is in fact good. I just think it's hampered by bad voice acting. Again, R.I.P. to what was his name, Chris McCullough.
Chris McCullough is the Richter and
Richter. Okay, and I don't even think he's got the worst voice acting in this game. But aside from the probably overuse of Tolkien stuff in here, everything else I think is good. To your point, I think the writing is interesting. I think it does. It gives Dracula and Alucard a little bit more depth than I think that I was expecting, at least early or when I first played this game. But I don't think the writing, I don't think the translation's bad. I just think that the voice acting is god awful.
The one thing that sticks out to me is just sort of, and again, I can't even say bad. I would just say that it's a strange choice. The succubus.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Even the chat is talking about the succubus right now. So
there it is. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always think of it, especially it's not even a line. It's the noise she makes when she dies.
Yes.
And it's just, it reminds me of Kate Mulgrew, Captain Catherine Janeway, who also, like, if you watch Voyager, if you ever see a scene where Captain Janeway gets beat up or punished or tortured or something, she makes these noises that do not sound like she's in pain, and it's kind of like that. What are you going for there, Kate?
A little inhuman.
And in the case of Succubus, like she does that, but like times 100. It's like she gives them. She gave them. I can only assume she gave them one take, but she gave them the biggest take. And
yes,
we got to keep this one.
I think you're right. I think that was just my blood's curdling a little bit. I'm pretty sure that you're right. I think it was like, all right, we've got a handful of Americans here. We got to sell this to U.S. audiences. I don't care if you're a voice actor or not. Just get in here and say the line.
Because it's also very different. Speaking of Resident Evil, which came out 1 year before, like the acting in Resident Evil was very deliberate because that was the voice acting. They did not make another language. Like the Japanese, if you buy that game in Japanese,
it's in English.
Those actors doing those lines, it's just subtitled.
Okay.
So, and I'm pretty sure, not in Alex Anneal's fantastic Itchy Tasty book, but the boss fight books, Resident Evil. That author, whose name escapes me, tracked down some of the actors, both the voice actors and the live actors, because they were not the same.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. They were different people then. Okay.
Yes, and pretty much all of them were people in Tokyo who spoke English, and someone knew somebody or an agency called somebody, and they went. In the case of the live actors, they got called out to a field in like Shizuoka somewhere, and they were shooting in the wilderness. In the case of the voice actors, they went to the studio and read their lines, and you can tell when you play that game, it's like the director is probably a Japanese guy who's telling them, no, slower. No, slow. I can't understand you. Speak slower. And it's like, so that's what they they were probably directed deliberately. Like, you need to read this line, wow, what a mansion, And in Castlevania's case, like, no, they have a top. I mean, Norio Wakamoto, an all-star, is Dracula in this game.
In the Japanese version.
That's a guy who's got a list of credits, 3 miles long. He's still working today. So in that case, that English text was very much like, no, here's our English version for the other countries.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know was there a Japanese director, and he's like, sounds good to me. Was it, maybe I don't know if Blaustein was directing voice acting back then, or if he just wrote. I know he wrote this stuff, but I don't know if he was there with them performing it. I think he was.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always wanted to sit down and talk to him about this. I've never really reached out to him, and it's something I kind of wish I would have done when I was making those videos. But yeah, I bet he's got some stories about this. But he does answer fan questions over Twitter. So like, there was this story that was on the one of the Castlevania wikis that the Cube of Zoe was named after his daughter, and somebody called him out on it on Twitter, and he's like, "Yep, that's true." Stuff like so. He's pretty open to talking about this game. Was he living in Japan at the time? Do we know that?
I mean, I've got to assume so. I mean, he worked so much with so many so many different companies at that point. I would assume he was already here.
Okay, yeah. How long have you lived in Japan?
I've been here since 2007.
Okay.
And last I heard, he was still out in. He's not in. I think he's in Himeji now. I'm not sure, but I think he's still around, and I think he's. I ran into him at Bitsum one year, so I think he might still be in. That was a couple years back though, so who knows what's happened since then. But
okay.
Last I heard, he was still living in Japan and working on things, and I met him that one time, and I told him about I didn't really ask questions so much as just gush. So, okay, well, I'm just going to gush because you wrote all the stuff that I can't get past. Thank you so much.
I'm sure he appreciated that. Like translators don't get a lot of credit. They're not what they deserve.
I hope so. I don't know. He's the only person who knows the answer to that question.
Yeah, that's true.
Like so many other things, he's the only one who can answer that question.
So, the PS4 version,
yes,
is more accurate to the original Japanese release in that some of the items are placed in different spots. Like the nose devil and the pixie. There are two familiars that are not in this version that are in that version too.
Yes, I definitely appreciate the fact that they restored those, and I believe they even localized the song. So now she sits down and sings a song in English, which was not in the PlayStation original. I think she just doesn't sing at all in the English version.
Well, I think that's
the
really
Japanese
her
song
only
is.
Use.
The Japanese song is on the soundtrack because I know I own the soundtrack, so I've heard the song, but I'd never heard it in the game until,
that
more
version,
recent version.
Yeah, but I think that's really
like
her only use compared to the other fairy familiar. Is that she sings the song, so it's not really. I never really thought it was much of a loss. Same thing with the Nose Devil. I don't think there's any real difference between him and the excuse me, the imp. They both push the button. That's really all they're good for. But it's for me. It's
up there. It's. I'm reminded of back when. Now we get Yakuza games right away, and we get everything, and it's all done lovingly well. But if you remember, 10 years ago or so, Yakuza 3 came out in Japanese, and then like a year and a half or 2 years later, there was an English translation, and they just cut out a bunch of stuff.
Oh, really?
And famously, one of the things they cut was just like they cut like all the Hostess Club stuff.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah,
they cut like there was a whole like quiz on Japanese history. And, for me, it's like, do I want to play those parts of the game? Not really. Certainly not the Japanese history. Like, I'm not going to know the Japanese history. I'm just not. I studied it in college. I promise. I have a degree, but I couldn't tell you most of those guys' names or like what order they came in. I know the big three. That's about it. So I'm sure that that Japanese history quiz would just baffle most players outside of Japan.
Right.
But it's kind of like. You still wish they had kept it. That's my instinct is like, oh, I wish they had kept it.
Yeah.
And certainly when I watch Yakuza games now, I think people are really into the Hostess Club stuff. So clearly that was a loss for most people. I kind of skip over that part because I don't know. Maybe it's me, but I find the hostess thing kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know it's not prostitution, and I know it's very much consensual and it's a job, but it's also just kind of like. To me, that's the most leering aspect of the game, and I'm just kind of, I don't want to play that part.
I can agree with that. I mean that's I've only played a Yakuza game maybe once and not for very long, but yeah, but I think you and I have a similar stance on this. There's an ick factor to that I can't really kind of get over myself. So, but people are into it. I suppose. I mean, everyone's got their own thing going on. But yeah, not for me either. But what I was saying is that the whoops, I got the wrong weapon. After playing this version of the game for so long and so many times, the restructured kind of replaced items and things like that really throw me off. So when I played the PS4 version, I was just not used to that. It took a little bit of time for me to kind of come to terms with the stuff that I would normally think would be in one place, and it's not anymore. But I mean, it's still the game. There's really not that much different about it. But I don't really know why this guy gets a clip through the wall and I don't. But I guess that's on him. Is that a kill? All right. Anyway, so I appreciate that you have like 30 copies of this game.
I mean, I guess almost all of them are still on hand too. Yeah, in one way or another, on one device or another.
Did you ever go through the Saturn version?
No, I mean that was never released in the US, right? So I don't. Yeah, I did have a Saturn, and indeed I played. When I played Tomb Raider, I played it on Saturn.
Oh, did you?
Yes. So I think when I heard about the Japanese Saturn version, I was very much intrigued. But I've never had a Japanese Saturn and a Japanese copy of the game, and frankly, from what it sounds like, it doesn't sound like it's a great version. Like what's the stuff they added is just kind of, it's a few more rooms. It's nothing great. So I think there's no devastating loss there. Kind of similar to the Saturn version of Resident Evil, although I think that's probably less. There's probably more compromised. I don't think there's any bonus stuff in that one. Like at least the Saturn version of this game, like they straight up added things to it, but it's kind of like, what did they add? Well, not much. I guess they added, the playable Maria is a nice touch, but that's since been
rectified in other versions. Yeah,
right.
There are times that I have looked at it on eBay and thought to myself, like, out of a perverse sense of duty, I should buy and play this game, but I've still never gotten around to it, and I probably never will at this point. So, I can probably emulate it, but one of these days I might too. But again, probably never ever. But
how is Saturn emulation these days? I've heard isn't that one of those challenging systems?
From what I understand, yes, it is. But I was emulating Saturn stuff in this summer where I was doing nothing but playing Final Fantasy games. So it's always been stable enough. So I've also heard that the Genesis has been a challenging system to emulate as well, and people have been doing that for forever and ever and ever. So it's possible. People do it. It's just, I guess not 1,000% accurate, but that's something that never really bothered me either. As far as emulation goes, I'm of the camp where if it works, I'm happy. All right, let's go boss hunting. Three Venge in the chat. Here's a question. Do you think the Castlevania franchise would have been as successful if a monster other than Dracula was the big villain? How imperative it is the vampire to the... That's an interesting question. What do you think?
Whoa. Well, I think one of the charms of the first game was the fact that it had all the monsters in it.
Right.
I think that was just a funny thing. Oh, it's you got the Dracula and you got the Mummy and you got the Frankenstein's monster and Medusa for some reason, which is like a different creature, different era altogether. Yes. But it's like, well, she's here too. but I think it helps that he, as games went on. I mean, I guess the initial games he doesn't really do anything other than just he's there and you fight him and that's it. But as the series goes on, I think it helped that he is, as monsters go, he is an intriguing character.
Mm-hmm.
He talks, he's got a personality. In most cases, you can tell he's got a life or an unlife or an afterlife, outside of just fighting this guy who comes into his castle every 100 years. And it's like, I don't know how many monsters give you that, like Frankenstein's monster is not famously talkative.
No.
The Mummy, nope. Wolfman, I mean, as a human, maybe, but not as the wolf. So I think it helps that Dracula has a lot of personality by default. And, obviously you can write him as much, in whichever way you want. I mean, I can tell you, I recently watched the 2004 film Van Helsing
Yes.
on Netflix here in Japan. And I was just really surprised by how big and loud, but yet like boring it was.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was like, how come this movie is doing so much all the time, and yet I'm also just kind of like, what are we doing? What's going on here?
It's
and in particular, I think of the guy who played Dracula in that movie, who I believe his name is Richard Roxburgh, and it's just it's a really weird take on Dracula. Again, I really hesitate to call acting bad, but it's definitely was just like kind of like, this is your Dracula? This is what you went with? I don't know if I'm into this. Rick,
he wanted to ham it up, and that's what he did. He made some choices. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad to me that that's the closest thing we'll probably get to a Castlevania movie. But yeah, I guess what are you gonna do? Well, here we go. Sorry.
I know I've been playing Fortnite a lot lately.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, which is a big surprise to me as anyone else. And for this Halloween weekend, they actually had like a little film festival going on where you like go on and watch movies. But at one point, they were just showing the movies over the game. Like I'm literally playing the game, and in the small corner, they started showing like a movie. And I'm like, well, this is distracting. And eventually I learned how to turn it off. But one of the things they showed me was they had some kind of like CGI Van Helsing animation with all like the monsters there, and they all like had been redesigned. And obviously, they did this because they're selling these characters as skins now, so it's like you can buy the special character. But
right.
As distractions go, I was like, oh, they're trying a new animation for Van Helsing. Okay, I mean, I'm not.
That is not at
angry.
all what I would expect to come out of that.
Yeah.
Not even close. Huh. Well.
But yeah,
Fortnite is like the great melting pot of culture now, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised at any of these things.
I mean, now that I'm on board, I look forward to seeing where is it going to take me next. I'm very curious what's going to happen next. I bought my Resident Evil set. I got my Chris and Jill costumes.
Mm-hmm.
I got my typewriter backpack. I got my herb backpack. And I'm very do they do Thanksgiving? Do they go straight to Christmas? I'm not a Christmas person, but I'm very curious to see what they're going to go with next. I'd love it if a couple months from now they get SNK on the phone and they do something for King of Fighters. That would be beautiful for me, because I don't know if it's even out outside of Japan, but in Japan, there is a very popular mobile battle royale game called Knives Out. And it predates that movie, by the way.
Okay.
And I know SNK did a collaboration with Knives Out with King of Fighters characters. So if you had the money at the right time, you could play this battle royale game with, Iori and Kyo and all these people, and and have guns and cars and all this stuff, and just like, I saw videos of it online. I just made me laugh, because I thought at the time, oh, these battle royale games, who knows what they'll do next? And here I am, maybe a year or two later, it's like, oh, these games are actually really fun.
Well, SNK.
if someone let me buy Iori Fortnite skin, I would absolutely buy it.
I'm pretty sure
No
SNK is
hesitation.
down to do stuff like that. They seem pretty open to collaborate, especially now that they're putting out their own mobile games now too. So I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happens, or at least a conversation is broached by them.
I mean, King of Fighters. The whole point of King of Fighters is here's a bunch of heroes from all our games together. So I do love anything that gets more people, and like when Metal Slug 6, I think, added Ralph and Clark, I was ecstatic. Like, oh, this is perfect. And they even had unique moves. Like it was. I don't love that game, but I loved that concept.
You're not a Metal Slug guy. That's you kind of
No, I'm
strike me as
saying
a Metal
6.
Slug person.
Metal Slug 6. I'm
Oh, Metal
saying.
Slug 6. Oh, okay, sorry. I knew that you had to qualify that. I'm sorry.
Um, I really like X. X is my jam.
Okay.
3 is very good and very showy, but it's also extremely long. Like when you play that game, assuming you're playing it today where you have infinite credits, but you're still gonna you're me in that game for a long time. Like that last level just keeps going.
I don't think I've finished one since the first one.
SNK versus Fortnite. Yes, that's
SNK versus
in the chat.
Fortnite. All right.
Bloodborne. I keep hearing up. I know Blood. I'm definitely. I know you're a Souls person. This also is the year I finally played a Souls game like with intent, and I didn't get very far, but I did enjoy it a lot.
Good.
So I know Bloodborne. Everyone says Bloodborne is the one that I want to try next, and maybe I'll wait for Elden Ring. I don't know, but I've heard a lot of people compare Bloodborne to Castlevania and other sort of action horror games.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued.
Bloodborne is probably the most overtly horror of them. Even though I kind of contend that those games are all sort of horror games in their own way. But Bloodborne is a deceptively short game. It's just so challenging that people tend to take a ton of time with it. So, which is perfectly understandable. But yeah, if you can sort of force your way through one Souls game, they're not all the same, but like you're at that point wired enough to put up with whatever you would see in the other games. So yeah, I hope at some point you do at least play some of Bloodborne, because it has a really great aesthetic. If anything, it looks very interesting. And I mean, I'm not really spoiling too much by telling you that it goes from sort of standard horror to I think I missed. Yep, wrong way.
Romance
to a more Cthulhu.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard the L word.
Yes. So yeah, it's an interesting game. It's got some cool stuff going on. It is not. In some ways, it's not as forgiving because you don't get to use shields in Bloodborne. I'm sure you've probably heard that at this point too. It's a more arcadey game in that way. In that the action is just sort of in your face at all times. But yeah, I'm glad that you have finally broken free, dug deep, and found your way to love a Souls game for once. If only Jeremy Parrish would do the same thing, because I really think that would be like his favorite thing ever if he finally just sat down and did it. Which one did you play? The first Dark Souls?
Well, I can tell you the path I took.
Okay.
I saw a friend here in Japan play Demon Souls.
Okay.
And I was like, this isn't going to work for me. This is way too hard. I can't. I watched him struggle with it. I could tell he loved it, but I was like, no, I can't. And then I remember seeing Dark Souls at TGS, and I'm like, oh, it's more of that. I'm done doing that. But then, of course, it became a big hit.
Mm-hmm.
So I was in part of the press for Dark Souls 2, and everyone's like, oh, you got. So I remember going to Bandai Namco's now lost headquarters in Shinagawa, and like, okay, everyone, you get to play Dark Souls 2 for this much time, and I'm like, okay, So first, I didn't play the first one. So some tips, please. So like, oh well, try this character, and you know, it's all about experimentation. Like, okay. And I remember I spent like a half hour, and like, I did not get far in a half an hour playing that game, obviously. But I could see it. I was like, okay, in this half hour, I slowly got from this point to that point, and eventually I could get all the way to the end of this forest or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting, but it's still very hard. I do not have time for this, and so I just like, it's not for me. It's not for me. But I didn't hate it. You know, some games like, this is not for me, and I'm outraged. This was kind of like, this is just not, I don't have time for this. I can't do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think, whether it was, I don't know if it was the aesthetic or just it was on sale, or enough people said, oh no, you really should try this game. But a couple of years ago, I picked up Code Vein.
Yeah.
PS4.
Okay.
And that was a case of like, oh, this is hard, but it's also really fun to sort of take my time with it. And, you know, in particular, that game lets you, like, you can basically swap your character type almost at any time. So you can play it however you want to play it, whenever you want to play it. And it also turned out to be very, very hard. And eventually, like, I can't keep up with this anymore. Like, this boss kills me in 3 hits. I can't do it. So I never finished Code Vein, but it was a sign to me. It's like, okay, you need to go and try it. You need to try this thing again. And at the time, you know, this couple years ago, at the time there was no Demon Souls was lost, so the servers were dead.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, well, it's not gonna be that one, but Dark Souls is on everything. So on a trip 2 years ago to Pink Gorilla Games in Seattle, I bought a hard copy of Dark Souls from a Switch. Here's a Switch. It's inside my Switch. And, you know, as is the norm for me, I picked it up and played it like a few months ago. And yeah, did not finish it, did not get very far, but, you know, did not hate it. Very much intrigued by it. I do want to play more of it, but it's also like, you know, Metroid Dread is also in the Switch, and, you know, a lot of other games are in the Switch. So
yep, I know exactly how that goes.
I've got to pick and choose, but I think we can all agree that if Konami pushes the right button and releases Symphony of the Night for the Switch, I'll buy it again.
Yeah, same. I'm really kind of surprised that they haven't. Konami seems to be sort of on a tangent lately of re-releasing stuff. So I really thought by now we would see it, but well,
they're coming so close. You know, we've got the Anniversary Collection, which has had a lot of games in it.
Mm-hmm.
We now have this Advanced Collection, which had a bunch of games I never thought would get ported to anything else. Really, you know, it's this, and it's the DS games that are sort of the hanging, the missing,
right? The missing pieces. To your point, I in no way thought that they were ever going to re-release the SNES Dracula X game. I thought that was just going to be lost to time.
That's the weirdest one of all, especially because of where it's paired with, you know?
Yeah, right. I think
here are three mobile games. Here are 3 mobile games and a sort of reworked port of a game that we never released outside Japan.
I don't understand it myself. I like that they did that. I like that it exists, but I'm sure they probably just like looked at their collection of not properties, but you know, they looked at all the Castlevania stuff and they're like, all right, we've got this thing, we may as well use it. Something like, just we're already re-releasing something else, just put it on there. Who cares? Yeah, very odd.
Yes. Konami very much has who cares energy. But still, I mean, this is what they're doing now. At least it's better than nothing. You know,
right.
I hesitate to use that. I don't want to use those words carelessly, because they in the wrong context they can be infuriating. But it's like, are they porting these games? Are they making them available to people? Yes. So that is much better than nothing.
Right.
I want them to make more. I want them to, you know. I'm very wary. I don't know if you saw the news out of TGS. They made a whole list, a huge list of their back catalog, and said, "Hey, do any indie developers want to work with these games? You can enter a contest and make games from our old back catalog. And to me, I'm kind of like, what do you mean contest? Like, just pay someone, someone to make a game,
right?
So I don't like the contest aspect, but at least to me that seems like a weird, ugly step towards something good, because they've got so many franchises that they own the rights to, that they either do pachinko or they do nothing with them.
Mm-hmm.
And pachinko is almost worse than nothing for me. But
yeah, is it the kind of contest where it's like, hey, why don't you just go ahead and make something, and then if we like it, we'll buy it from you, kind of deal?
Right. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Like if you make something and you win the contest, we will give you, this much budget in exchange for, the global rights to what you made.
Oh my God. That is the most Konami thing I've heard all day.
Yeah. So that's not better than nothing, but it is.
No, you're right. I agree. They don't. What's that? They're reviving some very old franchise for Switch, right? I can't remember what it's called, but like medieval Japan something. I don't know what it's called, and I want to say it was on a like a Nintendo Direct, and everyone was like, "What the hell is this thing?" So I think maybe they're doing something with some of those old franchises, but
they had Getsu Fumiden came back.
Yeah, right. That's what it is.
Getsu Fumiden got a sequel or remake, or I forget what the extent of it was, and I was kind of like, Getsu Fumiden. I mean, that's the second time Getsu Fumiden has shocked the hell out of me. The first time being when Getsu Fumiden appeared in Castlevania Harmony of Despair. As part of the DLC, it's like, here is a entire Getsu Fumiden level, and here's a character type, and here's a music track, and for everyone who doesn't live in Japan, you can go online and find out what Getsu Fumiden is. And then about 10 years later, like, oh, you know what? We made more Getsu Fumiden. I was like, oh, yeah, okay,
sure. So somebody must love it somewhere. I seem to remember Square a couple years ago kind of trying to pull that same kind of move too, when they were like, hey, we've got all these untranslated, Super Famicom games, we've got all these old franchises and stuff that, if you want, we can do Kickstarters if people really want to see these games come back. And then nothing ever happened. I don't think they even tried it once. So I guess it's maybe better that they would let people vote with their wallets if they like the idea of these things coming back, as opposed to like, all right, let's con some young developers into making games for us and then just paying them after the fact. But
I'm kind of frightened because if you living in Japan as I have for a long time, I've seen trends come and go, and I've seen what will happen when things sort of become popular somewhere, and then there's a lull, and then they become popular here. And some of it's good, like the fact that everything is coming to Steam now and PC games, like, that's great. More games for more people is excellent. And it took a while for crowdfunding to get popping. Now crowdfunding is a thing here. It's still kind of niche, but it's like it's out there. People know about it. And I'm just real worried that eventually someone is going to convince, a big publisher like Konami or Capcom or something. It's like, have you heard about NFTs? And
right. Oh yeah. That is only a matter. That's a terrible matter of time.
I fear it's coming, and I fear like who's going to be first. Who's going to get it done? Who's going to invest in this thing, or cryptocurrency or whatever? And like, it's just because I can see, if you watch Japanese television, which if you do, I'm sorry. There are already lots of advertisements for crypto like apps and things. Usually the term in Japanese is coin check. It's always coin check. And the commercials are always the same. They have a celebrity doing something stupid, and they say coin check a bunch of times, and then there's a full page disclaimer which is on the screen for like 5 seconds that you cannot possibly read. And I just see it every time. I'm like, someone is making money on this.
Yep.
And I just worry. I worry when will the NFT hat come to rest on Japanese developers' shoulders?
Well, if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be Konami. I really think.
Maybe. I mean, honestly, they seem to try everything else. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
they've got sports clubs, they've got their pachinkos, they've got. But then again, you know, we also got a PC Engine Mini. Like that's kind of amazing, isn't
That's
it?
so weird. I mean, I'm thankful that it exists. But I
Yeah.
in no way thought that was going to be. Well, then again, like, you know, that's just aping Nintendo. They saw success someplace else with the NES Mini and the Super Famicom Minis and stuff like that. And I'm sure that they were just looking at dollar signs, not like, hey, we've got all this awesome old stuff, let's re-release it. But maybe that's just me being cynical.
I mean, that's definitely how I think that's what PlayStation did.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
The PlayStation Mini was I think I take no pleasure in this, but that was when I looked at it up front. I'm like, this seems entirely poorly thought.
Mm-hmm.
And then once people played it, like, yeah, this sucks. Like, and then people played it. Oh wait, no, but it's actually a really good emulator. So just buy it and pirate it. Or buy it and hack it.
Buy it and hack the hell out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I almost wish I'd done that, but.
Well, I'm sure you can still probably find one for like a wink and a smile. I think they sell pretty cheaply.
It's fine. I have enough plastic things around here.
Yeah,
that I can play on PlayStation. But yeah. So at least the PC Engine one, it seemed to have a lot more going for it than that. You know, like it had a good, decent selection of things. There were some things that had never been translated before.
I do, you know, and I'm sure I can hack the thing myself if I really wanted to do this, but I do kind of wish that Snatcher was in English, but because I've actually never played it. And,
yeah, me neither.
And I'd like to give it a shot at some point, and my Japanese, as you know, is very not good. So, yeah, that's kind of, I guess, the one regret. I wish that they would have done something else with it, but all the same, like, yeah, I agree. That PC Engine Mini is a phenomenal piece of machinery. It's got so much cool stuff on it. A lot of really good shooters. You know, the PC Engine always kind of had a rep for being a good shmup machine, and I had never, you know, I hadn't played any of those games, so that was a nice surprise for me.
Oh, yeah, the flea riders.
Yeah, these things are the worst. Oh, come on.
They don't go away, right? They just keep spawning.
They just keep spawning. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is like one of two or three enemies in the game that just continue to respawn. Like, you can hang on a second. Like with the bat familiar, you can auto level yourself very slowly by standing in the entrance, like on a one of the ladders or something, and then the bat will just basically kill all the zombies for you. When I was in college, I used to leave this game on in my dorm as I'd go to class and just let the bat auto level for me. It's 100% not worth it, but I'm a sucker for those kinds of things in video games. Like if the machine can do something for me, if I set it up correctly, I'm gonna give it a shot. So
that reminds me of, I believe, Portrait of Ruin. If Jonathan, all his weapons level up through use.
Oh,
and
okay.
The wrecking ball is one that once you start it, it keeps going until it stops or until you get hit.
Okay.
So if you use the wrecking ball in the right place, near like zombies or whatever, you can spin it once, pay the heart once, spin it once, and level up like 8 times because it'll just keep going. It'll keep going, and you don't have to move. You have to do anything, and the zombie it'll come close enough, and it'll get hit by the wrecking ball, and that'll count. And the other one of those I can think of, just because it's funny to me, is Saints Row 4. It's not a leveling thing, but there's a trophy for like flying a certain amount or being in the air for a certain amount. And I remember I set up my PlayStation 3 and I put some kind of weight on my controller. And I was like, okay, just fly around this building for a good, 30, 40 minutes. And I went and had lunch and came back and I got the trophy. And I was like, okay, it was worth it.
It was worth it. When I played, I used to do that a lot too. When I played Final Fantasy X-2, there was an auto leveling trick that was at least at the time, it seemed like absolutely necessary to get 100% completion in the game. And it involved me taking a rubber band around my controller and like taping a quarter down onto the X button just so like Yuna would run straight and continue to kill things. So yeah, I do that. I do those things all the time. I'm really bad about that. But if the game lets you do it, you can do it. Everything's fair game. All right, so there's a couple of things that I've skipped here because I need this. I need the sound on to hear the gears turning in the clock tower.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'll circle back to that in a little bit, but we made a pretty good chunk of the way through the castle here. So we, all right, what are we missing? We got to go.
You got to go all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, we got to go all the way down. So we got to go into the.
I'd point at the screen, but you can't see it.
See,
you got to go. I mean, you've got all your flight abilities. So all you got to do is, you got to. We talked about it enough. You got to go to the nightmare and fight the succubus.
Yep.
And you got to go all the way down to the bottom. You got to get your spike armor, and you've got to go. Then you've got to meet Maria and get those goggles, or get this ring and then get the goggles.
Yep.
It's weird that Maria's in both those places. Like, I always wondered how she supposedly gets to the room that's just filled with spikes. Like, it takes you like multiple magic abilities to get in that room, and she's just there.
She just kind of appears
Yeah.
there. Yes. Maria is a very odd character in that, like, she seems more powerful than Alucard because she can traverse basically this everything in the castle without really much of an issue. All right, we're gonna do this through the outer wall and then go down into the waterway. So when I made those Annotated Symphony of the Night videos, I went through this game like 6 or 8 times to get everything.
Yes.
And I haven't touched it since. And so I think some of that stuff like has already drifted out of my memory, even though I've probably gone through this game 20 or 30 times in total. But yes, there will be some a lot of wandering around aimlessly, everybody, so buckle up.
I mean, this, it's a game that still, it always, part of the magic is, I don't think it's possible to see everything. I don't know if you can do it. We've both played it multiple times ourselves, and I think, I can't speak for you, but I know I keep finding things in it that I never saw before. It just, that was little things.
That was my favorite part about this game, and that's probably my favorite part about video games in general, is that, like, there are some games out there that every time I play them, it just feels like I'm still scratching the surface. Like, there's so much more to this that I'm not going to see. And when I was younger, being on the internet was still a relatively new thing when this came out. And that's when the Castlevania dungeon was kind of still going strong, and Kirk Halata put up the cut dialogue between Maria and Alucard when Maria supposedly turns into a monster for a cut boss fight or something like that, and those
You're
things
supposed to
were
fight her to get the
sur-
goggles.
Yeah, those things were starting to surface onto the internet, and it just fueled my interest in, like, there's more to these games. There's more to this one specifically that we're not going to see, and that's why I keep coming back to it. Like, there are still mysteries here. So I think technically you could do everything in one run of this if you wanted to. You would hate it, but I think that it's possible. But it's just not worth it, because at this point, we all know how easy it is to basically destroy this game, and all the other, I guess, more hidden stuff. Like leveling up like the Masamune and things like that. It takes so much unnecessary time that I don't think anybody would be interested in doing any of it. Unless you're one of the crazies. But God bless those people. But even when I was making those videos, like there was a line. Like, I'm gonna do as much as I can, but I'm not gonna level up the Masamune. I'm not gonna like waste dozens of hours killing mermen at the beginning of the game. That's I just looked up another video and credited the video creator. But yeah, it's I like game, and Dark Souls is like this too, I suppose. It like, you know, we without, you know, paying somebody to basically data mine the game, we don't know everything yet. There are still things that people are still finding, and I think that's great. I love that people are still interested enough in these things to keep doing that. Yeah, well, I keep going back to like me being in college. I don't know why these stories keep coming up, but when you're young, when you're 18 and you move into a dorm for the first time and you're homesick, it was very strange to me that like almost every guy on my floor was really into this game too. And so we would all basically just like run to the internet and say, hey, some guy figured out this other thing about the game, let's test it out. And so like doing it like item duplication and just little things like that. And so it was cool for me to sort of bond with people over this game at a time where like it's very easy to be homesick, and like, you know, is college even going to be my thing or something? Yeah, this game kind of was out and was such a thing in my dorm at the time that it kind of brought people together. And so that's a cool memory I have with this. But like getting back to the you know, the feeling that there's always just something more under the surface, like it felt like treasure hunting with a bunch of these other people. Like everyone was like trying to figure out if there's more stuff uncovered that we haven't done yet. Getting outside of the castle, the Maria dialogues, all of that stuff. I think in all the times that I've played this, I have not once seriously given any time to two-handed weapons.
I don't think I've ever used a meal ticket either.
No. It's one of those things that I get just because it's there, but it's like whipping all the candles, right?
Hmm.
All right, excuse me. We're going to turn on the dialogue for this because we can't not listen to it.
Mother!
That voice! Alucard, it's you!
I'm coming, Mother! I'll save you!
No, Alucard! Don't come here!
But, Mother!
It's all right. If my death can save others, I gladly surrender my life.
Mother, no! Please, no!
Yes, Alucard. Watch me die, and remember always my last words to you.
Yes, Mother.
You must despise humans. They are to be your prey.
What?
Better for them to die than to let them compound their sins. Begin by slaying that one over there.
No, it wasn't like this.
What's wrong? Alucard.
My mother never said such a thing.
What do you mean? Kill them and bring them happiness.
No, you're not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
He figured it out.
You broke free of my spell. I like that.
Demon, death is too good for you.
Come here, little boy, and show me what you've got.
We'll turn it back on in a minute. I don't think he's that bad. I think he's probably fine. But am I on magic here? There we go. But yeah, woof.
There it is.
Darkling, I smell your blood.
Oh my god.
You're a vampire? Could it be... that strength, that beauty? You're the son of Lord Dracula.
Death in the dream world will set your soul wandering for eternity, demon.
Wait, I beg of you.
I don't even think English is her first language.
I don't know. It's. But fun. I don't know. I don't know if you mentioned this. You probably know this, but maybe someone doesn't know this. I know. I certainly picked it out this time. It's clear as day. That line when he says the what, that's the one that's reused at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
When death takes all your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a line that I also, again, much like we talked about localization, like that reading, that line reading always took that what, like it was always a shocker. And like I remember in the redone version, it's just kind of like a what, like it has no power.
Yeah, he really kind of digs deep. It's guttural, I guess, I suppose. What? Yeah, you're right. I don't really like the new voice acting much at all, but it's just a preference thing. Whoop, I need to think first.
Oh, she dropped the...
Yeah, I got some ice mail out of that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice drop there.
I believe they also dropped ice cream, which is cute.
Yep. That was one of my favorite farming spots when I first played this game. I would kill those things because I would always come down here much earlier than I probably needed to. So getting the ice mail was always just a happy byproduct of all the grinding I would do.
I love how that room is set up where you at this point you should know that water is bad for you.
It's bad for you, yeah.
Yeah. The fact that you enter the room and it immediately starts rising and you can't go back. You're like, you have to go forward. And I think most players, it's pretty easy to just get ahead of the water, but still, it's still like, oh no, I have to get out of here. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, the game doesn't really have a lot of traps in that way. I think that's... I don't know if it's singular, but it's a neat touch. Not like... I mean, the clock tower has some more trappy stuff, especially the inverted clock tower with the spikes, but... yeah, but not like an older Castlevania game that's basically chock full of traps.
I know the route, the room where you have to go through the spikes to get the spike armor. Like if you make a mistake in that room, you are almost certainly died.
Yeah.
You just get juggled forever.
You ever mess around with the nunchucks in this game? Totally worthless.
I'm sure I tried, but I don't think I ever hit anything with them.
It's neat that they're there, and I like that they sort of make use out of his, like the possibility of dual wielding, but it's just one of those things that you get so late after finding so much more powerful stuff that it's just more of a, it's a neat curio compared to like actual use.
It's like the peanut thing,
Yeah.
I'm so glad that's a trophy. Like it forced. Yeah, like, no, really, you
want
to eat the peanut. Yeah,
I forgot.
The Requiem. It's a. It's a recommended strategy. Go ahead, eat the peanut.
Eat a peanut. Yeah, thought I could make it. That is one of those things, like the gorilla skeleton throwing the barrel. That is one of those things in this game that's not very well telegraphed.
It's really strange, considering how much this game is so smooth.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like the one where it's like, hey, look at this thing. Hey, remember you saw one of these before? We're just going to put a big thing on screen in case you forgot.
Yeah, that always just seemed very out of place to me.
I guess the good news is that I'm pretty sure once you get to this point, you kind of have to go back.
Yeah, there's
which
no
means
choice.
You'll probably see the skeleton again, and hopefully you'll put the math together. But it's a lot less elegant than other things in this game.
I'll come back with the boots to do that one. Yeah, it's I find that there's a few places in the game that are subtle about telling you what to do next, and I really kind of appreciate that, but not everything, I suppose. Oh, can we get the dialogue on for this guy?
Interesting for you.
Yeah, we tried.
Well, if you don't mind, it is almost midnight here in Japan, so I think I should probably check out.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're probably pretty sleepy, so... hey, thank you very, very much for dropping in and hanging out with me.
I'm happy to come in. I'm really like this game, and I enjoy people who enjoy it as well.
So the right attitude. So everybody, this is Diamond. Diamond, anything you want to plug before you take off?
You can find me on most services as Fight Club, FEIT, like my last name, CLUB, like the noun or verb. And I do a lot of work for Retronauts. I use Twitter. I use Twitch sometimes. Lately, I've been playing Fortnite, if you're into that. But we'll see. I've got a lot of things coming up soon, and I've actually been hosting my own Retronauts soon. So hopefully you'll hear me more on the podcast in the near future.
Awesome. Well, it's great to see you. Thanks. Thanks for all the help that you've given me on some of the video projects lately too. I don't think I've mentioned this yet. It was going to be in the last episode, but Diamond does a lot of my translation help, which I need a lot of. So I'm very much appreciative of that. But thanks again, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye. All right, so off we go. Retronauts' own Diamond Fight. Cool guy, knows the game very well. Something I appreciate. So we skipped some stuff because we were having a conversation about it. Some of it we're going to take care of now. But first, the most hidden of hidden rooms in the game. The game is loud now, yeah. This should be better, right? Alright, so it's muted? Hang on. It's just quiet? Okay. How's that? Here you go. Give it a little bit more. Alrighty, so even though I've kind of forgotten a few steps, we're moving along pretty quickly. So we're gonna take this time to run back through some areas to collect some stuff that I skipped, especially now that we've got the our traversal problems have been solved. So off we go. We're gonna go up to the I don't think I can kill these guys, can I? Nope. No. Alright, so up to the roof. Well, for the Third Strike fans among us, which should be every one of you, because Third Strike is the only video game that matters. I know Diamond is planning on a Street Fighter 3 Retronauts episode at some point, and has asked me to be on it, so sorry to spoil things for you, but hopefully that should happen soon. A lot like how I should be finishing the Annotated Symphony, or the Annotated Third Strike videos, which should also be happening soon. Alright, here we go. Alright, quick inventory where we're at. Oh, we skipped the spot. That's okay. Alright. Onward and upward. I think you can make this jump early in the game. Basically, like, fall onto that platform and then make the leap to the other side. I think we probably could have done that much earlier in the game. But it's one of those things that I never remember to do until way later, when I'm just kind of running around the map, figuring out other problems, but you all don't seem to mind, so I won't. Whoop. Oh, come on. Thing with the shield rod, everybody, it is a slow, slow weapon. So a little bit earlier, we found the Jewel Sword. And the Jewel Sword is one of those things that was fixed in the Saturn version, in that you can equip jewels in your accessory slots, like zircons and aquamarines and whatever, and it strengthens the Jewel Sword. That doesn't happen in this version of the game. Which is too bad, because, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, I suppose. Because really what's the point of equipping those things at all in this game? When they're just essentially made to be sold. But, you know, if you've got a Jewel Sword, it would make sense. All right, the bat. I think the bat is probably my favorite of them, other than the sword. I mean, there's no reason not to use anything but the sword, but. There, where are we at? Alright, we'll circle back around to the stuff at the left end of the map and remap those soon. No, there's no reason whatsoever to use the ghost. I've played this a few times where I've used the ghost specifically to kill the succubus, which is a very long fight. Don't do that. That's what I used to do with the ghost. That was my thing with the ghost. Alright, so we gotta get back into the waterway. We'll go down. Go this way to do it. When I was younger and I had much more time on my hands, I leveled up all of the familiars to max level just to see what they would do, because their attacks change as time goes on. And at crazy high level, the ghost and the demon and the imp are both very strong. They can do a lot of things for you. But again, we're talking about a situation where, like, you know, you're forcing yourself to get stronger just for essentially no reason. Wait a minute. Oh well. Kind of like how the sword familiar turns into a sword, but at that point that you've leveled them up enough that it's not that great of a sword anyway. Alright, so where are we at? Alright, back into the waterway. Yeah. We're not too bad about mapping at this point. So I'm using a PS5 controller to play this, which, whoops, I'm going to say is not the optimal choice. When I did my review of Demon Souls for US Gamer, I was absolutely in love with this controller. I thought it worked great, and I was just totally transfixed on it. And then the more I got used to using it, the haptic feedback, the more I couldn't stand it. So, but here we are. We've got our second guest. They're coming in now, which means we gotta cut the audio and say hi to Matt Bradford, everybody. Hello, Matt Bradford.
Jason Stratham, this is such a moment. I've been waiting to meet you so long.
Well, the signed glossy 8x10s will be in the mail for you.
Oh my gosh, I've got so many movies. Hobbs and Peel, what was it called?
Hobbs and Shaw.
Hobbs and Shaw, that was one of my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
It sounds like it's one of your favorites.
Yeah. How's it going, buddy?
It's going pretty well.
Yeah.
We're a little bit more than halfway through the first castle. We've been moving pretty quickly, so we've been at this for about 2 hours at this point.
Yeah.
And we're we're just kind of chugging right along here. So,
give me a link because I've been having difficulty finding your feed.
okay.
How do I find you?
I'm gonna send you a Twitter DM right now.
Twitter's not working. That's why I was.
Okay.
Like you're not coming up with my Twitter stuff for some reason.
Okay, then I'll put it in the Zoom chat really quick.
Cool.
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, sorry guys. I brought it to a grinding halt.
There you go.
There we go. Twitch chatty pants. How's the run been going so far?
So far, so good. We've got a cool crowd. We've got... I'm not as lost as I thought I would be. There's some stuff that's kind of flowing back to me now. We have to cut the audio for this whenever I have a guest on because Zoom and RetroArch don't play nicely with each other as far as like audio is concerned, but that's hasn't been a big deal so far. But for those that don't know Matt Bradford, Matt he's a voice actor. He's a podcast host. He's on the Video Game Outsiders podcast, on many, many, many horror podcasts. I try to keep track, Matt, but I can't anymore. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's been a bunch.
But Matt, Go ahead. Sorry.
No, whatever someone asks me to read, I just read. So I'm out there a bunch.
Matt is also one of our friends from up north. He's a Canadian. And even though we live like 2 hours away, we almost never see each other. But Matt and I are old friends from Twin Galaxies. We met each other writing for twingalaxies.com these 10-ish years ago or something.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And when's the last time we met at the Twin Galaxies Iowa Video Game Hall of Fame
thing? Yeah. That's when we had met in person for the first time, and that was quite an experience.
That was a good time. Yeah, that was a great time. We've only met once, or I thought we met twice because we also was it only once. This was before you had kids and everything, too.
Yeah, this is a long time ago now. This was... Matt, that must have been like 7 or 8 years ago at this point.
Still a gleam in your eye.
Mm-hmm.
Energy, well-rested.
I think I had hair.
You had hair? Yeah, you had a little bit of hair left for sure. Yeah.
I think I was still conning myself into thinking that, like, it still looks all right up here. It's not that bad.
It's all good. You embrace the look. I like it. So, how many times have you beat this game before this stream?
Oh my god! So, I got this brand new when I was 17, right?
Yeah.
I still have my copy of it, and I would play it occasionally. So I had probably beaten this game like 9 or 10 times before making the Annotated Symphony of the Night videos, which was I had to force myself to go through it like 4 or 5 more times because of like the mapping and collecting and stuff. So it's probably been like 20-ish times through it. It's been a lot.
So is this mostly memory then, what you're doing right now?
You know, it's funny. I haven't played it since making those videos, and so some stuff is coming back pretty well. Other things like, you know, I'm sitting here staring at the map for like a good 3 or 4 minutes in silence, like, what am I going to do now? But it's coming back to me. What's your experience with this game?
I've never played it. Never played Symphony of the Night. Are you in shock? What's going on?
Are you for real right now?
I'm for real right now. It's one of the and I've been playing games for like 35 years. It's just one of the games I just never got around to playing. And I know you've talked it up so much, and I know all about it. I just never actually played it.
Matt, I asked you to be on this podcast because I thought you had played this before.
Oh no, I've got
No, this is good.
I thought you asked because we're friends and we're going to do some video game talk.
Mm-hmm. That's maybe how it started.
Well, look, I think the value that I bring right now is fresh eyes. Who else in the world has fresh eyes to this game?
You're absolutely right. You are 100% right. I don't think I know anybody that likes video games that has not played this, and
it's a travesty.
I'm a little taken aback here that you've honestly. I'm in envy of you because you can at one point play this game and enjoy it for the first time. That's something I will never do.
Well, I was alive when it was released. I was alive when everyone was raving about it. I think there just might have been another series, and then by the time I got around to maybe I should play this, it was just everyone had talked about it so much. I maybe felt it was a little overhyped. I knew you loved it. And so it was always there in the back of my mind. There was always another game to play, and it just fell behind.
Huh.
So, yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Metroidvania games. I love all the other ones, but yeah, this one is. J.R. Banks is saying, "Poor Matt."
Aw, come on, J.R. Banks.
It is.
Be cool.
It's true. No, it's true. It's true.
I
missed out.
I think now is a great time to finally see the light and come to this game. I'm seriously shocked right now. So Matt and I were talking on Twitter a couple of days ago, and I'm like, "Hey, are you into this game?" And he's like, "Yeah, I dig Symphony. I dig Castlevania. I'm into this." I'm like, "Great."
Technically true. True.
Be on my stream. Let's talk about it. I'm fantastic.
Well, like I said, it's you got the only person in the world who hasn't played this, so this is your opportunity to take me through maybe what you're doing. Pretend you're talking to your child.
Okay, well, first,
so who's
eat all of your dinner.
Hair? That's the fairy from Legend of Zelda, right?
Oh, this is a Zelda game. Haven't you heard? It's the best of the Zelda games.
Yeah, Link. So Link's got wings. That's kind of cool.
Floating along.
And you obviously open up one of the jars to get a fairy, so that's awesome as well.
I broke into a townsperson's home.
Yeah, smash some barrels.
They loved it.
I mean, I'm playing Guardians of the Galaxy right now on PS5.
How is it?
It's phenomenal.
Is it good?
Yeah. It's really good. Now, do you play modern games still, or are you still trapped in the retro?
When I can, yeah. I just don't really have. We're adults here. We don't really have the time that we used to. I bought the new Metroid. I still haven't played it. I'm interested in this Guardians of the Galaxy game now because, like, I saw the trailers and I'm like, that looks okay, but I didn't really think much of it. But the reviews have been very good.
Yeah, no, it's and I won't take too long talking about it on your Castlevania stream, but so it's Eidos Montreal, Eidos, and they've done the Tomb Raider games, which I thought were fantastic, like cinema quality Tomb Raider games.
I like those a lot. Yeah,
so they've applied that same quality Guardians of the Galaxy. I feel like I'm playing through 3 new Guardians of the Galaxy movies. I mean, the characters aren't modeled off the movie people, which I thought would be a drawback. But I'm actually in love with these characters more than the movie characters. Like I think they're more comic accurate. The writing, the characterization, the stories that we're going through. Like, this is an emotional, funny, hard-hitting story. It's really good.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And the gameplay is great. It's a little bit of Mass Effect-y combat where you're kind of controlling your squad. Huge worlds to explore. Very linear. It's not open world hubs or anything. Like, you're playing a guided experience. But yeah, definitely check it out if you have a chance.
Is it? Do you play as Star-Lord the whole time, or can you swap between the characters?
Unfortunately, not. Yeah, you're Star-Lord the entire time, but you do feel like you are playing as an entire team. Like, you've got everyone kind of hot button to a certain action, so you can get Groot to tie people up. You can get Rocket to explode them. And you can get Drax to kind of stun them, and they're always shouting at you. They're always quipping. They're always like very contextual dialogue too. So if you go off the path, like they'll rib you for it. They're like, "Where the hell is he going? Like, doesn't he know we have to save a galaxy? Like, what? He's collecting stuff now. This is stupid." It's just such a fun game. I'm having fun with it, which is great.
All right, I think you sold me on it.
Yeah, it's really good. You and I have the same taste in games, I think. So why are you running backwards right now? What's going on? Why are you
All right,
doing that?
so even though Alucard here has a very majestic walk, the speedrunning community has figured out that like the shield animation will cancel the backdash animation, so you can basically slide backwards faster than walking. So we're trying to keep a pace here, so we don't wind up doing this for like 6 or 9 hours.
Yeah. Is that on your end? Does that take a little bit more? Is that more annoying for you?
Yes.
Just walking.
Okay. There's a cadence to doing it with kind of rolling your thumbs across the two buttons that you get used to, but my hand will be nice and cramped up by the time this is all over.
Okay.
But there are faster ways to get around through the castle, but like that's some game breaking stuff that I don't have the time or the patience to really mess with right now.
That's fair enough. And I assume you're beneath the castle though right now.
Well, I think technically we're still in it. So
okay.
As the dialogue has shown us, Matt, the castle is a creature of chaos.
All right.
Yeah, so early PS1 game came out in 97. These rooms right here, I'm going to explain this whole game to you as if I was talking to a small child. So
yeah, please.
The the PlayStation 1, famous for not being very well equipped to play 2D games like this. One of their workarounds for the slow loading of these sprites was to make rooms to basically load the next area of the castle. So that's what we're walking through right here. Lots of references to the earlier games in the series. This is a save room. Lots of references to the earlier games in the series, which some of them are very obvious, some of them a little less so.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one up here, the mouth of this giant dog basically is kind of like the end of the first NES game. There was a doorway that led into like the final level that looked like this, kind of like subtle things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty easy game, all things considered. There were
Really?
lots of ways to just absolutely demolish it, which we'll get to a little bit later. But it's one of those games that a lot of people think is kind of hard early on, and then by the time they get most of the way through it, it's really not much of anything. But
Right.
the big twist is, and I'm sure you probably already know this, it's like part of gaming ephemera now, that like once you, as long as you get through the game in, I guess, a certain kind of manner, there's a puzzle. Whoa, he's taking a lot of hits. There's a puzzle aspect to this, a kind of adventure gamey point and click puzzle kind of aspect to this, that like once you solve it, the entirety of the game inverts. So you
cool.
play...
yeah, I did not.
Yeah, you play the second castle, which is upside down. And we will be getting there soon enough.
Right on.
Yeah.
Do you have to defeat that second castle in order to get the full game experience? Like
to get the real ending, yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm not as strong as I thought I was. But yeah, it's a neat trick. By the time you get to the second castle, it's a much faster trip through it, because you're not kind of screwing around trying to find, like, how do I fly? How do I double jump? You've already got those things.
Yeah.
So, if anything, that the traversal is a little bit faster, but you can tell that, excuse me, the second castle is not made to be completely, this is a warp room, by the way. We're just mapping it just for the sake of mapping it.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell that the second castle was not made to be just like simply walked through. So if you're looking at this space right here, this is maybe a bad example, but it would take a little bit more jumping than if you were to just walk back and forth. See what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah.
it gets a little bit tedious, but that's the name of the game, I suppose.
So do you think they inverted it first, then they went through, it's like, okay, let's just smooth out the sections that are...
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Impossible to...
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
There's and there are some some subtle hints throughout the game that it's going to happen too, like
Right.
What are they called? Like stone reliefs in walls that are, if you flip it upside down, it's like it's one sort of face, but you can see that it would be a different face when flipped. Things like that.
That's cool though.
Yeah. This is one of the dumber puzzles in the game, but we have to listen to this dialogue because this game also has famously bad voice acting.
Ooh, let's hear it.
Be my lord and master. A switch. Why don't I press it and see?
Yeah. And that is
switch.
yeah.
Why don't I press it and see?
And that's really his only use. We'll do that again in the inverted castle, but that is his only use in the entirety of the game.
So here's a rookie question. So these cards are essentially your companions that you can just have flying around with you?
Right. So there's a handful of companions that you can have that attack enemies, or we've got a fairy that can heal you, that kind of thing. Which was new to the series. That was not a normal thing, not a normal Castlevania deal. The turkey in the wall is definitely a normal Castlevania thing. But yeah, they have experience levels too, and they get stronger over time, and will do more damage. There's ways to sort of auto-level yourself in the game if you've got a ton of time on your hands with the bat familiars and things like that. So this is a game that just had a lot thrown into it that was not very evident on the surface. So,
right.
Whoa. So, like, a lot of weapons, for example, have special attacks. So if you put in, like, a fireball motion from Street Fighter or a sonic boom, some weapons have, like, extra things that will happen. This weapon that I'm using right now will cast magic spells if I hit it at the same time as the shield button. Which it's different for every shield, and this is one of the ways that the game just can be broken over your knee. So it's one of those things that they supposedly ran out, or were running low on development time, and so they didn't have a chance to not only bug fix everything, but sort of balance the game around some of Alucard's abilities. So things were sort of left in the game that should not be as powerful as they are, and they excuse me. Igarashi has come right out and said, like, yeah, I didn't know XYZ was in there, or else this game would have never been released.
So what would you say is the most overpowered?
So we're going to get a shield a little bit later that when we use it with this shield rod, not only does it make me invincible, but it attacks enemies, so I can basically battering ram into them. And each attack also heals me. So it's just totally busted.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple of weapons in the game too that just should not be as strong as they are. They're kind of rare drops from enemies, but just stupidly powerful stuff.
Right.
So
it's funny though, for such a beloved game, it seems like something that a modern game would get raked over the coals for.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think that's the kind of stuff that would not last. But then again, in modern games, those things would be patched out. Like, they would have wimped this stuff down a long time ago.
Right.
So, all right, you've never played this, but you're a Castlevania fan. So tell us about your Castlevania fandom.
There's one on the N64, wasn't there? I mean, my Castlevania stretches back to, like, the Game Boy days. For, like, the original.
Interesting, okay.
So that was my first experience on the SNES with the rotoscoping. I was deep into that stuff. So obviously I missed a generation of it as well. And I remember, so they tried to do it again. I can't remember which system it was for. Like, they were trying to bring it back as a third-person 3D game. Help me out here. Was that PlayStation 2, 3?
Yeah,
there was the Return.
Yeah, there was a couple of PlayStation 3 360 games that were like third-person God of War kind of action games.
Yeah, so I remember I tried those and I enjoyed those, and they had the same kind of thing. It was the Metroidvania formula.
Mm-hmm.
But not as big a fan as you are. Maybe if I played this first, I would have been more connected to it. But I think at the time I played those games, I'd already played games that did the 3D actioning better.
Yeah.
So I think I kind of just drifted off after that.
Yeah, those games are not very well loved, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I thought the first one was fine. I didn't get around to playing the second one. Yeah, but they don't really have the best rep. So I don't blame you at all.
So let me throw a recommendation too. There's a new Metroidvania type game called Fist.
Yeah.
F.I. Did I already say this?
No. But I've heard of it, but I didn't know it was a Metroidvania.
Yeah, it's absolutely same mapping system, same get this ability, unlock different parts of the map. It's the exact same formula, but with a rabbit with a mechanical fist attached to his hand.
Huh.
So and different weapons, different weapon combos. I think you would absolutely love it.
Okay.
If you like Castlevania, it's the same hook, right? It's so many collectibles, so many secret areas, so many different weapon types to master as well. It's really good. So I love the formula.
Yeah, that is speaking my language.
Yeah.
The keys
and
to
Metroid Dread I want to pick up too. So you haven't played it yet. You bought it, but you haven't played it.
Metroid, no, not yet.
Yeah. I've heard good bad things.
It's funny actually. The developers of those 3D Castlevania games that came out that we were just talking about, they're the ones that made that new Metroid. So
oh, really?
Yeah. So
Okay.
there was some trepidation there when it was announced that these guys were making another, because they had remade Metroid 2 a couple of years ago. I don't know if you remember that.
Vaguely.
I didn't play that one either, but yeah, all the Nintendo crazies were like, "Hey guys, these guys made a couple of not so great Castlevania games. Should we really be letting them make Metroid stuff too?" But
yeah,
I guess people like it. So,
well, it's funny. You can tell. You know when a Nintendo game hits, like it becomes like memed the next day.
Oh,
and everyone's in love with it. You can tell with Metroid Dread, it's not. It didn't reach that level of like this is the game we wanted. Like I think people enjoy it. It's a solid game, but to read the reviews, there's a lot of like, but it's still good. It's still good. It's still a Metroid. It's still great. Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's not what I wanted, but and I think one of the complaints, and I haven't played it, so take this with a grain of salt, but I think one of the complaints it is the same Metroid people have been playing for a long time, same setting. There's the Emmys. Is the Emmys? EMMIs? The robots that hunt you down? People are gonna... Yeah. So these robots in each section that are like a one-hit kill kind of alien isolation mechanic where they hunt you down and you can die if you don't sidestep them. People are saying maybe that wasn't warranted, but I'm not going to say anything else. I haven't played it. I don't want to make a judgment. I get from the reviews that it's a good game, but it's not going to be something people talk about in 30 years.
a lot of the what I've been seeing about it revolves around some of the difficulty curves, which, yeah, same. I haven't played it either, but like, yeah, I get that people don't like. Not everybody likes challenging video games. I totally understand that, but I just hope that that's something that doesn't dominate discussion. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I think there's a place for it. I don't think a game should be cut down because it's difficult. That's dumb. I mean, a lot of times people complain about difficulty. It's because a game doesn't hand it to you in the first time you meet a boss, right? You might have to try a few times, and I think people's benchmark for difficulty has gone way down over the years because you and I are used to games where like, I can't beat this bot. I've been working on it for a couple of days, and we get it. It feels great.
I agree. I don't want to be one of those guys that says, you're not learning anything if you're not playing hard video games. I'm not one of those crazies, but like, but at the same time, like, I don't think the Switch, if you're making a really hard video game, I don't think the Switch is the best way to play a hard video game. I don't think that the stock Joy-Con controllers are. I mean, I got big old man mitts, so that's probably part of the problem. But I played Hollow Knight on the Switch, and I wanted to kill myself. I thought Hollow Knight was an awesome game, but like that controller is not made for difficult platforming.
You're absolutely correct. And I loved Hollow Knight too, but I felt the same way. I'm like, I want to be reacting quicker, but my man hands, my meat thumbs are just like sliding over those tiny buttons when I'm trying to pull off combos and stuff. It was kind of hard. What was I going to say though? There was Metroid. We were talking Metroid Dread. I can't remember. I don't know. That's one of the games I'll get to eventually, but Nintendo games never go down in price either. So,
no, they don't. That drives me nuts.
Maybe I'll have you mail it to me. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I played Demon Souls, the remaster.
Oh yeah, what'd you think?
Absolutely loved it. And I was intimidated by it in the beginning because, you know, after years of people telling me this is one of the hardest games, and I know it's not in the Souls series, it kind of ranks lower for difficulty, but
yeah.
But just like we were talking, just like the playing the same bosses over and over, learning their moves, finding the secret areas, like there is a certain sense of accomplishment when you do play through these hard games that you don't get anywhere else. Like I felt great after I beat that game. And I think people are missing that experience sometimes. They disregard a game because it's hard off the bat.
Yeah. So everybody, here's a story. Matt and I we used to mail each other video games, and so I had mailed you the first Demon Souls.
Yeah.
And when we finally met each other in Iowa, you gave it back to me and you're like, get this the hell away from me. I'm not playing it.
Yeah.
I think you played it, and I wrote you this like big, long...
It was huge. It was like an 80-page like primer on
just like, here's what everything does, here's what I would do, all of this stuff. And you were like... And I was so disappointed. I'm like, maybe I'm just nuts. Maybe I'm one of those weird people that likes this and nobody else does. But you were very dismissive. But like... Then I somehow conned you into playing Dark Souls 2. Yeah. I don't know how, but you're like, this is my thing. I like this now.
I remember enjoying that one. Yeah. And I beat that one too, I think.
And that's funny because Dark Souls 2 is not... Well, I think it's fine, but it's got a rep for being not the good one too.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But Dark Souls 1... Maybe I'm a snob, but it also kind of looked like ass by the time he gave it to me. Like it didn't look great.
Yeah, it was a couple of years after Demon Souls came out, so it did not look all that good.
So maybe I should wait on a remaster of that. I'm waiting on a remaster of Bloodborne because don't hurt me. That's another game.
Oh man, it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, and I played it I downloaded it because PlayStation 5 you get access to all these like greatest hits for free. I downloaded it, but I think it wasn't like 60 frame. I don't know. Suddenly all of a sudden I become a snob about frame rate, and I was like, I just want to wait until this is a smoother experience. Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with that. And you know, I really think in my heart of hearts that Sony's going to do something with it soon. So Either a remaster, or they're just going to release a patch that fixes the frame rate or something like that. I think that's coming. So
it would be dumb not to. I heard a rumor that they're making, like, From Software is doing Bloodborne 2 and a remaster.
Maybe. You know, I read that stuff on the internet too. Who can say? Sony always has like big announcements and things like that around Christmas time.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be surprised if something like that came out, or at least they start talking about it again. But who knows? Who knows?
I got 15 minutes, my friend. This time has flown by, reminiscing.
It's really good to see you.
Yeah, it is. We used to G chat all the time. Then you got all streamy and
every day. Yeah.
You're my remote work buddy.
Yeah, pretty much. But I really appreciate you coming on and surprising us with your shallow knowledge of this game.
Yeah, my apologies. I didn't mean to oversell myself. You reached out and said, "Do you want to join me on a game stream?" That was the only thing I saw. I'm like, sure, I'll connect with my buddy.
No, this is. I find this very funny, actually. So but either way, I mean, you could have been playing like a Madden game, and I'd still hang out with you on one of these things. So it's just really good to see you.
Likewise, buddy. Why are you fighting this woman like all the time? I feel like you fought this enemy type.
I'm pretty sure I missed something, so I need to.
This imp with the fire. That's
this guy I've been fighting all the time too. Yeah, but
incredible.
I'm pretty sure I missed something, and I think the chat is going to start screaming at me that like you didn't go left. And I forgot what I honestly forgot what I'm supposed to be doing right now. So
I apologize. I probably distracted him with all my tangents.
It's definitely not on you.
I'm going to see Dune tonight. Are you a big Dune fan?
I watched it already. I saw it on. I watched it on HBO Max.
Okay, well, without spoilies, did you ever read the first book?
I've never read the books, but I'm one of those weirdos that likes the David Lynch movie.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't mind it, and I loved David Villeneuve.
Yeah.
Villeneuve.
So do I. I like him a lot.
Is it worth it? Did you like it?
I liked it.
Okay.
Do you want to know where it cuts off?
See, okay, that's what I wanted to ask, because I don't want to go in disappointed. I feel like it cuts off before the first book is done, and that makes me sad.
It definitely will. Yeah. So that's what part 2 is for. They're gonna wrap up the plot of it with the second movie.
That's okay. Like, if you're gonna go through the trouble of like after all these years making a true Dune movie, at least finish the first book.
And it's still a 2.5 hour movie. It's still a lot of movie. So
it's actiony though. Like we get to the action. It's not all build up of him putting his hand in a box and
it's
getting upset about being the chosen one and stuff.
There are some good action parts to it.
Yeah,
but it's not. A lot of it is palace intrigue, right? So it's what are the Harkonnens doing? What are the Atreides doing? Like bouncing back and forth between sort of sects of people, but it looks great. It sounds great. It's got I think all of his movies have a very interesting sense of place. Mm-hmm. So it's a cool movie. I wish that it wrapped up a little bit more than it did, but to your point, I guess. But it's still, I think you're gonna like it. I think you'll enjoy it.
I think you hit it. It's a sense of place, like Blade Runner 2049. It's a vibe. It's a vibe watching these movies that I enjoy. So
and right after watching Dune, I turned on Blade Runner and I watched Blade Runner again because it just looks and sounds so interesting to me. It's such a cool movie.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Just the set design and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I do like him. I think Villeneuve. I think he's directed a lot of movies that I wound up liking a lot. Did you ever see Prisoners?
Is that with Jackman, or am I thinking of something completely different? That was Villeneuve?
Yes. I didn't know that either.
That's funny. Because that's not like, I thought Villeneuve was more like the grand scale, like aliens and stuff, but that was just like a kidnapping some dude in a warehouse. That
was a haunting movie. I don't know if I could ever I liked watching it, but I don't think I could put myself through that again.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. He also did Enemy, and he did Arrival, right? And
but I've never seen Arrival, and
you'd love Arrival, then.
Yeah, it's been sitting on I think like an HBO Max queue or something like that ever since I got it. One of the streaming services, Amazon or something.
Yeah.
So one of these days I'll get around to it. I just haven't gotten there yet.
There's a room you missed.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I missed. I'm doing some things out of order, and then all right, chat, J.R. Bangs, Jerry Kane. Where's the echo of Bat? I'm blanking right now.
I'm gonna stop distracting you, but it was great to see you, buddy.
It's great to see you too. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Hey, you bet. Let's do it again, and we'll talk soon.
Anything you want to plug really quick before you take off?
Catch me on Matto McFly, MattoMcFly. I do a weekly podcast, Video Game Outsiders and ZombieCast.
Cool. And you can find those guys on Twitter too. So
exactly.
Thanks, Matt. Great to see you.
You too, bud. Take it easy.
You too. Bye. All right, folks. Let's let the music play here for a little bit. And I'm going to take, after Orlocks, right. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to go get another cup of coffee. I will see you all in 2 minutes. Be right back. Alright. So this is going pretty well. Yeah, it's in Orlocks, right? We're definitely taking the long way. Alright, so that was Matt Bradford. Very cool guy. Check out some of his podcasts. They're all very interesting. Alright, so it's about 11:30. It's past 11:30. So we're making some pretty good time. Not too fast, though, so we got to start speeding a few things up. Because our next guest should be rolling in here in about 20 minutes. So it's actually... This is a pretty good time for me to probably head back into the clock tower too, because I need the sound on to hit the gears to open up the secret room. We're making good time. Second castle will be a lot shorter. At least it better be. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with me. My voice is starting to give out, so... sorry I'm not talking as much. But I still like to show you a good time. I like the kick. Again, stuff we don't need, but I would feel like a dummy not getting them. Come on. If we have time, we'll do the librarian bounce too. If we have time. Oh, I should have mapped that down. Oh, well. Claymore? That's not. Whatever. Alright, so. This is what we skipped earlier because I'm a big lovable dope. Oh, I don't have the holy water. I usually fight this guy with holy water. I wish there was some sort of interaction here, but because you can sit in this chair, you can sit in a lot of the chairs in the castle, but here we go. Yep. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, the emulation's not working perfectly either. That's okay. That's all right. So we're going to quickly map this area. It's another one of the wider ones. We're going to do this as fast as we can. The fastest way would be to use the wing smash spell, but I can't remember what the inputs are, and I'm too lazy to look it up right now. So I thought I'd just do this, and we can have a little chit-chat. So, interesting thing about the bat that I always thought was a cool... kind of a neat trick was... depending on the cape that you're wearing, the bat's wings are a different color. I always thought that was neat. And since I'm wearing the crystal cape, which is invisible, the bat's wings are slightly translucent. Here's where the sword familiar is, to JK's point. Oh no, it's this is where the sword familiar is in the okay. That's where the sword familiar is in the Japanese original version, which was then recently re-released on PS4. It was also on PSP at one point. Sword familiar in this version of the game. Great. Whoop. Ah, come on. Is in the Coliseum. I'll let that turn red, because it's spooky and cool. Alright, Yep, I knew we had another one of those guys. Alright. Off we go. Yes, I know I could have turned into the wolf. Oh no, it's up here. You're right. You're right, it's up here. I think I'm conflating it. I think it's, in the other version of the game, I think it's in the Coliseum. Because there's some stuff that was spun around. Okay. It's probably faster to go this way. I didn't map one of the nose devils in the Coliseum. Okay. Alright, I forgot to map one of the warp rooms, so we're going to head back that way. It's the closest warp room to the... It's the closest warp room to the clock room, so we need to have that one mapped. Okay. The chat is correcting my mistakes. Oh, sorry everybody, give me 1 second. All right. Another cool little touch is that the Bat Familiar will fall in love with me when I'm a bat, or become very confused when I turn into anything else. Alright, we got still about 10 minutes before Nadia dips in here. So we're going to head up to the clock tower. And then back down. Yes. There's some goofiness in this game. That's something that the Iga games kind of leaned into a little bit harder with the later stuff. Like Kung Fu Maids and such. Whoops. Nope, not yet. I think we're in the outer wall here. Alright, so... Alright, there's no easy way to get there from here. So let's just take the trip through the wall. Whoa. Ooh, that was close. Oh, God. It's fast when we just go up. We're doing this for speed. Just trying to be polite to our guests, and I didn't want to cut the audio on them, just so I could do one silly part. There we go. That's one. That's two. I really should try a randomizer run. I've never done it, and I should. Ah, did I miss one? It's not opening. Come on. Nope, not that one. There we go. I don't think any of that stuff is really worth it. I'm gonna keep my intelligence up because I'm using a lot of magic lately. Platinum stuff is better than... Oh, Walk Armor's good. Don't need any of this stuff. Ah, let's put the secret boots on. Let's be weird. Eh. Whoa. That's what we need. That's what we're looking for, guys. Alright. Yeah, I suppose we can go back through the outer wall, but really there's no easy way of doing any of this stuff. I'm starting to think the outer wall might have been faster all the same, though. That's alright. Oh, I got a cutlass. That would have been nice 2 hours ago. Whoop. Alright. Well, now we're warping back down. So now we've got the Echo of Bat. But actually, really quick, let's take a... I didn't get the room in the Coliseum. There's one hidden room that we haven't gotten. Let's take another quick inventory of the... Nope, I don't have either of the rings yet. Cool. Okay. Alright, let's head back down, and then we're gonna... Oh no, I got the gold one, that's right. So I haven't got the silver ring yet. See, guys, it's hard to talk and play video games at the same time. I'm not that great at it. If you remember all of those silent games of Third Strike, other than Aw or Fuck Young. Okie doke. Off we go. It bothers me a little that I'm not killing these guys in 1 or 2 hits. Large slime. It looks so grotesque. Yeah, I'm just not that strong.
Don't forget that some animals can live in complete darkness.
That is a line of dialogue I don't think I've ever heard. I'm not kidding. I don't think I've ever heard her say that before. I sometimes forget that that was part of the fairy's job, was to basically give you hints. A lot more of these war skeletons down here than I remember. Yep, the library card is probably the fastest way out of here, so that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. I've never heard that line of dialogue before. Jerry Kane, you've never heard that either? I'm not going crazy? Hey, we're here, right? Let's get some stuff. Oh, rats. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's time for our next guest. Yes, hello. It's Nadia Oxford, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let's see what's going on here. You're not muted. I can't hear you, Nadia. Better? Can you hear me now?
Hello, sorry.
There she is.
Sorry, I was muted. Professional podcaster. Here I am.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. It's great to see you.
Excellent. It's good to see you too.
For those who don't know Nadia, first of all, I don't know why you're watching this, but Nadia is the co-host of the Axe of the Blood God podcast, the most metal of RPG podcasts.
Hell yes.
She is a Castlevania Symphony of the Night super fan, which is great, given that our last guest had not played this game at all. When I thought that he did.
Goodness gracious, that's terrible.
Right. It's an old friend of mine. He's a podcaster on a couple of different other shows, and I was talking to him earlier. His name is Matt. I was talking to him earlier this week. I'm like, hey, do you want to be on this stream with me? You'll love it. He's like, yeah, I love Castlevania. That sounds awesome. And then first thing he tells me is, I've never actually played this game. I'm like, what the hell, man? I thought.
But he's a Castlevania fan,
right? What the hell? So, whatever. Anyway, I'm glad to have you on, Nadia. We can correct some mistakes here.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of work ahead of us. I actually have to open your feed because I'm a silly pants who didn't do that.
That's okay.
So I'm doing that right now.
There
we go.
We're just about at the end of the first castle here. I'm just kind of looping around and picking up some random stuff that I couldn't get yet, but now I can. And then we'll grab the glasses, do away with Shaft, and head into the inverted castle.
Yeah, I'm just, of course, they got to shove a Call of Duty ad down my throat before I can watch the stream.
Of course. Why, you're into,
of course,
Japanese video games. You should watch this Call of Duty.
You like the Bibios, don't you? As my friend just called it, video games.
So, Nadia has been very open about her love for this game. But for those not in the know, why don't you take us there? What was your first experience with this?
With Castlevania Symphony of the Night in particular?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Symphony of the Night in particular.
I was a Castlevania fan for most of my life. And then I got an N64 by mistake. Well, it wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't a good move as someone who loves RPGs and Castlevania and all of that. But I got back into Castlevania through Symphony of the Night because I had been hearing word of mouth, magazines, everything like that were saying, hey, this is a great Castlevania game, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, oh, okay, I'll take you up on that. And yeah, I got it with probably one of my very first significant paychecks, from one of my earliest jobs. That was the first thing I did, was buy Symphony of the Night and 2 South Park t-shirts.
That is very of the time.
It was extremely at the time, wasn't it? That and Austin 316 shirts, I think, were really the fashion statements of the day.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying that and Austin 316 shirts were fashion statements of the day. I'm actually frozen for some reason on.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
I don't know. Hey.
Oh, I think all right. Hang on.
As Jerry Kane says, I'm frozen in time.
There you go. I think we're back.
Ah, beauty. Perfect.
Figured it out, everybody. So the bad byproduct of having people on Zoom at the same time as this game is that I got to kill the audio on the game. So,
yeah, I can't listen to the audio, and it's that's not exactly the best part of Symphony of the Night, but
it's
a
pretty
big part
close,
of it, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it's not called not Symphony of the Night. I'm trying to think of the opposite of a song, or
Silence of the Night.
Silence of the Night.
Silent movie of the night.
Silent movie of the night. Yeah, you hear the Nickelodeon stuff in the background. So how's your marathon going so far?
So far so good. So we're just over the 3-hour mark, and my voice is starting to give out a little bit. So I'm very glad that you're here. And
I'm very glad to be here.
we're making pretty good time. Like, the second castle is always a faster trip, so we're making pretty good time here.
Is this the last game of the marathon, or
Well, I haven't really been marathoning games, so I did.
you're just playing them? Okay.
This one is a marathon, so I did a low level run of the Demon Souls remake, but I did that over the course of a couple of weeks.
Right.
I mean, I know that game pretty well, but even that's for my own sanity. I don't think I could sit there and just blast through all of that, like, in the hardest possible way I could in one sitting. That would kill me. So
It probably would. What spell are you using? I keep seeing it come up, or
This?
shield combination.
yeah, this is the Iron Shield with the Shield Rod, which I didn't know this until I made those videos. That, like, this is the boss killer. Like, until you
Is it really?
Until you get the Alucard Shield, it's not game breaking, but it does it's a lot of damage.
And that's just the shield rod and the iron shield, you said?
Right.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, this game had a thing for, I mean, I adore this game, obviously. It's one of my favorites of all time. But, man, some of those balancing issues were kind of problematic.
I can't believe that it came out in a state that it's in, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, there are certain things about this that, like, how did you let that slip by you? That's just too much.
What gets to me to this day is the menu screen just not kind of half existing. It's
Just
kind
bland
of
as hell. Yeah.
bland as hell. There's major problems with the way it's organized and the fact that you have to equip items to use them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it feels like that whole part of the game was a huge oversight. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great game, but it's not perfect, of course.
Oh no,
Close.
I think that's probably my biggest pet peeve is that you have to equip items to use it. That drives me nuts. And it makes me not want to ever use them. Like, unless I'm, like, really in trouble and I've got to use some meat or something, I don't use any of the consumable stuff.
No, neither do I. I noticed you have the fairy familiar, and she can use curatives for you, which takes a lot off your hands. Actually, I usually don't use the fairy very much.
I don't either. Because I had to sound off when I have guests on. I had to double back to the clock tower to do the clock tower gear puzzle.
Oh boy! Right.
This just happened, so I'm like, all right, I've got 10 minutes before Nadia shows up. I have to run to the clock tower and do this now. But you actually just missed something that I had never heard before. You know how the fairy can sometimes give you hints about things? Like, hey...
Yeah, like the wall can be broken, yeah.
Right. So, the part at the bottom of the castle where you need to have the Echo of Bat to get through it, the spike room...
Yeah.
She tells you, she stopped and told us that some animals live in darkness. Like, trying to...
Really?
I had never heard that before.
Wow. I love it. That's what I love about this game. You always find these little, like, I thought you knew everything about the game, and there you go. You discovered something new.
Right. Right.
That's so awesome. And I haven't heard it, but I'm going to look it up because I want to hear it in that weird voice acting at first. There is something funny about this wall.
It's very bizarre. It was, like, I was taken aback when I... Like, is she speaking? What's she saying now?
Oh my god, my game is...
What have I done? Is the emulator taking a shit on me? But yeah, it was... To your point, yeah, that's one of the things I've always loved about this game is that there's just... It always feels like there's more under the surface that we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm pretty sure that this thing's been data mined to hell and back, so there's probably nothing left. But, like, I had never heard that dialogue before.
No, me neither. Like, that's pretty fantastic. And going back to your Castlevania Symphony of the Night series, what did you call it? The Annotated History?
The Annotated Symphony of the Night.
That's it. Which is a great video series that I've said many times.
Thank you.
It seemed like Igarashi forgot about a lot of the stuff in this game too.
Yeah, I had forgotten that they got an extension on their development time, so it was supposed to come out 6 months before it did in Japan. And I think a lot of people, when they hear that, like, developers get extensions on things, they automatically assume that, like, oh, they can clean all this stuff up and it's going to be a much more polished game. And that it's true to an extent, but like these guys, I mean, it probably just put them back into a period of crunch, right? So it's like we've got a lot of stuff that we've got to clean up now. If some things get into this game that weren't supposed to be there, then
oops.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what are you gonna do about it? So yeah, gotta, I guess, give him a pass on that one.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we didn't really quite have time to implement a menu screen, so
Right.
Sorry guys, you're gonna have to.
Excuse me. Yeah, the menu screen is probably the most egregious thing that's like should have been fixed. It's clear that it was a placeholder.
Yeah, like I would say that this is not exactly a game I want to see get remade. Especially, God, if this was done in like, I have nothing major against 2.5D style, but if it was done for this game, I think it'd break my heart, unless it was done very, very, very carefully. But I feel like just like a slight uptick to clean up a few of the problems and bugs, like I would not object to that.
Yeah, the re-release that came out for the PSP that was eventually re-released again on the PS4 a couple years ago.
Yeah.
That has come up a lot in conversation today, and I don't remember. It didn't fix the menu screen, did it? Do you remember?
It didn't really do much of anything. It put in the PSP translation and maybe something else. That was it.
And it's the Japanese release of the game too, so some of the items are placed in different places in the castle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like, you know how there are two more familiars in the Japanese version? Right,
yeah.
So when they translated it, when they imported it to the US, because they took those out, they put in different items in place of them. I think it's just put weapons in there or something. But like they also, the Sword of Familiar is not in the same spot that you would normally find it. Things like that.
Yeah.
Not a big deal, but that's about as much as I want of a re-release of this game. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
To your point, I don't want anybody redoing this thing from the ground up. Like, this is sacrosanct to me.
I think the PSP version that came out, like, it did restore. Did it restore the familiars?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The PSP version is just, or the PS4 version is just the PSP version without the 2.5D.
Yeah.
It just ripped that out of it, and that's all that this is. But we're playing this on an emulator with the US version of the game.
Gasp! Yeah, because I noticed that. Well, everything in English, number one. And
well, there's that.
Maria spoke to you in English as well. Actually, that's one thing I would love to see in a remake or a revamp, rather, is make the garden not suck. Put it in there and try to make it not suck. I've never played the garden.
Me neither.
So I don't know if it's just inherently a bad level that cannot be fixed, or if there's something that can be done for it.
Yeah, I would like to see Igarashi maybe take a stab at it.
Zaf.
You know, this is also something that came up in conversation today. Like, I have a Saturn, but I've never bought the. I've never bought the Symphony of the Night version.
Really? Oh.
It's one of those things that, like, do I really need this? Like,
now you do.
Now I kind of do, but like I always look at it on eBay and I'm like, okay, out of like some perverse sense of duty, I should buy this thing, right? And I just never get around to it. And now the price has been going up and up and up, so if I'm ever going to do it, it better be soon, I suppose. But yeah, I've never played the garden. I've never emulated it. Are there two new levels in the Saturn version or just one?
I think it's just the one. I know it has a remix of Bloody Tears that's not very good, which breaks my heart because that's like my favorite Castlevania game. This is Symphony of the Night. Of all the things to screw up.
Yeah, right.
When you first played this game, did you like discover this on your own or
this? No. A lot of this was spoiled for me. So I played this when it first came out, but as a very early PlayStation adopter, I was on all of Sony's mailing lists, right? So they sent me like free subscriptions to PSN magazine, like right when they were starting, just to sort of drum up interest, and it spoiled everything for me. So yeah, like the inverted castle, the whole nine yards. So I didn't know the puzzle solution. I had to look that up myself, but I knew that there was a way to go into the second castle, and I would just have to figure that out when the time came.
Yeah. Okay. At least you had a little bit of that surprise, because for me, I don't even remember how, but I went in completely blind to this game, beyond hearing, "Oh, it's great, you should play it," and I said, "Sure, but why not?" So I just remember I have a habit of kind of really going through and exploring every nook and cranny of places, and I did that with this game, and I eventually figured out, okay, something's going on here, and I unlocked the inverted castle all by myself. And when I first unlocked it, I thought to myself, oh, okay, we're going to go do Upside Down Dracula in the Upside Down Dracula room, and the game will be over. This will be the real boss. And it next thing I know, there's a whole new castle to explore. And that realization that dawned on me, like, wow, this is a whole ass other castle. This is pretty incredible.
Yeah, yeah. I really felt I got my money's worth, actually.
Yeah. No, absolutely. This game, I will not complain. Certainly does give you your money's worth. I know some people still complain about the inverted castle, but the fact that I think this is really the only Metroidvania Castlevania that gives you something like that whole, new area to explore.
Yeah, the they pulled that thing with what's it called? Or not the second Game Boy Advance game, Harmony of Dissonance. They pulled another two castle thing with that one, but
okay, I didn't play that yet.
It's okay. It's just it's not implemented as well as it. I mean, it's not supposed to be as big a shock to you because you're actually bouncing between both castles before you know there's two of them. So it kind of seems, at least to me, that it was a trick that they went back to the well for. Like, they probably could have thought of something better other than another two castle thing, but whatever. It's still good.
Yeah, that was the Game Boy Advance one.
Right.
Yeah. So it was the Game Boy Advance, best they could do.
Yep.
Okay, that is overpowered as hell.
What's that?
That was overpowered as hell. You're right, the sword.
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, by the time we get the Alucard shield, it won't matter. Nothing will matter. But
nothing will matter.
No, nothing. But leading up to that, like, that's probably the only thing that I'll buy from the merchant, the librarian, is the Iron Shield, because you can just mow through things with it. It's nuts.
I don't know if I buy anything from the merchant either, other than, of course, what you have to buy. But
right.
I know you can get some low-level like armor and stuff, but it's not really useful.
Yeah, I mean, if you know the game, you know well enough that you don't need any of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And even though his inventory gets bigger as the game goes on, by the time you get to that point, all that stuff is beneath you. You can always get better stuff.
Yeah, except for Joseph's cloak, if you want to buy that, which I usually do because I'm a sap.
When I first played this, I collected every piece of everything, right? Like, because I was in high school and I had time to do that. But any more that, I look at the librarian, I'm like, just give me the Jewel of Open and let me get out of here. I got stuff going on.
One thing that I recently learned, not like recently, but quite recently in the context of this game's history, is that you can go under the librarian and literally kick his ass until he gives up the Alucard or the Dracula tunic or whatever it is.
Yep. I was doing that just as you were logging in, actually.
Do you? But don't you need the boots for that? Do you have the boots already?
Yeah, I've got them. Yeah.
Oh, they're not okay. For some reason, I thought they're in the world of World of Ruin. Oh my God, Upside Down Castle. Castle of Ruin.
Keep it together, Nadia.
It's too early for that. Even though it's 12 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I've got it, but like I was too lazy to go the distance and get the tunic. Whoa.
Damn, Richter.
Sorry, I'm really bad at streaming. Honestly, I can't talk and play video games at the same time.
Me neither. That's why I don't do it often.
Yeah,
I mean, I do with my husband, but that's me. That's two of us.
Yeah, you guys started doing that pretty recently, right?
Fairly recently, yeah. We're still working on like things like overlays and making the whole thing look semi-competent. But Yeah, we've been streaming for a bit now. It's Nadia and David Ruin Video Games, and that's at twitch.tv/Nightworks, which is NYTEWORX.
Might works. Write it down, everybody. Cool.
That
What
says
have you
we're
guys
all
been playing
doing
so
great.
far?
We actually just did a kind of a little Castlevania half marathon. Oh, one thing I meant to ask while it's on my mind. I think I'm like 7 seconds behind you in terms of the video, but this cheap ass CGI, like Igarashi wasn't very happy with that, was he? I think I heard that on your presentation.
If nobody wants to sit through 20 videos of me talking, which I understand, at least look up the interview he did at with the staff of Double Fine.
Oh yeah,
because that's where a lot of the information, not everything, but a good chunk of the info from my video series came from that interview because it's very interesting. And he comes out and says, yeah, some other team at Konami made these for us, and they just kind of handed them over. They're like, all right, they're done, take them. And I guess his team was like, these look like shit. So
these look really crummy, guys.
Yeah. But again, they didn't have a lot of time, and this was the B team making a Castlevania game at the time. Like all of the resources were going into the N64 game, so they just had to be happy with what they had. But it's so Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, just thinking like you wouldn't know it in this day and age to even think about it if like it wasn't already knowledge. But the fact that the B team did this and not the A team, it's still pretty incredible.
Yeah. Well, it's
so
just...
I never even considered that their budget for CGI would probably be like $0.
Right. You know, especially back then on new hardware that's supposed to be a 3D machine, right? Like, the PlayStation 1 was meant to do 3D well, and it does. But, yeah, very strange to me. But
yeah,
I guess the good news is that, like, you know, if all you're doing is putting out, like, if you're shifting your resources to make all 3D games, right? Like that was at the time of like, all right, 3D is the way to go. So all these awesome 2D artists are basically sitting around doing nothing.
Right.
This is what we got. And
all
right.
No, absolutely. Especially Konami. Like, God, they did Suikoden 2, which to this day, like some of the best sprite work ever produced.
Yeah, Suikoden 2 is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's still just remarkable. I think it's like probably the best looking sprite game. Certainly the best sprite looking RPG. Maybe Breath of Fire 3 kind of edges it out for some reasons, but no, it's pretty incredible.
I think that whole period of RPGs from those companies, so like the Capcoms of the world, Konami, I don't think all the games are great, but they all just look stunning to me even now. Like,
yeah.
Those latter two Breath of Fire games, I mean, that's Konami
incredible.
making Third Strike at the time. Or Capcom rather. So what a gift those games were. Like, just they looked so good.
And the fact that they got so much scorn at the day, like not everyone, of course, but we do have those infamous reviews and whatnot from old magazines saying, "Oh God, 2D, kill it."
I thought we were past this at this point.
Thought we were past this. This is the future. I have to say, I know this localization gets some flack and some very like warm memories, but I have to say that Yorick is one of the funniest localization changes I've ever seen in my life.
Isn't that great?
That's brilliant. There's a couple of brilliant localization choices in this game that still make me double take, like the Grand Falloon.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know why, but I love it.
It's Jeremy Blaustein must have been a Kurt Vonnegut fan. That's the only explanation I can come up with.
That's all I could think of. But it's so funny to take Legion, like one of the most infamous devils of all time, and say, I'm going to turn this into a Vonnegut reference.
I don't know what he was thinking there because, I mean, the reality is that, like, you are basically the son of the devil fighting the devil, right?
Yeah, it's great.
So why would you take out that kind of religious reference? That always seemed very strange to me.
Yeah.
And I mean, they changed it back. It's Legion now and all the other games.
Yeah, now it's like been retconned a few times.
Right.
I know that I'm always like, I like the new translation, to be honest with you. I know it doesn't have the infamous "what is a man," etc., but it's has it changes a lot of the old inaccuracies and censorships and whatnot, and I like that consistency. I like having both options, to be honest with you, and I guess that's one thing I'm disappointed in, if anything, is that Konami kind of tries to deny that Was a Man Was Ever a Thing.
Yeah, right.
Your ass is out there.
They
You just want to make fun of yourself.
Oh yeah, if I really think that in the Twitterverse that we exist in now, they would have never retranslated that line. They would have really leaned into it.
Oh, exactly. You're absolutely right about that. Just a little too early.
Yeah, I think that's the case here. I have always contended that the translation of this game is fine. I just think the voice acting is what is bad.
I think I wrote an article on my site, Tiny Girl Tiny Games, which I haven't updated in a long time, but I did write an article about how it doesn't have a translation problem, this game. It has a Richter problem, because Richter's such a terrible performance.
Oh my god. It's not just Richter. It's I mean, pound for pound, I think the worst voice actor in the game is the succubus.
Oh, the succubus is embarrassing.
Oh.
Can you imagine? Like, thank God I wasn't playing on my family TV. Holy shit.
Diamond Fight was on here a little earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed them.
And it was during the succubus fight, and I was like, just stop talking. We have to turn the audio on.
Okay.
And he was down. He was like, yeah, we need to listen to this.
It's a sacred game history moment. Everyone just shut up and observe.
It's so bad. And it's the weird howl she makes as she dies. It's just so strange.
That's the funny thing about this game. First of all, I gotta say, the sprite for the giant bat is not the greatest in the world.
No, this is probably my least favorite boss sprite.
Yeah, I think I see what they're trying to do, but it didn't really work that well. But it's funny, like, the voice acting is so uneven.
Yeah.
I think Maria sounds fine. I think Alucard sounds great, or OG.
Mm-hmm.
OD. Was it OD or OG that he no. Oh, it was OD. Yeah, and Bloodstained.
Yeah.
But then you just have Richter is really hilarious. Shaft is okay.
Shaft is
and
okay.
And then you have like the ferrymen, like
I think the librarian's fine.
I like the librarian. Yeah.
But I don't think the succubus, this is me speculating, but I don't think that English is her first language. It just sounds so bizarre to me.
I guess maybe some of it was voice acted in Japan and some of it was done in America. Like, of course, voice acting for games back then was in a really weird transitionary state. This was the same, I don't know if it was the same year, but it was certainly the same era that gave us Mega Man 8 and Mega Man X4.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I think, I really think it was like, Jeremy Blaustein just had other American friends living in Japan, and they're like, just get in the booth.
Get in the booth.
We need to ship this thing. Just get in there. I guess the voice of Richter is the guy that voiced Chris Redfield in the first Resident Evil game.
Really?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. This is Jill's Blood guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that explains a lot.
Not the live action actor, but the voice actor at least. I mean, it makes sense. Like, there's probably not a whole lot of English voice actors living in Japan at the time, so.
No, it's always very interesting to look back at the history of voice acting in like games and stuff like that, because I'm only vaguely familiar with the timeline, but I do know there was a time when like everything came out of Canada and everybody sounded like Canadian characters.
Yeah, right.
Because I don't know why. I guess we were just a cheap option. I do know that in some cases our animes actually had a totally different dub cast because of CanCon laws and whatnot. It was a very interesting time, but this was definitely before anyone gave any sort of serious consideration to voice acting. So some people tried their best, and some people got their paycheck.
Yep.
What it was worth.
Right. All right, we're fighting the Medusa, and we're just going to put her away.
Fighting the Medusa. Well, we were fighting the Medusa. Now it's done. Oh, she's still alive.
She's still alive. I'm getting.
I always thought that it was interesting that the boss in the. I just saw something bounce off you. What was that?
bounce off of me?
Yeah.
Well, I've been hit with a lot of stone, so it could have been that.
Oh, I see. She tried to. You were already stoned, haha, and she tried to use the stone attack again, and it bounced
Yeah,
off.
it bounced
See,
off
there's a
me.
nice. That's a really awesome detail.
That
Again,
is a neat little touch. I don't know if I ever noticed that before either.
I've never noticed that before. But yeah, okay. So like I was saying, in the uninverted castle, the original castle, the boss there is a hippogriff, and I always thought that was an interesting choice because it's not very. It's kind of gothic, I guess, but
It's
yeah,
way more fantasy, right?
it's very fantasy. Like it's as fantasy gets.
Yeah,
given
right.
the origin of the beast and all that.
And, the Castlevania games did sort of lean into fantasy stuff anyway, but that does seem a little out of place. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I like hippogriffs, so that's just kind of why I noticed. But and especially at the time, that was before hippogriffs entered geek culture because of Harry Potter.
Pre-Harry
Nobody
Potter,
really knew
right.
what the hell that was.
Right.
That was. I'd like to. I should have asked Igarashi when I had the chance. Like, why a hippogriff?
He might not even know. I mean, that's the weird thing that, because he was only co-director, right, until what's his name, kind of ascended to management heaven at Konami. So he might not even know. But it'd be fun to ask. I am very jealous that you got a chance to sit down with him.
That was a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to do that. I kind of had a moment of panic before I started because I couldn't find the recording app. And I was so stupid, I blanked out because I was so nervous. And I was like, oh my God, I can't figure out how to record on my phone. And Igarashi's sitting right here looking at me like I'm a dumbass, which I was.
Hey, lady, hurry up here. Got a lot of other people who want to interview me.
A lot of people want to touch my whip. Come on, let's move it along. One change, actually, my husband and I were just playing Castlevania 4, and I noted how in that game, the Black Panthers are replaced by these Greyhound enemies, and I always thought that was an interesting choice.
Yeah, with the dog guy.
Yeah, I don't think my husband knew about him, so I'm like, hey, watch this, and I go down into the castle trapdoor, and I kill the guy and his dog, I kill the dog, and the guy cries over him. My husband's like, why would you show me that? That's terrible.
Just setting a tone.
It's a nice little detail. It's
Yeah.
the small things that make me wonder to this day, and it's always sad because I know I'll probably never get the answers, but just goes to show about how back in those days even people put a lot of care into their games. I hate these enemies.
Yeah, these guys suck. Somewhat recently, I sat down with, for Polygon, I interviewed some of the old King of Fighters directors.
Oh, nice.
And this was like 6 months ago or so. And the translator is an American living in Japan. He works for SNK, but he's an American expat. And he and I got along pretty well. So after the interview was over, I got a Zoom call with him just to sort of, clear up some things about the interview.
Right.
And he was like, you know what? These guys, they've all been making games forever. They've all been making games since the 2D era. It's not like we brought in a ton of of new people. I mean, they have, but not to what you would think, I suppose. And they sometimes miss the fact that, like, oh, you know what? I got time on my hands. I can draw a sprite of a monkey just because. And
I can.
Yeah, like, I don't have to worry about lighting. I don't have to worry about the rigging. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. I can just draw a monkey and put it in this stupid game if I want to. And
I never thought of that.
Me neither. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It was really interesting.
Oh, that's really cool. I'm just gonna put a monkey in for the hell of it, because I can, for the love of the craft.
For the love of the game. Yep. All right, we're starting to lose it here. I think we're gonna have to let the mist save me.
Let the mist do its thing. No, these are actually really nasty enemies. I always had a problem with them. Oh, and they combine them with the imps. I forgot about that.
It's the imps.
Christ.
Yeah, it makes this whole thing a lot more tedious.
I think one thing that's gone from the revamps and re-releases as well is a slowdown, which is actually kind of cool.
Yeah, that's for the best.
Can you do an upside-down confession? No, you can't.
Would have been cool.
Are you the one, or was it Kurt Catala who proposed that the woman who sits in the confessional booth and cries is Alucard's mother.
You know where I got that from?
Where?
Anthony Agnello.
Agnello, really?
He wrote an article for the AV Club a bunch of years ago, just about The Room, because he just thought it was a neat kind of a random touch, right?
It is, yeah.
And yeah, it is. And he kind of speculated that, like, why would there be a woman in this confessional at all? What if that's Alucard's mother? And that's actually how I met him, because I read that when I was doing the research for the video series, and I reached out to him on Twitter. I'm like, hey, you don't know me, but I'm making this video series, and I'm going to cite one of your articles for the AV Club. If you don't want me to do it, cool, I won't. But that's where he and I became friends.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, yeah. And it's a pretty good theory.
Yeah, very good.
It's got doesn't really have a lot of holes, so
there's no reason why it can't be.
Right.
Put it that way.
Right.
And I have to admit, as a creator, if someone said, "Is that like Alucard's mother?" I'd be like, "Yeah."
Why not?
You're absolutely right.
For you, my friend, it is.
Exactly. No, you're right. It makes sense. It's just one of those touches that, I would say it doesn't really mess with the canon, but I know it's canon now because of the cartoon. I don't know. Do you watch the cartoon
I've seen
series?
it. Yeah, I didn't like the first season much at all.
I confess, neither did I.
But I think it picked up a little bit in the second season. I thought the second season was okay. I really liked how it ended.
Yeah.
And I would be interested in them jumping to a different Belmont at this point.
Which one would you want?
I'd
say Simon.
Simon, I think is the best choice. Any one of them I think would be fine as long as it's not like modern day. But I think Simon's probably the best choice. It's just it feels that they've gone everywhere that they needed to go with Trevor. I like that they finally brought death into it by the end. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, and it looked great. I thought the first season, and I know it's the first season of a TV show, I thought it looked a little cheap to me, but I think the show it looked better over time too.
Definitely, yeah. It's also just part of Netflix syndrome. Everything looks kind of cheap but glossed over. I find that when they do things like, I don't know if you've seen Squid Game. Have you seen Squid Game?
Not yet. I turned on the first episode like a week or two ago and immediately fell asleep.
Okay, so I thought the acting was phenomenal. I still do, but there's a lot of padding, and that is a big problem, not just with Castlevania, but also Netflix. Oh, geez, you have a problem here.
Yeah, we're in some real trouble.
We got some problems here.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we made it. We lucked out. I'm sorry, you were saying about Squid Game. The acting is really good, but there's a lot of padding.
A lot of padding, a lot of filling, and that's kind of what the problem I had with the Symphony of the Night cartoon, Castlevania 3 cartoon. I
don't really know how well a concept like this translates into anything but a video game. I guess if you're like, I don't know if you've ever seen The Raid or that Judge Dredd movie that came out kind of recently where it's like, it's basically structured like a video game. Somebody goes into a building, they have to fight their way up kind of thing.
Oh, I haven't seen that, no.
They're pretty, I mean, if you like action movies, they're good. But, that's basically what this is, right? Like this, Castlevania, you go into the castle, you fight your way through it, you kill Dracula. And so I like that the games have sort of, stapled story to that eventually, but I just think making a TV show or even a movie out of something like that, it's got to be pretty hard. Like, and that's probably what you wind up with is a bunch of garbage padding anyway. So
yeah, the best thing about I haven't seen season 3 or season 4 yet, but the best thing is definitely the interaction between Sypha, Alucard, and Richter.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I guess my main problem with I'm not a huge Warren Ellis fan, so that was, I guess, one problem I had. Just not a huge fan of his writing. But,
yeah, it's pretty easy to not be a fan of Warren Ellis anymore.
anymore, but even before even before things went terribly wrong or
Yes,
wrong,
yeah, I would agree.
This is such a freaking amazing boss, by the way. Beelzebub, the work that went into this is just amazing. I don't think a sprite game ever made me feel nauseous before this boss.
It is pretty gross, isn't it?
It is, just the detail, the loving detail. But
I kind of wish I would have picked up an axe before coming in here, but what are you going to do?
I don't remember if I told you, speaking of Agnello, like I used to work for him when he was John Constantine back in the Nerve.com days.
Mm-hmm.
And so I used to work on a blog that he owned. And when I was working on this blog, that's when we first got the announcement that Castlevania 3 was getting an adaptation. That was, eventually it turned to the Netflix thing. And I remember we got one scene of that script, and it was the joke about fucking the goat.
It was the goat fucking, yeah.
The goat fucking. And I said when I realized, or when I heard that the Netflix series was coming, I wrote a thing on US Gamer, or wherever I was at the time, I think it was US Gamer by then, saying, hey, I'm looking forward to this. I'm kind of worried because Warren Ellis is still in the project, and all we really know from his plans for Castlevania 3 was a joke about a farmer fucking a goat. And I got a lot of pushback from...
Do you get some hate?
Warren Ellen fans saying, you can't say that. He's a brilliant author. He's so much more than just that silly joke. It was just a one-off. It was just him being silly. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll wait. I'll judge. And I swear to God, do I not watch the first episode? And is that goddamn goat fucking joke right up front and center.
Right.
And I'm just like, have you ever seen that meme with Beast pointing? Like, that's me all day. I'm not mad about it or anything. That was hilarious.
I remember when that came out too, that chunk of script, and I kept thinking that this has got to be a joke. Like, he is messing with us right now because I remember when that project got announced, and that was like 10 years ago or something, right?
It was a long time ago.
And they had a blog that they wanted the fans to interact. They wanted the fans to have their say and stuff like that. And Warren Ellis would check the blog occasionally and stuff. Yeah. And eventually he stopped doing it because it was all just the crazy super fans that were like, what are you doing? Why are you making these decisions and things like that? Which I can understand getting fed up with that. So I thought that scene was him just messing with those fans specifically. What's going on? Tough shit.
Yeah.
But no, no.
That's just the way it is with him.
It's a goat wanting to fuck, or a farmer wanting to get down with his goat.
What bothered me about the series more than anything was just, at least the first season, was the whole church is bad, which, come on, is a fine theme. I'm not here to defend the church by any means. Good Lord, no. But you can do the church is bad and make it a lot better than that. So obvious. It came off like a grade 6 student writing their first controversial essay.
Yeah. I think that was kind of my beef with the plot of the first season in general. This is just kind of dumb. I know that's really reductive, but exactly what you're saying. We have a famous comic book writer writing this show. Mm-hmm. He's got to be able to do better than this. They seemed like very, very poorly thought out scripts. And I think honestly that the church is bad thing is low hanging fruit at this point.
Oh, it's extremely low hanging. You're talking about 16-bit RPG stuff that wasn't even deep when it came out.
Right. By the time I was done with my PlayStation 2 RPGs, I'm like, okay, I've heard all about how bad the church is at this point. We can move on.
Let's change the channel, guys.
We can find something else.
So, but I mean, I give Japanese developers a pass because, obviously Christianity is depicted very differently down there. But when, as you say, a famous comic book writer does it, who should really know better, it's just it just kind of exemplified everything that I didn't like about the first season. Was that I don't think Warren was any kind of a Symphony of the Night fan. He got a lot better by season 2 with the references to. He actually used demons from the game instead of just dial-a-demons from D&D manual ripoffs or whatever.
I kind of wonder if he if his stamp on it was pulled off a little bit as the series went
I wonder
on. Like,
that
he was
too.
writing the scripts, but they probably had an art director that was actually into the games and putting that kind of stuff in there. I tried to interview those guys for US Gamer.
Oh, cool.
I really tried hard because, like, I was all about like when they announced the show however many years ago. I'm like, okay, one of these guys has got to have a story about how this took so long. So I tried and tried and tried. And by the time I finally got a hold of anyone, they're like, we're not talking about this. Don't even ask.
Wow.
So
Don't even ask.
don't even ask. So that was that. A little bit of a letdown because I'm sure there's something there, but
Yes.
what are you gonna do if they don't want to talk about it? Nothing we can do about
That's
that.
disappointing. Yeah. That would be a really cool interview. I'm sorry I never got that.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that US Gamer doesn't exist anymore.
Fucking hell, don't even get me started on that.
I
I'll be here for
know.
10 hours.
I know. Sorry to reopen old wounds here.
No, I'll be honest with you. I miss the staff at US Gamer. I mean, I'm still friends with them all, and we did a lot of fantastic work, but I'm actually doing a lot better now.
Good.
I am not the type of person who thrives on full-time 9 to 5 hours. It just does not work for me.
Yeah, you're pretty busy. I mean, you're still doing the Blood God thing. You're doing some Retronaut stuff now.
Yeah, I'm a Retronauts host now.
That's
and
awesome.
I'll have my next episode out early December, I think.
Are you gonna spoil it for us? What it is?
No, because I'm still working out the deets.
Okay.
But yeah,
the people that
doing
watch
a lot of
this
podcasts.
channel, the Venn diagram of people that watch me play video games and then like Retronauts is like a perfect circle. So these
it's
are your
a
people.
pretty close circle with Blood God and Retronauts as
Yes.
well, but I'm still really glad to have that crossover.
Yeah. Well,
Going back to the old Castlevania 3 thing for a second, the reason I was really hyped for it was because, first of all, Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse is one of my favorites of all time, and also because James Jean was doing the
Yep.
art, and he had just done the Black Parade, which is still like one of the best albums ever done, not to mention the artwork on it is just incredible. So I was really looking forward to a Castlevania series in his style.
yeah. I'm pretty disappointed that didn't work out. Whoop.
Fuck those things. God. They're just lethal. This whole room is lethal.
Yeah, this is awful. It doesn't help that the shield rod is slow.
Yeah, it's very slow, yeah.
The swings are pretty slow. It's not helping me out. I knew of him from. Here's something you may not know about me, but I tried for a little bit to break into comics as an artist.
Oh, really?
Not very hard, to be honest with you. But at the time I was going to a lot of shows. I was reading. I don't really read comics very much anymore, just because I don't have the time. But I was really into it at that point, and he was doing covers for a Vertigo book called Fables. And,
I know Fables.
Yeah. So that's how I knew of him, and I found his other stuff outside of that. But that was kind of like as he was sort of drifting away from doing comic book work too, and it was just it was not long after the Black Parade came out. So yeah, cool guy, great artist.
He's a fantastic art. He seems like a cool guy. I've read interviews by him and stuff.
Yeah, he's a pretty smart guy. One more minute to the 4-hour mark, apparently.
Oh no, is that good or bad?
I think we're making pretty good time.
That's fair. And one thing I didn't know at the time when I fell in with the Black Parade is that Gerard Way, of course, is a massive, massive comic geek. He ran a comic shop before, as I understand it, 9/11 happened. He said, fuck this, I'm going to be a rock star. And yeah.
Well, he also tried to break into comics. He went to art school and everything.
Yeah, he eventually did. I mean, I haven't read the Umbrella Academy, but I hear it's fantastic.
It was good. I liked it. He's a pretty intelligent guy. It's I didn't like the TV series as much. The book is very cool though.
Right, I think it won an Eisner Award.
Yeah, it's got also really great kind of minimalist art. But it's a little bit more. I don't know if you watched the TV show on Netflix, but it's a little bit.
No, I haven't.
More superhero-y than that. And I'm especially as I get older, I'm more of the kind of person that wants a little less superhero-y when it comes to those things. But I think it worked better in the book than it did on TV.
That makes sense. Yeah. But he seems like a pretty cool guy. One of those guys I definitely like to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it would either be like we'd have a great time or we'd be like 5 miles apart because he's just on like up his own ass or something. And I just
Right.
don't know what to do with myself. But he did do he assisted with the ending theme. He's on the ending theme for Advent Children, but only in the Japanese version of the movie. And I can't find the song anywhere, like on legal iTunes or Spotify or anything. And it's really too bad because it's a great song.
Yeah, I've never known that. That's really interesting. Only in the Japanese version?
Yeah, just the Japanese version of the, I can't remember if it was the Blu-ray or the DVD or whatever, but you can't find, it's funny. It's just a song that he did with, I can't remember who the other artist was, but just kind of did a duet with him, and it's really awesome.
That's so weird. Like, why would you not put that in the American version?
I don't know, but it was, I still love the song, and probably after this, I'll go look it up. I haven't heard it in a long time.
All right, so this is one of those places I can kind of get myself into trouble because the lesser demons just will keep spawning.
Yeah, and then they slow your thing right down. How are you like making your way to the crystal, to the underground?
I'm just kind of milling my way around. Like I know that there's an optimal path through the second castle, but I'm just kind of moseying around at this point.
I don't even know what the optimal path is for the second castle. I just follow my nose.
I mean, until I made those videos, that's basically how I played this game. I just, milled around. I'm like, oh, I'll go do this now. And then having to basically make an optimal path so I didn't make like a 50-episode video series. You've kind of forced your way into doing that, right? Like necessity, bedfellows, that kind of thing. Oh, now I'm thinking I might have missed something in the first castle, but oh well. Yeah, but going through the second castle it's easy because we've already got the bat, we've already got the mist, we can do all of that kind of stuff. But the layout is still so kind of weird to me, in that walking is never a straight line. There's so much more jumping happening in the second castle for me. That I never consider like, all right, there's probably an easier way to go here, but I'm just not doing it, and I'm too lazy to figure it out right now.
That's kind of the thing. Like the inverted castle is whereas admittedly the first castle feels like a really smooth journey. This one feels more like, okay, screw you, you got your tools, do it your way.
Which is fine.
Oh, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Not complaining.
I'm just remembering how like each region of the castle, God, had like its own demons, the work that went into this. Even though the inverted castle, a lot of people say, oh, it's reused content, is just lazy rehash. The fact there are still so many new demons in the inverted castle that you don't see anywhere.
Yes, those people are wrong, Nadia. They're wrong.
Those people are very, very, very wrong.
Fools. Yeah, I don't blame any developer for reusing assets if they make sense. And
yeah,
I'm also one of those people that, like, if I fight a boss and then later in the game, like when I'm getting deeper into hell or whatever, it turns out that there are regular enemies in there, I love that kind of thing.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Dark Souls does that to pretty good effect. Like early bosses become just regular enemies close to the end of the game. I like that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it happens here too with Slagra and Gaibon.
Mm-hmm. Well, the lesser demons are in the library in the first part of the game.
Exactly.
So, love that stuff.
When I first saw Slagra and Gaibon as the first bosses in this game, I nearly like crapped myself because they're real tricky in Castlevania 4.
Yes.
They're sub-bosses. And I'm like, oh my God, why are you doing this to me? We're the first boss in the game. Thankfully, they're much, much easier. Gaibon's not too bad in 4, but Slagra is definitely the hardest part of that game.
Yeah, I was not prepared for how difficult how difficult the end of Castlevania 4 is. Like, I had only played it to completion kind of recently. for the
really?
first time. Yeah, and I think that there's a point in the game where the platforming gets super hard, like out of nowhere, and then those last few bosses, even Dracula, I think is kind of rough in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that's not a knock against it. It's just I was not I was not prepared for that. Like, wait a minute, this is really hard now.
Yeah, once you get to the room of close associates, you're really kind of on your own. I admit, when I kind of play the game casually now, and I'm just like, okay, I'm going to fight Dracula, I just jump over and get the bonus, and all right, going to whip your head off now.
Oh, I don't think I could have beat that guy without the free stuff right before the fight.
No, I need those boomerangs, man.
Yes.
I ain't going without the boomerangs.
Yeah. I do like that fight a lot because it just feels different than most of the other games.
It does. The music really helps. Just the incredible score you have there. When I did my Castlevania ranking for Retronauts, you can go listen to that if you want.
Oh, I'm sure we're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
How much time you got?
Well, I did get some pushback from Parrish and Kurt when I put Castlevania 4. I think it had an S tier, and they're like, hell no. And I'm like, hell yes. And I had a lot of people coming to my defense, so I'm glad that happened.
I don't like Castlevania more than Nadia.
I love it so much.
I know you do.
I love the way it feels.
I know you do. And you like what you like, but
you absolutely do.
It's not for me.
Well, at least we can agree that this is the best, probably the best Castlevania.
For my money, yeah, by a landslide.
We were having a conversation, my husband and I, on a stream about Kid Dracula, because we were playing that on Saturday. And we were arguing over whether or not it's canonically Alucard in that game. I don't know if canon has been proven. I say yes, and one of the reasons I say yes is because I realized when I was playing that those Salem witch enemies are in Kid Dracula. And I'm just saying, well, there's all these enemies that are exclusive to Alucard because the witches, you don't really see those in other Castlevania games.
Right.
Like, well, I think you do, actually. So there goes my theory. But
I think they show up after this.
Yeah. But, like, Galamoth is a big giveaway.
I think Galamoth is probably, like, that's example number one. So if you had to make a case that Kid Dracula is an actual Castlevania game and that's Alucard, it's Galamoth.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think anything else probably lends to that, but again, we're talking about canon for a video game series that has screwed with its own canon so many times that
over and over again.
Right.
Yeah, it's just fun to speculate.
Yeah, totally. Whoa.
What familiar do you use if you don't use the fairy?
Oh, actually, I use the sword almost exclusively. I just think I had the fairy out, and because I've been having conversations with people, I forgot to switch it back to the sword. So, thank you.
I like the fairy, but I used to use the demon all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
That is an uncommon choice.
Yeah, nobody really uses the demon. People don't use the ghost, I find. I don't think anybody I've ever seen use the ghost.
All of them are awesome at super high level.
Yeah, but it's got to get to super high level.
Right. It's a pain to do that. So
yeah, because I got demon to super high level, and like he gets like a whole bunch of elemental attacks, which are actually handy.
I like the bat. If I had to choose,
I love the bat.
I was telling somebody this earlier, in that you can auto level with the bat. Oh my god! So if you go back to the entrance to the castle where the zombies spawn,
yeah,
you can stand on a ledge just out of their reach and just let the bat go down and pick them off one by one. So when I was in college, I would like turn on my PlayStation, set that up, and then go to class.
That's awesome.
Very inefficient because you're only getting like one experience point per zombie. But
yeah,
it's I'm a sap for that kind of stuff too. If I can let the game like do something for me while I'm away doing something else, I will.
That actually sounds very compelling. I know what you mean.
Yeah, like that was one of the reasons I like Final Fantasy 12 so much. Like, I can set this up and it'll just level up for me. I got shit to do. That sounds good.
I got shit to do. You do all the work. And as Zaf points out, the bat has a crush on you, which is very cute.
Yeah, I love that. And I like that the bat gets confused if you turn into anything else.
Yeah, that's adorable. I saw someone just actually drew a picture of that recently. It was very cute. Like this is regal Alucard bat in the regular bat is falling. It's just like following behind with a heart over her
dreamily looking at you.
Yeah. I could see an Alucard bat being very, very handsome and regal.
Yes. Genteel, even.
The one thing I don't like about this game's graphics is the wolf sprite. Something feels like it went wrong there.
It looks like one of those sprites that's like made up of a bunch of other tiny sprites. To me,
yes.
I don't know if that's the case, but it looks like that to me, and that always looks jarring. So I know
what you mean.
In agreement with you here.
I always felt like the wolf was not really utilized very well in the game.
No, I don't think so either. I think their heart was in the right place when, if they, I think Igarashi came out and said he wanted to just make traversal easier. That's why the wolf is in the game. But like, just like what we were saying about the inverted castle, that would be a waste here to turn into the wolf. Like, I wouldn't be able to get around anywhere with it. So I just don't think it was implemented as well as they probably wanted it to be.
And as Jerricane writes here, wolf makes 200.6 a fucking pain. Boy, does it ever.
Yep.
I've only done 200 once. I will never do it again.
Yep, it sucks.
What went wrong with... Okay, I've never understood why it's so hard to get those last few squares in the inverted underground cavern. Just something about it is so... Why? I'm touching it. Why do I have to touch it as a wolf? I don't get it.
I don't know either. I think that's something that they did address in the re-release. Jerry Kane, he would know.
You might be right. Yeah.
I think they did, but after I figured out how to use the gravity boots, I just do it with the gravity boots. It doesn't make it any less of a obnoxious, but it makes things a little speedier.
Just a bit, yeah.
All right, I'm just getting a little lost here, guys. Sorry, we're gonna check the map a few times. Kill these guys off. Whoa.
Zaf says they had to use the wolf for the recent mobile version because, that's actually, I forgot it's on mobile. I forgot I have that.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Did you ever buy this game when it was mobile?
I bought like every version of this game except the Saturn version. So there you go. I actually had the original release that didn't have that ugly ass green bar on it. And it got stolen, unfortunately.
Oh, that sucks.
Really sucks. And I played the game so much that I think I wore it out. Like the soundtrack for the Alchemy Lab didn't play properly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you remember how PlayStation 1s used to overheat?
Mine never did, but
really?
Yes.
Wow.
Never did, but
so
I've heard the stories.
Yeah, so I had to turn it on and flip it over. And so it would play upside down. So if, as I'm going to class and letting the bats level for me. upside down PlayStation sitting in a dorm room.
Oh, the 90s were great.
Mm-hmm. Those were the days. Yeah, I never used the gravity boots for anything until like years later. I didn't even know how they worked until somebody sat me down like, this is how this is why these things exist, right? Like, oh.
Someone took pity on you and sat down.
Hey, dummy.
Intervention. What did you study in college, by the way?
Education. I used to teach.
Oh boy, really?
Yeah, I taught English for a hot minute, and I wanted to teach film classes actually. So I thought being an English teacher would be the gateway to letting me do that, but there's the dodo, everybody.
Yay!
But I taught. I did my student teaching. I taught for a year after that, and then I live in Cleveland, and at the time, Cleveland Public School. Like the second I moved to Cleveland Public Schools cut 800 teachers.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that rippled out to all the other like smaller communities around here too. So I couldn't find a job, so I stopped teaching.
That's the reason to stop, I guess. Did you enjoy it for as long as you did it?
It was cool. It was fun. Teaching for me was like stand-up comedy. Like I could just mess with like obnoxious 7th graders. I thought it was hilarious. That probably means I wasn't a great teacher, but
no, you're probably the best kind of teacher, actually.
But I thought it was cool. It was fun, and it's one of those things that like I sometimes wonder, like, oh, should I go back and do this? But like, I don't think I got it in me anymore. You know?
Yeah. I know that feel.
Did you do the university thing?
No. I failed actually. Well, here's the thing. How old are you?
I'm 42.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about here. We're of the generation where it was like you have to go to school. There is no other option in this universe. You have to go, and I'm just not the scholarly type. I had to. It's like, okay, I have to go to school, so I'm going to take this course that I don't really care about. It was called Digital Media Technical Production. Everything I learned is way obsolete.
Oh, at this point, yeah, definitely
beyond obsolete. And the thing that ruined it for me was I had the head of the program was an absolute tyrant who, swear to God, thought he was amazing because he did work for a public access channel here in Ontario called TV Ontario. And the first day of school, of college, he says, I'm not going to call any of you by your names because you don't deserve it. You all cheated to get here.
What
He's
the
one of those
fuck?
professors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he has, since he's the head of the program, he has all the other professors under his thumb. And they all have to teach the way he wants them to teach, which is they don't teach at all. This was a time where it's like, okay, you have to make I swear to God, a macromedia thing. Okay, we don't know how to use macromedia. Please teach us. No, I can't. I'm not supposed to.
Okay.
What am I here? Why am I paying my money? And I just failed the second year, and I was supposed to go back. I just never went back. And just went my own way, I suppose.
I think those are all good reasons. And, it's not, it ain't for everybody, man. One bad experience is a good way to ruin it for a lot of people. Yeah,
I'm just never, like, I did do well in school, but when I cared about the subject.
Sure.
That was my problem. I'm jealous of kids these days because it's your options are like, go into a trade. I would have gone into a trade. It would have been great. Eventually, I did kind of fall into a trade with dog grooming, which is, these days you would apprentice with someone. Like, I don't think you'd go to school for it. So,
you would apprentice with somebody for dog grooming? I didn't know that.
Yes, you would. Huh. Yeah. You would basically be what's called a bather or an assistant groomer. You would bathe the dogs, dry them in a specific way so that they'd be all ready for their haircut, and you'd actually be surprised how much goes into drying a dog's coat so that it could get a proper haircut.
Oh, I believe it.
You kind of learn all that.
Yeah.
You learn how to cut nails, learn how to shave sanitary areas, do trims. I love these dragons, by the way. That's such a cool detail.
Yeah, right. You just kind of fly around and hang out. I don't know. You kind of went into a trade. You're in its way. You're a very good writer.
Thank you.
Turned into a very good podcaster.
Somehow, I don't even know how I managed that one.
When it works, it works, Nadia. Don't just be happy the universe kind of had taken you that way.
Yeah, I am. I mean, it's like, okay, well, if you find me entertaining, I'm glad I can entertain. That's all there is to it. But yeah, if I had been a little bit younger, I probably would have gotten into like a woodworking trade or something because I always like doing that stuff.
Hey man, there's still time.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Fuck it. Honestly, if I could do things over again, I'd probably find a way to work with animals again. That's one thing I really miss. Like I had to stop because of health reasons, but I love doing it. And I like writing too. It's fine. I enjoy it very much, but that's just where I belong most of all.
Yeah, I think when you find something that where you feel like you belong, like as you say, you just land there and stick with it, man. That's just, there's nothing worse than feeling that what you're doing has no value and that you don't really belong in a specific place. I don't think there's a worse feeling in the world than that.
Yeah, I had that pretty bad after failing out of college because, again, this was like, oh my God, you're wasting your life. You're in retail, a terrible person. Oh my God, you've destroyed everything. So I was just a little bit aimless for a while.
Yeah. Well, you figured it out. You're one of the good ones, Nadia.
Eventually. Yeah, I'm glad. Thank God for the internet. I don't know what I would have done without it.
Dude. Where would we be? So what's up with the Blood God lately? I'm a proud supporter.
Thank you.
But I don't get a chance to listen as often as I like.
Right,
so
right.
Tell me about good Blood God stuff happening these days.
Well, one thing that was just announced today is that Eric Van Allen is one of our permanent co-hosts now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he vibes with us really well. We can always use a little extra help. And he tends to fill in the holes that Kat and I kind of miss.
Okay.
And it's good to have that youngster energy on board. Because he has cool ideas.
He's a cool guy. I like him a lot.
He's really awesome. I loved working with him. It's good to work with him again. Did you just get the Alucard shield?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah. Game over.
Party time.
Everybody. Party time, exactly. And you get that health bonus, which you could really use, I see.
Yeah, I'm getting my face kicked in here, so I could really use the health bonus.
Our most recent Blood God episode is the, I don't know if you know about our console quests, where we go through RPG histories of each consoles. We did the PC 88 quest the other day, and that's up today. And we did that with PC 98 Audi, who came in as a guest, which was awesome.
That could not have been an easy episode to research.
The Audi knows everything, so he just talked, and we all had a great time.
Home run, yep.
Home run. But yeah, I did do some research on the PC 88, and it's a really fascinating little thing. Like, it's practically the progenitor of the action RPG, thanks to Falcom, which went absolutely like bananas on that little system. But yeah, it's definitely not an area of my expertise.
Thank God for Falcom. That is a company that I think just never got the cred they deserve.
Oh, they're great. Like, actually, another episode we had recently it was a Patreon request, and it was for Dragon Slayer. So we went over all of the games in that sub-series.
Aren't there like tons of those?
There's a lot. I'm not saying that we covered every single one in detail. But yeah, that was also a great episode. Falcom, I'm kind of a latecomer to their games because I can't remember who I was working for. Someone wanted me to review Ys on the computer, Arc of whatever it's called. And I thought that Ys, my impression was, oh, it's an ancient sort of thing where you bump into people and, you know, it's just probably not going to be my bag, but sure, I need the money, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And then I realized, wow, Ys has been updated a lot to become a very, very competent Zelda-like.
Yeah. Yeah, you liked the current ones, I think, right?
I loved Ys 9. I think I might be not really on my own for that one, but it's definitely a controversial entry into the series. But 8 and 9 are both great games. You really can't go wrong.
I liked 8. I didn't get a chance to play 9, but I liked 8 a lot.
8 was a great game. 9 is a lot like 8, except there's a lot of Batmaning around because you have like a grappling hook and wall running and stuff like that.
Huh.
It feels really good to play, but do not play the Switch version because it runs like shit.
Because what?
Because it runs like shit.
Oh, really?
Story of everybody's life. Yeah.
That is the monkey's paw, right?
It is. I mean, Falcom can be a little hit or miss with their Switch ports, but their Cold Steel games are fine on Switch.
I played... I haven't played any of the Cold Steel games, but I played the Trails of the Sky stuff.
That's on my to-do list someday.
Yeah, they're good. They're cool. I think it was Bob Mackey actually listening to him on a podcast say it was like if you miss PlayStation 1 era RPGs, this is it.
Yes.
And that is certainly what it feels like to me. So if that's your thing, I think you'll get a lot out of it.
Main characters of Trails in the Sky are in Cold Steel 3. They're actually I think one of them might be, I can't remember the male's name, but he might be a playable character for a while. And the girl, who's really adorable, and I can't remember her name, I feel so bad, she's in there too as like an engineer or something.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Kind of
now,
like...
Confessional has a nice little history going on. They have a really great history, a really, really interesting interlocked universe. They take care of their stuff.
Yes, they got a lot... it's almost Suiko-like, right? In that it's basically all of these things are happening in one world, but in different places of it. Is that kind of the way it shakes out?
Yeah, for most of the games. Not all of them, though. Like, Ys is definitely separate from Cold Steel. But there are, you will find, little links. There's a whole overarching canon that I'm only, like, vaguely familiar with, so... But it's a great series. Really enjoy it. I keep getting channel bonuses. I don't know what those are.
I don't know what they are either. I'm really bad at streaming, by the way.
No, you're doing great for your... Is this... I mean, do you do it regularly or just once in a while?
During the pandemic, I was... Because I didn't have to go into an office. So I played Street Fighter during lunchtime every day. And then I started streaming that. And occasionally I'll do like a happy hour, like I'm home, nobody else is here, and we'll play Street Fighter and have a drink. But the thing with playing Street Fighter is that it's okay if you don't talk and play video games, because it's going to be over in like 30 seconds anyway.
Yeah.
With this, I'm like, fuck, I have to say something now. It's just silence me running around caverns.
Yeah. That's why streaming makes me a bit nervous for that reason too.
It's one of those things that at least I feel that you just kind of get used to it. But what I haven't really done either is like any of the actual Twitch stuff. Like I don't have overlays. I don't have like people ask me for emotes and things, and I'm like, someday, I don't know, I'll get around to it. Hasn't happened yet. I think your power
ran out.
Was that...
So...
Go ahead.
I was just thinking the shield was a bug testing thing that they forgot about, wasn't it?
Something like that, right. Like, because it totally destroys the game.
Oh, it's done. It's all finished.
Right. I think it's one of those things that, like the 30 lives code in Contra and Gradius, supposedly those were bug testing things that they just sort of left in. It's the same thing. It's just something that's way too powerful that shouldn't exist.
It's great. Yeah, and here's an example of the bosses becoming regular ass enemies.
Right.
Although Gaibon's not much of a threat.
I like that I can kill them fast enough that they don't turn red.
Yeah.
I'm not forced to have them go into a second phase, which would just extend things for no reason.
Yeah, no, that's really good. It's like, well, he's dead. He has no chance.
Yep.
Don't bother.
Yeah. And here are these guys.
He got out of bed that day. Is there a boss in this room coming up?
It is this boss.
Oh, right, this dick.
Don't worry, I think we can take him.
I think it'll be all right. This is actually, even without the cheat, this is like kind of the wussiest death ever.
Of these games, yeah, I 100% agree. Simon's Quest, I think, is kind of easy too.
Yeah, you stand in the corner and whip.
But, yeah, I mean...
Or you throw garlic on the ground.
Yeah, right. Castlevania 1 death sucks.
Oh, he's terrible. Him and Castlevania 3 death. And 4's not great either.
No, 4 is really hard. I remember 4 being really, really hard. Oh, we got to get your pal out.
Death is dead.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that thinks that death is largely harder in these games than Dracula.
Yeah, that tends to be the case.
I think Castlevania 1 Dracula is still pretty hard, even though it's pretty... I mean, I've seen people cheese it very easily, but I tend to have trouble with it. But death's Death is so hard in that game.
Death's a bitch. I had to say, though, the voice acting for Death in this game is perfect. This is another example of the good voice acting.
Right. I think the voice actor for him,
is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Even Maria, I think, is fine.
Maria's okay. Yeah, she's fine. I really only think there are like 3 egregious examples, and that's Richter, Dracula, and the succubus.
At least Dracula tries.
Yeah.
He tries so hard. God bless his heart.
When Diamond was on earlier, he was like, I just appreciate when voice actors just go for it, and that guy, he fucking goes for it. And I was like, yes, I see where you're coming from here.
I understand completely. It's like Zero, and what am I fighting for? And X4 it's terrible, but it's somehow less embarrassing than just a monotone. That was a Jill sandwich.
No, you're right. I think they're so bad. It's not like they. I don't think it's like in the realm of so bad it's good. It's just it's so bad it's fascinating. Exactly. I can't put my finger on this, but like, I don't not want to hear it, but it's not pleasing to my ears. But at the same time, it's just so strange. I just love that I love that these things still exist. Konami can try to retcon it all they want, but people like me will be out there defending the weird old voice acting.
Yeah, it'll always be special in my heart. I remember asking. I asked Igarashi about what he thought about the whole thing, and he just said in like that very polite sort of Japanese suggestive way, maybe we could stop. We get the joke. It's somewhere on US Gamer, but yeah, it's just I'm always fascinated by the differences between memes in America and Japan and how they sometimes cross over.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing. The way Japan just absolutely adores that meme with the IGN guys on the couch.
Oh yeah, I adore it too. I think it's hilarious.
It's pretty great. It works.
It works, right? Again, I think it's one of those things where like, if these things were to happen now, they would have really leaned into it, and I think these games would have been probably wound up being weirder because of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think you're right. I love the music in this level. Holy crap! Just
it's very eerie.
Just the whole aesthetic. Like again, we were talking about how people say the second castle is just kind of tacked on, no big deal. No, they worked really hard to make parts of it. I admit are really kind of generic, like the Marble Gallery. What they did with that, the Alchemy Lab is just whatever. But like the floating labyrinth, I think it's called here. It's just incredible. What they did with the Colosseum was great. What they did with the library is one of my favorite areas of the game.
Yeah, I like that they
Wizard of Oz theme.
I like that they played with the lighting, like they changed the color palettes and stuff. I think that was a smart choice. But I think, even past just, all right, we need to make this look a little bit different. I think it makes them seem more evil.
Yeah.
And at least that's how I read it, and I think that's the right move, because you should be getting into an area that's more evil.
Yeah, it definitely feels like double hell. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hell 2. Like the kind of place the Cenobites would take you to.
Who? I'm sorry?
The Cenobites from Hellraiser.
From Hellraiser?
Yeah.
Very timely.
Yeah, and as Zaf points out, the underground area kind of reflects how almost like the levels of hell, like one's ice, one's fire.
Yeah,
like this is the ice.
Right. So that is something I brought up in the series too, and that like it does seem like there are parts in this game that does seem very Inferno-like, and since this is probably the most evil part of it, because the super boss is down here, and the whole place has sort of an ice motif to it. It feels like the lowest circle, right?
Yeah, definitely.
kind of leaned into that a little bit with the video series too. Like, you know, this does kind of go for, the game does kind of go for a sort of Dante's Inferno kind of trip to it, but there's not really a whole lot to back that up, to be perfectly honest with you. So that was a little bit of reaching on my part.
I think it's not a bad reach, though, because it's not all there, but it's certainly referenced. Like these green blood skeletons are freaky, man.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you. I like that the blood skeletons look more like regular skeletons as they get more powerful. Like, there are blood skeletons that are gray, but you don't think they're blood skeletons until they immediately pop back up.
Yeah. There's just so many like really cool little details in this game. Man.
The Saturn version's come up a few times today, in that it fixes, the Saturn version actually fixes a couple of things about this that didn't exist. Like, the Jewel Sword in this game is just, it generates money if you do the special attack with it, but it's not really that great of a weapon. But in the Saturn version, if you equip like diamonds and aquamarines or whatever with the Jewel Sword, it boosts its attack, so it makes it a viable option.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know
That's
that.
one of those things I kind of wish we would have gotten in this version, but guys, I'm not screwing around. We're just killing Galamoth.
No. Even when you want to screw around with Galamoth, if you don't have your anti-lightning shit equipped, you're dead.
Yeah.
It's just not working.
The first time I beat him was with... I'm going to demonstrate this. Excuse me. I used the Osafune Katana, which you find in the inverted waterway.
Yeah.
Because it has a teleport attack like this. It's much more powerful. I thought that was just the accepted way to kill Galamoth. So I would just get my timing down well enough that I would just teleport an attack and just keep teleporting.
Wow. You did that for what, 10 hours?
It took forever. Yeah.
And
eventually I looked it up in like strategy guides. I'd like go to the mall and look through a strategy guide or something like that. Like,
good old days.
There's got to be a different way to do this. Like, you can't possibly have that many hit points. And that's when I learned about the barrel circlet and like other gear you can put on to make the fight a lot easier.
Right. Yeah. But you certainly did it the genuine way.
Yes, that is what I consider the accepted way to kill Galamoth now.
Good lord, it's if you have like a lot of time on your hands and nothing to do with it.
You know, when you're 17.
Yeah. That's about the age I played this. I was going to ask you, what percentage do you need to get the true ending? I always thought it was 200, but I think it's less, isn't it?
It's less. Yeah, it's like in the 190s somewhere.
Okay. So you don't have to do the whole awful wolf thing, but yeah.
Nope. And I did it. For the most part, I think. I think there's one or two areas of the waterway that I haven't mapped yet, but doing it with the boots is the way to go. It's so much easier.
It is.
But it still sucks.
I actually, I asked like kind of like, or like kind of try to worm an answer out of Igarashi, like, hey, did Alucard and Maria end up together? Just to kind
That's the implication, right?
It is the implication. I said, is Eric Lecard like their kid or their aunt or their descendant or anything like that? And I don't want to say he said yes, but the implication was yes, but he's not going to say it.
I have a feeling that's something he probably would have explored in a further game if he had the opportunity.
Yeah, that's kind of what he told me. Like, anything that happens is really up to Konami, and it's like, okay, well, we'll never see that.
Nope. What do you think of Bloodstained?
I liked it. Not as much as Symphony, of course, but no, it's a pretty good substitute, I guess, for lack of a better term. Did you like it?
I thought it was pretty good. I think it was one of those things that I was so hyped for that it was bound to disappoint me one way or the other.
It did have some technical issues that kind of affected my experience with it.
Yeah. But it was I thought it was pretty good. I didn't love it as much as I thought I would, but it was still good. I don't want to be a snob about this, but I kind of wish that they would have just made it as in 2D as sprites.
Yeah.
Especially after they got Way Forward on board, I was like, finally, somebody has woken from their slumber and decided we should just be making this in 2D, but that didn't go down. But that wasn't a deal breaker. I thought it felt great. Like it felt like a Symphony of the Night game to me.
Like I have to say, as I've mentioned on Blood God a few times, I'm really more into the exploration-based Metroidvanias versus what you get now is more combat-oriented.
Right.
Test your reflexes. Bloodstained is a great example of wandering around and seeing cool things. So I think Igarashi is still really good at that.
I agree. Like I bought the new Metroid. I haven't touched it yet, but it seems that excuse me, most of the conversation about that game is kind of revolved around the difficulty curve.
Definitely a more combat-oriented Metroidvania, but I will say the combat feels excellent.
Okay.
I am not the kind of person who will stick around if I'm being frustrated, but with Metroid Dread, it definitely has that. Like it is hard. It is very, very tricky at times, but Metroid Dread feels good that you want to try it again and again, even though you're making an ass of yourself.
Okay.
So I really, really like Dread a lot.
I'm excited. I started playing Astria Ascending, and which isn't, no offense to it, but it's not that good.
I've heard it's good. Fine.
It's fine. Yeah, right. It's fine. Another game that I was kind of a little too hyped for, given its pedigree. But I'm kind of one of those guys that, like, if I start a game, I tend to want to finish it before I move on to something else. If I can. So I've been saving Metroid for after that, but like I haven't picked it up in over a week, so I might as well just move on to Metroid at this point.
I think so. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, but yeah, I'd move on to Metroid and see how you like it. I mean, you're a big Dark Souls fan, so I'm curious to see what you think.
I am a big Dark Souls fan. I am that guy.
I mean, I'm not saying it's Dark Souls 2D or anything like that, but it is definitely a more kind of a skill-oriented kind of combat, reflex-based, definitely. But I really, really enjoyed it. And I'm very fussy about if I play a hard game, I can enjoy it very much if it's well balanced. If it fucks with me in any way or if it's cheap, I'm just like, I'm out. No,
nope.
You go do your thing. No. But with Metroid Dread, there's always an answer, always a solution. You just have to. I mean, the tells are, as obvious as the CN Tower, but they're there and they're fun to counter and they're fun to use. And yeah, I'm really happy with what Mercury Stream did.
Yeah, speaking of a comeback story, right? Mercury Steam making Castlevania games that
that's right.
That great.
Yeah, I bought the first Castlevania. What the hell was it?
Lords of Shadow.
Lords of Shadow, and I played it, and I was like, fine. But it was very much a time when I knew, and I could tell, and you could probably tell too, that Western and Eastern game were trying to find their voices, and they were doing a lot of crossovers and not understanding what was good about the other side, just making a lot of weird gray trash. Not saying the game was trash at all, just saying it was very...
Oh, no, I agree with that. 100%. I for a long time played... Okay, so when the 3D Castlevania games started coming out that Igarashi was doing, like Curse of Darkness and Lament of Innocence, I thought that they were okay, but I didn't think they were all that great, and I don't think I'm alone in thinking that, because I just don't think Igarashi, I don't think he's wired that way, like to make 3D games like that.
No, he's not.
And I'm pretty sure even he was like, this is not my thing. This is what they paid me to do, but this is not my thing. But
no, his preference is definitely 2D, and he was very vocal about that. I did kind of like Lament of Innocence. I like the demon system, but Yeah, it definitely doesn't touch any of the 2D
No.
Metroidvanias.
Well, there are things that I did like about them. I just don't think that they were... I don't think they were all there. But anyway, so those came out, and then I played the first God of War, and I was like, you know what? This is probably how a modern Castlevania should be. It's like whipping-based combat. I know I'm in the minority thinking this, but like, I was like, it's whip-based combat. It's not a lot of exploration. It's kind of a level-based game. It's very linear, but like, I can see a Castlevania game being like this.
Yeah.
And then the first Lords of Shadow came out, and I'm like, okay, I think that a lot of other developers are trying to sort of like strip mine God of War games for all they're worth. Like, you know, that's when we got whatchamacallit, Dante's Inferno and other stuff.
God, yeah.
None of them were that good, and I don't even think God of War is, you know, past the first or second one. I don't think they're all that great either.
Yeah.
But and the first Lords of Shadow came out, and I'm like, you know what? It's a competent game. It's okay. I get why they made this. And I am very much alone thinking this, I think, because a lot of other people are like, that game sucks, man. Stop defending it.
Oh, it doesn't suck. It was just, okay, it's fine, but it's not what I want from a Castlevania.
No, it wasn't what I wanted from a Castlevania game. I thought it was... I remember playing it thinking, like, this is long. When's this going to be over? This is long.
It also had, at the time, a lot of people were trying to imitate Shadow of the Colossus.
Yep.
And they had you climb on their bosses, which, of course, was great in Colossus, but that was like just an airtight game. And you need to have airtight controls if you're going to inflict something like that upon me. And it just did not work.
No, I agree. I think...
whoop. I think I ran out of magic juice.
Shoehorning Shadow of the Colossus type fights into games was a video game problem that I'm glad is over.
Yes, it was definitely a video game problem. It was a thing that people tried for a while, and they said, you know what, we're going to let the experts handle this.
Hey, even even the Igarashi games did it too. That it happened in Order of Ecclesia.
Ecclesia, yeah. I think there's one thing I didn't like about Ecclesia. It was just, okay, I don't like this boss.
Yeah, that is not a good boss fight.
No.
Not whatsoever.
So again, it's a great mechanic, but you really have to nail it. And
right, I agree. I do love Order of Ecclesia, though.
Oh, I loved Order of Ecclesia.
I'm actually kind of surprised that you were the more staunch defender of that in your listing with Jeremy and Kurt. I thought one of those
really
guys would have liked it more than they seem to.
Yeah. I'm actually a little surprised that Kurt didn't like it more.
Yeah. I have tried to sell this story to a bunch of different websites, but I'm a firm believer that is the proto Dark Souls.
Oh, no, that's interesting. You should sell that. Who are you trying to pitch it to?
Like everybody that wants to listen to me talk about it. I tried hard when Order of Ecclesia turned 10. Because the parallels are really there. There's a lot that you can look at, and I mean, not even from a combat perspective, but like even the combat kind of wound up being very Souls-like in the way it's like you're burning magic to use an attack, right? That's essentially a stamina meter in a Dark Souls game. So little things like that. And I'm kind of glad that people sort of came around to Order of Ecclesia now, but it sucks that the only way you can play it is if you emulate it or you buy it off of eBay for like $200. It's nuts.
Yeah, for all the Castlevania collections we have, we don't have everything that we need, and it has some major gaps.
I'm really curious how those games the DS games are gonna survive, because
if they will.
Right. I mean, how could we make them on a modern system now? We need that second screen. So
I mean, I would say wait for whatever Atlas has planned for Etrian Odyssey. If it never happens, there's your answer.
Yeah. right. Are you a big Etrian fan?
I'm not absolutely ginormous the way Jeremy is, but I came into it very late. I forget what I was playing. I think it was when we started doing Blood God, and we were talking about, I think Etrian Odyssey 5 had just come out. And since, I was, part of the RPG space, I thought, okay, well, I better play it and give it a try. And I thought, well, I'm not going to like it because I'm not really big into mapping and stuff like that. But no, I really enjoyed it.
I was kind of the same. I think I read one of his reviews of like 3 or 4 or something when it came out. And I have never been a first-person dungeon fan.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, I really wound up liking them in spite of myself, I guess.
Yeah, and I also played and liked Etrian Odyssey Nexus, which I don't think got nearly as much attention it deserved because it was really, really at the end of like 3S's life.
What is it? I don't think I've heard of it.
Was it Nexus or was it something else? It was what came after 5. It was just like a really, really, really big Etrian Odyssey game.
Well, I know that they started doing remakes, right?
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. It was a revamp because I'm a very much a latecomer to Etrian Odyssey, so I don't know the entire history.
Me too. Yeah. I know they were doing remakes with like more cohesive plots, but I basically stopped playing them at that point.
Yeah. Was there a reason for this octopus room?
I have no idea.
I feel like you covered that, but maybe I'm wrong.
I have no idea, but it sucks.
And they come back.
Oh my god.
Let's break the PlayStation.
Yeah, no kidding. Even somebody in the chat, yeah. Coming up on the laggy octopus room. You weren't kidding. And I did my best to do it badly, everybody.
Thank you. We all appreciate you. Braver than the troops. It just feels like a fuck you room. I mean, devs have to screw with the players. They have to troll the players. It's just, why wouldn't they? So it feels like we're being trolled before trolling was a thing.
Oh my god. I think that's like the best place in the game to level up the
there's something
Murasame or something.
Yeah, there's something you can level up really well there.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're trying to figure out where
Zap says, I always poison and miss my way through this. More lag. Fucking burn my PS.
Yeah, that would have been like a slideshow.
Yeah.
Man.
2 frames per second. Poison and mist was like, before we knew about the shield exploit, it was all about the poison and mist.
Pretty much, yeah. If you can kill Galamoth, the poison mist cracks the game in half.
Yeah. It was a slideshow.
It wouldn't, for real. So I didn't know about the Alucard shield thing until a few years after. I'm going to say in like the early 2000s, right?
Really?
Yeah, because I was always the crazy guy that like immediately went into the library and farmed a Crusaegrim.
I would do that, even though it's kind of a crappy sword.
I mean, I think the sword is fine. It's just the time wasted killing schmooze.
Oh, okay. I was thinking you were... Sorry, I thought you meant the rapier from the original library.
Oh, no. From the... Yeah.
Yeah, I used to farm that and I realized, wow, what a piece of crap sword. Why am I bothering? It has a lightning attack, but I never use it.
Yeah, the rapiers... I think that's one of the instances where I figured out that there were rare drops in the game. So like when I first played this, one of those guys dropped a rapier, and then I died like 2 minutes later. And then I was like, oh, that guy's just going to drop another sword for me. Nope.
And he did not.
Nope. So, yeah. But like this is probably the first game. I was telling somebody else this earlier too, that this is maybe the first game I ever played that had rare drops. So that's one of the reasons I became obsessed with it. And when you're a kid and you've got the time on your hands, like, all right, I'm gonna farm everything. I want to see what everything drops here because I'm too broke to go to the store and buy a strategy guide that tells me anyway. And I'm not.
Yeah, you can read it on the shelf, but you get yelled at by the proprietor.
I had no problem doing that. I usually got I was the asshole kid that would go to the grocery store with his mom just so he can read Game Fan for an hour.
My mom wouldn't let me do that. My mom wouldn't let me touch things.
That's probably better parenting.
Could be. I think she was also a bit of a germaphobe too, so that probably was why. But yeah, I had to kind of sneak glimpses of magazines and whatnot back in the day, and that's why I think I went into this game pretty blind. And I'm thinking about all the things I inadvertently discovered on my own, and somehow the shield thing was one of them.
Good on you, Nadia. No, I didn't. Not even close. Like, I never would have considered it. I thought it was just this. Just throwing the shield balls out. I thought that was like the big surprise. I'm like, this is kind of sucky. But,
This sucks. The greatest option.
yeah, that's kind of a lousy surprise here, but
It is, but it's cute.
yeah, it's got its charm to it, I suppose. But yeah, there was a lot of wasted hours before knowing that there was a luck code in this game to farm
I'm actually doing a luck run right now, I think on my PSP, just for the hell of it.
Yeah, if I planned this a little bit better, we would be doing a luck run right now.
They're always interesting.
Absolutely. You just never know what's going to happen.
The only problem I have with it is, again, going back to the inventory, it's not an easy game to manage in terms of inventory.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a lot of fun.
I think you're definitely onto something. I think the inventory system in this game is really bad, actually.
I don't want to call it a cheat, but when you do like a luck run, do you get the jewel knuckle like in the tower and just kind of break the game immediately?
I did that today just so I could kind of keep things moving along.
Yeah.
You know, probably. I mean, like, if I were to just pick it up and play it, yeah, unless I'm trying to do something like weird and specific, I would probably just get the jewel knuckles anyway.
I think the whole point of the luck run is not necessarily the challenge, just to have fun and see the stupid things you can find.
I agree. Absolutely. Which is part of why it's awesome it's there.
Yeah. I actually did not know about the jewel knuckle thing until very, very recently. And it's funny, I actually eventually bought a strategy guide for this game. That was a lot of fun. It was kind of written in a narrative style, and Alucard narrated his way through the game, and it was fun. But it missed that particular hint.
The jewel knuckle thing? Yeah.
The jewel knuckle thing. And you think to yourself, well, okay, here's a really high-level enemy and a really low-level place guarding what? You get a turkey. So it actually really leads you along, because, yeah, even back then I thought, well, that's a pretty shitty reward. That was a really hard fight I just did.
Right.
But I left it at that for years and years and years until someone told me, hey, no, there's actually a really big secret that's actually worthy of that character.
I never really understood why they put the Sword Lord there and have it not respawn.
That's right, it doesn't respawn.
I don't know why. It also drops a rapier, by the way. But
yay.
I there's got to be a reasoning for it. But I don't know what it is. Maybe because they didn't want people farming so much experience early on or something. But
makes sense.
I mean, it's essentially a mini boss. But
yeah.
I mean, for no purpose other than to guard a very good secret, but a pretty tough one to crack.
But it is pretty handy that early in the game.
Yup.
This was this particular part of the game. This is what the Marble Gallery. Yeah, this is where things do slow down for the inverted castle.
Yeah, because it's a lot of this in the outer wall, I think, because your jumps can't quite make it up to the next platform, so you're stuck turning into the bat for like a split second just so you can turn back into Alucard and jump.
Yeah, and you got the Nova skeletons. You've got those things that come out of the corners, which are real treacherous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think the whoa.
Oh. The Guardian tells it all, doesn't it?
Yep.
Because when I was playing this game and I got to the inverted castle, and like I said, I thought, okay, Dracula will be waiting for me in the upside down throne room. And it's like, well, he wasn't there. And I thought, well, where am I going to find him? Eventually, I got it. But I like the fact that for a little while, I had no idea where to go or what to look for or who to find.
Well, you said that you like the exploration type stuff. That's
exactly.
That's what it gives you. And that's the same thing for me. Like, I play these games because I like looking around. You know, I liked Breath of the Wild because I wanted to know what was behind the next tree. So
Yeah, same.
Did I get that yet? Nope. Okay. But yeah, it's a. Oh. That's why I'm kind of sad that we don't really get as many of these as we used to. But all the same, it's so funny that we were getting one of these like every year for a while from Igarashi's team, and now we're lucky if we get like the indie space to jump in on these.
Yeah, I'm hoping that. Well, like I said, I love Metroid Dread, but it's not really exploration based. I would like to see just a return. I hear Record of Lodoss War is really good, but
it is good.
I haven't played it. Oh, you played it?
Yeah, it's short, but it's good. It's I played it on Steam when it was in early access.
Yeah.
You'll really like it.
I know I'd probably love it.
It's got some tougher combat stuff to it too, but it's but it's got some good exploration stuff. It does some neat things with its magic system. But oh my god. But like I said, it's not a very long game. I probably finished the whole thing at 100% in maybe like 6 or 8 hours.
Yeah, that's not very long at all, unfortunately, but it might be fun. I think it's only on Steam right now, right?
They're going to put it on consoles, I think, but I don't know if it's made it there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll like it. I think that's kind of right up your alley, actually.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to playing that whenever I get around to it. I don't like playing on my computer. I always play on my consoles if I can. So I'm just waiting for that. Or a Steam Deck, whatever comes first.
Did you pre-order one?
I did pre-order one, so hoping for the best. I was kind of late to the party, so I'm probably on a waiting list that goes to the moon.
I didn't because I've got the PS5. I don't turn it on very often. I
use mine all the time.
Do you? I'm still
because
waiting.
I'm a Final Fantasy 14 addict.
Oh, that's yeah. I played that.
Well,
I played that on PS4 and I loved it. And then
it's great.
Something changed with my internet, where I couldn't access it for some reason, and I had to go into my router and fight with my router to get back into the game. And at that point, I was like, "No, this isn't worth it." So I stopped. But I loved it when I was playing it, and I wish I had more time to play it now because it's awesome.
How far did you get before you had to stop?
I finished all of the main game content before Shadowbringers.
Oh, that's where things get good.
I know, that's what everybody says. I was a Marauder. It was great.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, you have to come back on and play sometime if you can.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I was thinking about the transition between Stormblood and Shadowbringers and the hook. I'm surprised you could stop.
It wasn't up to me, Nadia.
I hope you get a chance to play again.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I think that game's great.
What's the name of the song in this game that plays incessantly in this particular part of the castle?
The name of the song?
Something. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. The only song. Sorry.
You know the song I'm talking about. Just like they have the one song that's overused a lot in the inverted castle. Not Lost Painting. That's a great song. It does great on your
bad with song names, but I can tell you what they sound like.
Yeah.
Unless it's like Bloody Tears or Vampire Killer, the stuff that everybody knows.
Yeah, I know there's a song in this game called Dance of Pearls, and it was mistranslated as Waltz of Pails. And I don't know. I know that makes no sense, but I always liked it better.
Okay, but it does. So here's something that I didn't figure out while I was making the Symphony of the Night videos, is that there's a ring of pails in this game too.
Yes.
That's a reference to some like Roman pagan god.
Oh.
I didn't know. Whoa, it's getting rough here. I didn't know that until after I had already finished. So it's a very uncommon thing. You don't really find a lot of references to it, but
yeah.
P-A-L-A... It's spelled a few different ways, too. So even if you were to try to look it up on Google, you can find it, but some places spell it like P-A-L-E-S, some places are P-A-L-A-S, that kind of thing.
So it wasn't a ring of pearls. It was always actually pails.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it was supposed to be Waltz of Pails. I think they changed it, like they retconned it. But who knows at this point?
Yeah, right. Another reason I should have sat Jeremy Blaustein down. Tell me everything. Why do you like Tolkien so much?
Oh, we talked about that in our Summer of the Rings. There was a lot of references to to Tolkien in this game.
I did listen to those. Your Summer of the Rings episodes. Those were fun.
Those were a lot of fun to do. As someone who kind of didn't really grow up with the books and only really knew the movies and watched them once and got to go back and watch them again, I realized, I always thought I didn't like Two Towers, but it's actually brilliant. It's probably the best of the trilogy.
I think it's my favorite one. Like, gun to my head, I think.
Yeah. Like, I think maybe it's perspective because, of course, it was incredible when... Oh, man, that slowed down. It was incredible when it was made, but, God, the Battle of Helm's Deep is just everything still. It's every war scene that's come since.
Yeah, you're right. Like, it is... The standard of CG combat, right?
Yeah, and it still looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm. I think it was still kind of in a period where people were still using some practical effects.
There's a lot of practical effects going on there, and actually we talked about how when you go from Two Towers to Return of the King, you can see that real jump in CGI, and that's why it did not age quite as well.
I think, what's his name? Viggo Mortensen has done interviews, and he said that he only likes the first movie because it's got the least CG in it.
Right. But I don't know. I think Battle of Helm's Deep is just a perfect mix of CGI and practical.
Yeah, I agree. I really like those movies, and I was one of those guys that would watch them once a year around Thanksgiving. I haven't done that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't done that in a while, but this year I might, because listening to your guys' podcast and then other articles on how it's like 20 years or something since the movies came out. It's probably time. I really liked your take on the Hobbit movies, actually.
That was a fun one to do. Just, oh my God, that movie. I'm so mad about that because I love The Hobbit so much, and just it could have been one movie, easy.
I would have been fine if it were two movies.
Even two I can excuse.
Yeah. But
Benedict Cumberbatch was so bad as Smaug. Just so bad.
I thought that was just weird, dumb stunt casting.
Yeah. He was in everything then. Everything.
Right. I mean, when you're hot, you're hot. You get, I get it. You gotta make that money when you can, but all the same. There's some overexposure going on.
Just a bit. Yeah, just a bit. But that was... I'm actually a little disappointed we didn't do the Ronkenbass. Or did we do the Ronkenbass one?
Did you?
No, I don't think we did. I'd love to, though.
I like that movie.
See, that version of Smaug I thought was much, much better.
I agree. I think so, too.
Yeah. Got the Alucard mail.
Where am I going here? Yeah, I really like that movie a lot, and friends of mine used to give it a lot of shit when we were younger, especially when the new movies were coming out. But
of course, yeah,
I got a soft spot for that. And but go ahead.
Oh, we were just as we covered, like it was the Bakshi movies, all these kind of not great bad movies are the reason we got the trilogy in the first place.
Right, and they're so weird.
Inspired.
That Bakshi movie is just so...
That Bakshi movie is fucked.
It's got such a weird tone to it that, like, maybe just like the voice acting in this game, it's bad, but I can't look away. Like, I'm still just super fascinated by what's going on here.
Are you a fan at all of Stephen King?
Not really. Like... I've never disliked any Stephen King stuff, but I've never read any of the books. Yeah, I'm a bad person, Nadia. I don't really get into Stephen King.
That's fine. Yeah, I just asked because one of my favorite books by him, and he wrote it under a pseudonym, Richard Bachman, was The Talisman, which is just a fantastic reality fantasy book.
Okay.
It actually served as inspiration for Ni no Kuni, the one interview that got away from me. I'll get into that.
Oh, for real? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and basically there's a scene. There's a werewolf in the book named Wolf, and he's just like a really eager big kid who can kill you very easily because he's a werewolf. But anyway, he ends up in our world through twists of magic, blah blah blah, and to keep him quiet, the main character, Jack, thinks, okay, well, I have this freaked out werewolf who's barely holding on to a human form. I need to keep him quiet and calm for a while. I'll take him to see the Backstreet Lord of the Rings movies. He'll appreciate them because he comes from a medieval world. And Wolf freaks the fuck out. So when I think of the Backstreet movies, I think of this werewolf like just screaming at this.
That is really funny.
Yeah, it's a great book. And the reason I say I want to say that it inspired Ni no Kuni, but I can't find the proof because I couldn't get the interview. You know, that's fake.
Yep.
But the book and the game share very, very, very similar themes where you have a kid who flips between worlds to save his mother. And the sickness of the mother is causing the sickness in this other world. And there's a whole coup going on. And everyone has a twinner, like a kind of a twin clone in this other parallel dimension. And there's I can't remember what it actually was. No Kuni never finished it, but like a central thing that had to heal everything. But yeah, it's a great reference, a great book to reference because I think it actually, I know that Shigesato Itoi also liked it a lot and cited it when he was, talking about Mother, saying the character of Wolf actually reminds him a lot of the Birdman from Earthbound.
Huh.
But yeah, so it's really, really interesting. I really wanted that interview, but Bandai Namco told me to go to hell. I mean, they said it nicely, but they said there's no opportunity to do it.
Yeah. Bandai Namco seems like the kind of company that, like, if you're not doing anything, if you're not asking us questions about Souls games, don't even bother.
Just about Souls? No.
Don't even bother.
Yeah, so that's too bad because, like I said, it is one of my favorite fantasy books. Unfortunately, Stephen King retconned it into the Dark Tower universe, which I don't know a lot about, but the follow-up to it that was Dark Tower themed was just a terrible book. One of the worst things I've ever read.
It's disappointing.
But yeah, that's my towel. That's where we are. We're talking about Castlevania got into werewolves freaking out because of Ralph Bakshi.
We had to find our way to it eventually, right?
We really did. And I have to say the music they have in this area is just still creepy as hell. Yes,
I think this part I'm gonna wait to fight these guys. I think this part of the game and maybe the underground waterway. Those are maybe my two favorite places for music in this game. They just fit very well together.
Yes.
Like location and sound kind of thing. Whoa, guy.
Yeah, the waterway. I think it's called Crystal Teardrop. That's a gorgeous, gorgeous song. Like no matter what's going on, you can just feel calm whenever you listen to it.
It's very soothing.
Fucking things. Are you gonna farm the Morn Blade or nah?
Nah.
I think I did that once, and I like, all right, I'm done. Like you, I farmed the thing from Shmoo.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a big waste of time, but I do it anyway. Say I did.
It's how I first beat this game.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't think it's the first time I beat it, but these guys are terrible.
Yeah, the hit detection is just really off on them.
Yeah, you got to hit them like right in the hilt or something. It's really bad.
Yeah, and they can just carve you up in the meantime. And the fact that they jump back like that every time I hit them really does not help.
Well, I always fall into the sword when they fly when they recoil. So
yeah.
I don't know why I'm not wearing this right now, but
the Fury plate.
Oh, did I put the Fury plate on? Nope.
No, I just noticed you grabbed it and you said you're not wearing it.
No, I'm not wearing the Alucard mail, and I don't really know why.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I got it. I might as well be using it.
See, I didn't know until quite recently again that the Alucard set gives you a luck boost?
Yeah, if you put them all on, it gives you a crazy luck boost. But you're, at cost of basically all of your damage.
Yeah, that's right. You don't really get to. Would you say is worse than the luck code for in terms of stats?
Oh yeah, I mean that's the luck code plus the a la carte stuff, plus the Ring of Arcana. I think it's the most luck you can get in the game. I think that's how you kind of max it out.
Yeah.
So if you're actually like really trying to farm something, that's what you would do. But it makes it harder to farm because you're not hitting as hard, and
Exactly.
you take hits like a chump too, because that
You do.
armor does not do you any favors.
Speaking of chumps, I think I saw Grant literally cartwheel when you hit him with that final smash. Poor Grant.
I like that you called it my final smash.
Yeah, I didn't know what else to go.
That was pretty funny.
I think actually a little interesting tidbit is that even though I played and loved Castlevania 3, I finished it once as Grant and Trevor, and I said, that was great. I'm never finishing this game ever again. So I never played with Sypha, so I didn't know Sypha was a woman until I played this. I'm like, wow, Sypha is a woman. And of course, at the end of Castlevania 3, you get that reveal, that those beautiful blonde flowing locks.
And then he puts his arm around her.
Yeah, just like, hey, okay, you guys.
That was some real shit, am I right? We really saw some
you
stuff
enter
there.
Together?
So what are you doing later?
Tell me about this. I always wondered if like they were actually together by that point, or if it's like, oh hell, it's a female. I'm going to touch this thing.
I think in the ending of the game, they say that they got together after killing Dracula. I think that's how it went.
Yeah.
That came out, or not that came out, but I played that when I was a little younger. Also, I think when I was in college, like that was at a time when I could buy NES games for like $4. Like they weren't rare yet, so I just would go to record stores and just clean up. And so there was a summer where I didn't really have anything to do, and so I just bought a bunch of old NES games and played nothing but old NES games for a summer. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where like I'll never have the time to do that kind of thing ever again.
Yeah. No, it was definitely one of those games I bought on with my birthday money. I actually vividly remember that because of course NES games were prohibitively expensive in Canada. And sales here our retail is really weird in that we don't get a lot of great prices or discounts or anything like that. I don't know if it's just not aggressive in terms of retail, but point is I could rarely afford NES games, even like if I was having birthday or a holiday or something. But then I happened to get like some birthday money, and it was enough to get Castlevania 3, which was on sale for $20 for some reason.
Whoa, man. Home run.
So I was a huge fan at that point of Simon's Quest, but I had only played that, and I didn't really know anything else about Castlevania. So there was Castlevania 1 that was on sale, and 3. And I was like, I kind of want to see where it all started, but I also kind of want to see where it goes. So I picked 3, and I think that's probably the better choice. 1's great, but 3 is just...
Yeah, 3
except for a few
yes.
Awful things about it. It's just a sublime game.
I really think that it's for my money, the best of the 3 of the NES ones. I really like Simon's Quest a lot too, but I think it's funny that you said that like maybe I should see where this started, but I want to see where it goes. But you did kind of see where it started. It's a
yeah. I had no idea.
Yeah, you figured it out young.
I did. I'm actually really glad that I got that one thing out of Igarashi that I think was new information about how Simon's Quest kind of led to this.
Yeah, I think that was new info.
Yeah.
And how Simon's Quest, everybody lies to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've done us all a favor, Nadia.
Oh, no problem. It was my pleasure.
He seems like the kind of guy that's very, amenable to interviews about this stuff. Like, he doesn't mind talking about old games at all, from what it seems like anyway.
Yeah, I think he was tired that day, but I'm glad I did get... you've done a lot of interviews, of course, yourself, and sometimes you get that vibe with someone, and sometimes it's like, okay, this is just going to be, straight head to head. And sometimes it's like, oh God, this is a disaster. You can feel it in your gut.
Yeah, right.
He was definitely more of a, okay, this is just going to be a, back and forth thing. I don't really feel anything super special, but maybe I can get something out of it. And I did eventually open him up a bit, and I got that bit about Simon's Quest. He seemed happy that I asked.
Yeah, I think that's like, you can feel it in the air when you ask a really good question and their eyes light up.
Yeah, so it was like that with Simon's Quest, which I was happy about. I did tell him the South Park T-shirt story. He thought that was hilarious.
Did they have South Park in Japan at that point? I wonder.
They did. I was actually really big into South Park, and it was new. And apparently it was huge in Japan.
Huh.
Because it was cute and,
And
vulgar.
I was going to say offensive.
Yeah. Although for my money, the movie is still the
funniest
movies ever produced.
I watched it a lot when I was younger, the show, and then I watched the movie, and I'm like, I don't think I need the show anymore.
You don't. The movie is everything. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but I really like that movie a lot.
No, I just like, when I need to laugh, I love the Uncle Fucker scene.
Mm-hmm. Operation Human Shield.
Asses of fire, the whole stupid thing. This is garbage. What do you expect, the Canadian?
Oh, that's gotta hurt, Nadia.
No, it was great. The best line in that movie, and I think one of the best lines ever said, was when they're having the back and forth, the Canadian Minister of Entertainment, which it was Sheila Barfrovsky, or whatever her last name is, and the newscaster says, the mediator says, now, Mr. Minister, we have to remember, this isn't the first time Canada's been problematic. Remember Bryan Adams? And the minister's like, now, the Canadian government has apologized for Bryan Adams and several occasions. And we probably should apologize for Bryan Adams. I'm very sorry.
I liked Bryan Adams an awful lot when I was a kid.
I had a grade 6 teacher who just played his stuff incessantly. And it was, here's the thing, old Bryan Adams, sure, I like old Bryan Adams. He kind of rocked out. But this was the time that the Robin Hood movie came out.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I do.
Yes.
She just played that on repeat, and we had to do gymnastics routines to it. It was so awful.
Oh, yeah, that would burn me from Bryan Adams for life.
For life. I mean, sorry, Bryan Adams. I know you did Summer of '69, which was really nice. But no, I can't stand that song.
Oh, don't doubt that.
And the movie was like, I'd rather watch Robin Hood Men in Tights. Thank you.
I was over. My mother and father-in-law watched my 6-year-old after school. Yeah. And my father-in-law is the kind of guy that does. He doesn't give a crap if there's a kid in the room or not. He'll turn on horror movies.
Nice.
I'm living in fear of one day picking up my kid and she's watching Eyes Wide Shut or something. But
oh my god.
He was watching Men in Tights the other day, and it's been a lot of years since I've seen that movie. And yeah, it's still hilarious to me.
It's still great. I think my number one comedy though is still Airplane. It will always be Airplane.
You like those slapsticks, don't you?
I like the absurd. Here's the thing, I like millennials because their humor is all absurd non sequiturs, and that's basically a lot of what Airplane is.
That is Airplane.
And you're right. It has a lot of not just slapstick, but stupid slapstick that still works. The plane has turbulence, and there happens to be a stewardess holding a pie.
Right. Yeah.
Or the woman going through the whole movie trying to do her makeup every time they get turbulence. Yeah, that's the kind of dumb shit I like.
I will still walk up to random people and say, "You ever spend time in a Turkish prison?" That is my favorite random line from that movie.
There's a lot of random lines that are just great. My dad and I quote it constantly. That and have you ever seen Kids in the Hall Brain Candy?
Oh yes, I have.
Yeah, we quote Brain Candy all the time.
Hey,
I hear Dad's dead.
Yeah.
Gleamanex, yeah. I hear Dad's dead. Is that eggnog? That's so great.
Wait, stop. This is bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up with kids in the hall, and that's why I'm warped.
So I have an older brother that's 5 years older than me, and he was way into Kids in the Hall, and I had never heard of it until Brain Candy came out.
Yeah.
And I rented it as a kid and I loved it, but like I guess it is not the movie they wanted to make or something. Do you know anything about this?
No, I don't know a lot about the history of the movie. I bet you $1 million Bob Mackie must have something out there on it.
I'm sure you're right. He's got, I mean, his podcasts are awesome too. I just wish I had time for it all. You know, now that I'm working from home a little bit more, you know, instead of going to the office, like I don't commute anymore. So
yeah.
But yeah, his stuff is, he and Henry, they do good work.
We have a lot of great support, but that has definitely like affected our numbers in terms of people just not commuting. I mean, a lot of people are going back to work, so I'm sure they'll go up again. But you're right, a lot of people lose that commute time.
Yeah. So you've seen sort of a dip in once people started working from home?
A bit, yeah. I mean, it's not bad, but it's still noticeable. And people admit to me straight out, "Hey, I love your show, but I just don't commute. I don't really listen to podcasts anymore."
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, if I know people that like to run offices, they're going to force people to go back into them eventually. So I think that's going to help you in the long run.
I'm not here saying I need people to commute so that they can listen to my podcast and support me. No, I'm totally like, hey, if people can work from home, great. I want them to work from home. I can only work from home now because of health issues. So if I had to commute into this, if I was doing this job somehow in an office and I was like obligated to go there 5 days a week, I couldn't do it. I'd spend all my energy trying to get to work.
Well, you, I think, have really worked made your career in the image you probably wanted, right? Like, you know, I've got health
Pretty
issues,
much.
I can't go into work, but like, you figured out something cool to do where you don't need to do that. I think that's awesome.
I'm really lucky. Like, I'm really thankful I managed to figure that out because, yeah, for a long time, I was doing writing on top of part-time dog grooming. And that suited me fine, although, admittedly, I had stalled a bit. But, eventually got to the point where I couldn't do the dog grooming anymore. Just my body was hurting me too much. So, luckily, I happened to just really focus on my writing, and the timing was good, and everything worked out.
Good. Keep writing. You're a good writer.
Thank you. I'll probably keep it up because I don't know what else I would do. So you're lucky.
Do you like podcasting kind of full time?
Yeah, honestly, I like it a lot better than I thought I would. I had an uncle who was in radio, so I guess it runs in the family.
Okay.
Yeah, and we were always like a family of, I don't want to say entertainers, but we're always good at like voice stuff. Like my brother and my mother are like fantastic mimics, and my grandfather's just like crazy good at it. So I don't know, somehow, like I said, it runs in the family. I wasn't expecting it, but it popped up. But yeah, I do enjoy it. I started a long time ago, like doing guest appearances on Retronauts, and God, I was bad. Like anything else, it takes a lot of practice. I mean, even now, I still ramble. I'm doing it now. But yeah, I also learned a lot about editing because we edit our own podcasts.
Yes, I think that would be the biggest hurdle for me, is it like forcing myself to learn to edit.
Kat taught me. She wrote down the instructions, and they were good instructions, so I just built myself up from there.
That makes it easier.
And thankfully, we have a subscription to Adobe, so if you ask me to edit something in Audacity or something, I'll just be like, I'm not going to.
So that's what you guys use, is the Adobe stuff?
We use Adobe, whatever it's called. What is it called? Audition. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I suppose now that I know how to edit sound, I could probably goof my way through editing video, but God, who has the time?
You know, editing video, if it's just a matter of like cutting things and piecing them together, not that hard. At least from my perspective, but like I can't do really anything other than that. So
Yeah.
I don't get how people like. This part stinks too.
Yeah. Oh boy, the tower.
So like, after I figured out how to do some like low rent video editing, like going to an IGN or a Polygon or something like that, and seeing how those guys actually do the work, I'm like, I can't even wrap my head around how somebody does this. Like, I'm never going to learn to do that myself.
When I did the preview for Endwalker, like I was part of a stream where they put us in groups and we all played through the Endwalker demo. Everyone's saying hi to each other on their mics, and suddenly you hear someone. I can't remember who it was, but they were clearly hooked up to a sound system and sounded fantastic.
Oh, really?
Like, hey. Then there's radio announcer voice. Hey. It's like, oh, someone's hooked up to a sound system. Yep. It was so you could really hear that difference, but man, amateur is good enough.
Amateur is good enough for me.
Yeah. Well, it's been a lot of fun, but I think I have to take off.
Yeah, no, thanks for sticking around as long as you could.
Oh, it was great talking to you. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, this has been awesome. I would like to do stuff like this more often if I can. So if you're interested in coming back, I'll let you know.
Yeah, give me a ring.
Cool.
You know where I am.
Anything you want to plug before taking off?
Yeah, sure. Support the Acts of the Blood God Patreon. That's at patreon.com/bloodgodpod. We have several tiers. For $5 tier, we get you our episodes a week early and ad-free. I think $5 also gets you Charlie and Dropout, which is my Final Fantasy XIV podcast. Comes out every month. And we have a whole bunch of specials that we do at the $10 tier. Pantheon the Plug God, in which we rate a game and decide whether or not it belongs with the best of the best. I think our latest, which is going up this week, is Parasite Eve. So, give that a listen if you want. And like I said earlier, I'm on Retronauts. They have the stream Nightworks, which is NYTWOKRS, or however you spell works. And yeah, I'm everywhere. You can always follow me on Twitter at Nadia Oxford, if nothing else.
Cool. Well, Nadia, thank you again. Thanks for hanging out. It was great to see you.
Oh, it was fantastic. And good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thanks. We're almost there. You actually took me through most of the inverted castle.
Oh, awesome. No, it was a lot of fun just kind of go through it and just talk about this and that and that.
Great. All right, Nadia. Well, I'm going to let you go, and I think I'm going to take a quick break myself, everybody. So thanks again for hanging out.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, everybody. I think I'm going to take a quick break. So hang out here for a second, and I'll be back before you know it. Give me like 2 minutes. back at it. Hang on. All right, let's get the music back on, right? So, that was our final guest. But she was a great one. Nadia's tons of fun, very knowledgeable. And she stuck around longer than I expected her to, which is even better. Makes things a little bit easier because my throat's starting to go. But the good news is that we're on the back end here. Don't have too much longer to go. So let's quickly map the rest of the library. So, without finagling things, this is probably the best place to level up your familiars. These enemies give the most experience for familiars versus every other enemy in the game. But the best possible way to level them up is fighting things like spectral swords, other enemies like that generate lots of other stuff, because you get like 1 experience point per item that they summon. So a spectral sword, any of those, they summon tons of different things. So a neutron bomb or power of Sire or stuff like that, something that clears the screen that you can just easily go back and forth in, is the way to properly power level. Almost there. If you are secretly hoping that these shmoos drop the Crusade Rim, you're not alone. Not ramen. Not ramen. Alright, good enough. We're not sticking around for a Crusade Rim, it's not worth it. Clearly we don't need it. Time to have a sip of beverage. Don't always advocate day drinking. But sometimes. We are drinking a Manhattan, a classic Manhattan, which is 1 part vermouth, 1 part bourbon, and a cherry. But I make it a teensy bit different. So I always go for a little less vermouth. I always go for a little bit less vermouth and a little bit more bourbon. And I also, instead of just putting a cherry in there, drop cherry juice. Takes a little bit more bite out of the bourbon if you're not a bourbon drinker. It makes it a little sweet. Alright, we're just about done with the outer wall. Let's see here. Yep, just about. Whoa, you got it. But we've got a Frankenstein's monster to kill. So we're gonna quickly do away with that guy. Then I think there's one more. I think there's a spot that we gotta do a little bit of extra mapping because we kind of rushed through it talking to Nadia. Other than that, we're kind of on the back end here. Let's see. Whoop. All right. So, sorry I'm not really saying too much. Voice is not in great shape. So that's why you bring guests on, everybody, to let them do the talking for you. Lucky for me, I had some very, very good guests. I was very, very lucky. So yeah. Glad that Nadia could stick around for almost 2.5 hours. That was very cool of her. It's great to see Matt Bradford. You should check out some of his podcasts. Always great to see and speak to Diamond Fight, who Retronauts co-host. Cool character, Diamond Fight. What am I missing? Took some unnecessary hits there. Whoop. Oof, that was close. Oh. Got the stopwatch. It's okay. I think we're pretty much through. I think we've, there are two things that we didn't map. One is a section of the clock tower. Ooh, there's a room over there I missed too. So I think we're going to double back and do that once we get to the next warp. And then on the far right side of the screen, there's an inverted chapel section that I didn't map. But now that I've got the... Poison Mist, might as well. So once we finish that stuff up, that's the game. I mean, we probably can finish the game now and get the best ending, but wanted to do it for real, damn it, so we're gonna do it for real. Yeah, I got all the pieces, so at least this is going to open up. Yeah, but we could wrap this up now, but, you know, what's another 5-10 minutes? We'll finish it before 3 o'clock. Okay, so there's really no easy way to get to these places that I need to get to. So we are going to go back up to the inverted throne room. The drink is good. And head back into the clock tower. The clock tower sucks. Inverted clock tower is a pain to get around in. But that is our road. Ugh, terrible. Whoa! Alright. Here we go. Alright, we're gonna make this a little easier on ourselves so we don't turn to ice. So we don't turn into stone. Also gotta get the fairy out because the sword will accidentally hit the gears and that's not what we want. One more. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's wrap this up. Alright, we got a little piece of the chapel. Let's head over there and do it. And that'll be the game. You guys, come on. Alright, so for you who is left watching, I hope I got to show you a good time. I hope you enjoyed the stream. This has been great. It's been a pleasure coming back to this. It is maybe my favorite game of all time. I love Third Strike. I do. But gun to my head, this is maybe my favorite video game of all time. So, I'm appreciative that you stuck around to hang out with me to play this. I loved that I had very cool guests that were down to talk about it. Especially sacrificing things like sleep. This is going surprisingly more efficient than the first time. Alright, let's see where we're at. Alright, I'm low on magic. I definitely need magic to get through this. So let's pick off a couple of these guys one by one. It's all... Nope. We'll get it. I promise. We'll figure this out. Whew, almost there, almost there. So everything from this side? Alright, one more small chunk. That's it. Yep, there we go. That's the map. All right, let's lock this up. Call it a day. The stream is a teensy bit behind my video, so just patted my head along to the music there, which is probably, it just dawned on me that that's something that you couldn't be able to tell. Almost there, everybody. Here we go. Alright, so one quick thing that we have to be careful of. So we can't cross this plate. Or else we'll automatically be thrown in there. So if we want to map everything, go back around. Damn right.
You have done well in making it this far. I would expect no less from the son of our master.
So you are the one who is controlling Belmont.
Yes. I am the dark priest called Shaft. This world must be cleansed in the forge of chaos.
Why did you make Belmont lord of this castle?
For centuries, vampire hunters have defeated evil with holy power. But if two vampire hunters were to fight each other...
But Belmont's power is supreme among vampire hunters. None other could defeat him.
Exactly. That's why I removed him as a threat, by making him into lord of this castle.
But your plan has failed.
Has it indeed? We'll see what happens after I destroy your weak human side.
Alright, we're destroying weak human sides.
Oh! No!
You claim to love the darkness. Go then and dwell there for all eternity.
But my goal is achieved. Count Dracula has come to purify this corrupt world with the searing flames of chaos.
Yeah, you know, searing flames of chaos and all that.
Father.
Well met, my son. It's been a long time.
Whoa.
I was hoping we would not see each other again. I can't allow you to leave here, Father.
You have ever been the ally of humans. Have you forgotten what they did to your mother?
Think you I would forget such a thing? No, but neither do I seek revenge against them.
Still uttering the same nonsense. No matter. Now is the time to put aside your weak human side and join me in remaking this world!
Dracula, in the name of my mother, I will defeat you again.
Well, here we go.
Go back whence you came.
And that was a game, everybody.
The soul of my mother no more.
How is it that I've been so defeated?
You have been doomed ever since you lost the ability to love.
Sarcasm. For what profit is it to a man if he gains the world and loses his own soul? Matthew 16:26, I believe. Tell me, what were Lisa's last words?
She said, do not hate humans. If you cannot live with them, then at least do them no harm. For theirs is already a hard lot. She also said to tell you that she would love you for all of eternity.
Lisa, forgive me. Farewell, my son.
I'm not trying to keep silent. I just didn't want to speak over the talking board. So that's the game. Thanks everybody for watching the stream. We did it. We're just over the 6-hour mark. And actually, to be honest with you, that's a little bit longer than I expected. I thought that this was going to be like 4, maybe 5 hours tops. I thought we were going to be done by 12:30, 1 o'clock. But for those that watched, I appreciate you hanging out. That was the game, 100% of it, front to back. It's one of the greats. You should play it. It's one of the greats. It's easily accessible, even though it's not this version of the game. You can get it on PS4, PS5. Pretty sure it's on Xbox consoles too. I would guess Switch eventually, but I don't really know. But
I'm glad you're all right.
I'm sorry.
It is a certified gold-plated all-timer.
Fear not. I had my own reasons for destroying him.
It must have been painful for you.
Indeed. But you must always remember that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing.
I understand.
Alucard, what will you do now?
The blood that flows in my veins is cursed. 'Twould be best for this world if I were to disappear forever.
I see.
Farewell then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard?
Don't you want to go after him, Maria?
I'm sorry. I can't let him disappear from my life.
It's all right. Go after him. Perhaps you can save his haunted soul.
Thank you, Richter. Fare thee well.
And yourself, dear lady.
And that was the stream. I Am the Wind is playing. That means it's time to shut this thing off. Thanks again, everybody. My name is John Learned. You can find me on Twitter at John_Learned. I think I've got something coming up on Polygon soon-ish, a blog that they paid me to write. You can find the annotated works online on YouTube. If you do a search for Annotated Symphony of the Night, you'll find 20 episodes of this. If you do the search for Annotated Third Strike, you'll find the mostly complete. We're 3 episodes shy of the Annotated Third Strike. We stream here most Friday afternoons for a lunch period, a lunch hour from 12 to 1, and then a happy hour from 4 to 5. You can catch me there too. But thanks again for suffering through this with me. This was great. Love this game so much. So take care, everybody. Talk to you soon.